frontline workers get their pays cut. People are angry that so many of the cracks exposed by this pandemic still have no solution, like in long-term care or in Indigenous communities where the lack of decent housing and clean drinking water mean that the pandemic has hit them harder. People are angry and scared that the climate crisis is threatening their homes and livelihoods with more extreme weather, like floods and fires. So we need to have a plan to respond to that. And we need to work together to deal with the issues facing Canadians. We were sent here just 6 months ago, elected in a minority government to get to work for people. We need to meet the real anger and frustration that people are experiencing right now with a clear vision about how to make life better. This starts by addressing the things that have clearly gotten worse in this pandemic, like finding a place to call home. It is simply impossible for so many Canadians to be able to find a roof over their heads, to find a home that's in their budget. That has to be fixed. Life is getting harder. People can't afford their groceries. They can't pay the bills, but it's not getting harder for everyone. The rich and powerful have gotten more rich and powerful throughout this pandemic. We've seen their wealth increase. So we need to restore the promise to Canadians that we can all share in a good future. Canadians sent us here not even 6 months ago to work for them, to deliver the solutions they need. We are committed to that, and we need to be committed to getting us through the pandemic and rebuilding this country in a way that is good for everyone. That is what we have to do now, and that is all of us in this house. J'ai dit que c'est vraiment difficile la situation. On est vraiment dans une crise. Ce qui s'est passé à Ottawa, ce qui continue à Ottawa, c'est vraiment une crise. C'est une crise parce que ce qu'on voit cible les citoyens, les travailleurs, les travailleuses, les familles. Et ces sortes de manifestations continuent à travers les pays. On a vu à Québec que la même chose est arrivée et ils ont dit qu'ils vont retourner. Donc, je propose 4 solutions. On a vu une manque de leadership de la part du gouvernement fédéral. Il n'était pas là pour montrer la leadership dans cette crise. Donc, on demande 4 choses. Premièrement, que le gouvernement fédéral doit rencontrer les maires. Spécifiquement, le premier ministre doit rencontrer les maires frappés par les manifestations du convoi. Et le gouvernement fédéral ne peut pas continuer de chercher les excuses. Ils doivent trouver des solutions pour les problèmes. Deuxièmement, c'est clair qu'il y a de l'interférence étrangère dans ce convoi, beaucoup d'argent étranger, spécifiquement l'argent des États-Unis. On doit utiliser les outils au niveau fédéral pour arrêter ces financements, cet argent. Troisièmement, on doit avoir un plan. Les gens ont fait tout ce qu'il faut. Ils se font vacciner. Et ils sont vaccinés. Ils ont suivi les mesures sanitaires. Ils ont suivi les conseils de santé publique. Mais à ce moment, ils ne savent pas c'est quoi le plan pour sortir de la pandémie. Les gens méritent un plan clair. Le gouvernement fédéral doit travailler avec les provinces et territoires, avec les professionnels, les experts de santé publique, pour montrer un plan clair pour sortir de la pandémie. Et ce plan doit inclure une augmentation des financements pour nos soins de santé. Parce que c'est inexcusable, après 2 ans de cette pandémie, que chaque fois on voit une autre vague de la COVID-19, que notre système de santé est en péril de s'effondrer. C'est inacceptable. Et finalement, quatrièmement, on doit travailler ensemble pour régler les problèmes que les gens font face. Ça veut dire la crise du logement, le coût de la vie qui augmente. On doit régler ces problèmes.
Contact questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened quite intently to the leader of the NDP and his discussion on this debate, and I thank him for initiating this debate tonight. I heard him talk about the actions that have been going on outside and how he condemns the behavior, and I would agree with him that there certainly is a lot that's been happening. It's more than just a few bad apples, as he rightfully pointed out. We're seeing instance after instance. This is not about one or two bad apples here or there. But my question to him has to do with the fact that he indicated that he was pleased to see that that the three different levels of government were coming together. Where does he see that discussion happening? What suggestions does he have for that group? Certainly he wouldn't suggest that they negotiate with what's going on, given his previous comments. What does he recommend to be some possible solutions that those three levels of government should be discussing?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, the four things that I've outlined, I think that what we need to see is that the federal government stop looking for excuses and show leadership and say, we are here to help. We're going to do everything possible to help, and we're not going to hide behind excuses. We're going to be proactive and look for solutions. We also need to see that there is a clear plan to get us out of this pandemic. There are significant problems that we've been up against for the past 2 years, and we need to see some real solutions. Our healthcare system cannot be in a position where it is at the brink of collapse every time there's an additional wave of COVID-19. So we need sustainable long-term funding, increase the funding for our healthcare system, and we need to solve those problems. We also need to make sure that the money that is funding this occupation is stopped. We know that there's a significant amount of foreign funding, particularly from the States, that has to stop. And finally, there are a lot of frustrations that people feel in general. Canadians have been angry for a while now because they've done everything they can to get through this pandemic, but things have gotten worse. It's harder to own a home. It's harder to pay the bills. We need to work together in this House to provide solutions to those problems, to give people hope as an answer to the hate that we see rising. We need to give people hope as a way forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for his remarks. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I do believe the NDP leader to be a compassionate man. I do believe that the NDP, with vigilance, fights for the marginalized. So that's why I'm just a bit surprised. I like his comments on he must be hearing them. His party must be hearing the damage that's been done to children, to seniors in isolation, job losses. I mean, the NDP is traditionally the party of standing up for workers. We've seen workers lose their jobs because of their personal health choices. We've seen significant damage done to children, done to teenagers, done to the mental health of the nation. Alcohol and drug dependency has gone up. We can go on and on and on about the impacts that Canadians have felt as a result of government actions to address the pandemic. And I think that outside what's happening is a result of that trauma that Canadians have experienced. So I would just like his comments on that, really. I would like to hear some compassion for the eruption of trauma that we're seeing outside and across the country.
River Burnaby South.
I want to be clear who I stand with. I stand with the healthcare workers, and I'm compassionate to the people that have given so much to us. And I denounce the fact that they are been made to be afraid to walk down the streets. I'm compassionate to the families of people in Ottawa who are wanting to send their kids to school but have been kept all night by people who want to overthrow the government. I'm compassionate to workers in downtown core who've been harassed and intimidated by these members of the convoy. I'm compassionate to young people who've been harassed and verbally assaulted by this. I'm compassionate to racialized people who see symbols of hate. I'm compassionate to Jewish people who saw swastika and Nazi flags flying. I'm compassionate to racialized people and Black people who saw Confederate flags and say, how is this happening in our country? That's who we're standing with. We're standing with the people. We're saying this is not Canada. This is not what we represent. This hate, the desecration of war memorials, the vandalizing of the Terry Fox Memorial, this is not Canada. This is not who we stand for. And I want to stand with people who are saying this is wrong. I want to stand with the truckers who are saying this convoy doesn't represent us. We're worried about our wages being lost, or we're worried about wage theft. We're worried about work conditions. 90% of us are vaccinated. We don't care about what this convoy is talking about. They don't represent our concerns. I'm standing with those people. I'm standing with the workers. I'm standing with families. I'm standing with healthcare workers. I'm standing with people that have been terrorized by this convoy. And I'm saying to them, I'm going to fight for you. I'm going to stand up for you. And I understand that people in Canada are frustrated, and we have to respond to that frustration with a real plan to get us through the pandemic, with real hope to deal with the problems that people are faced with, and we can do it.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Avignon-Lamétis, Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for the motion that he brought forward for this debate this evening. It's about time that we discuss this elephant in the room. And when I talk to my Liberal colleagues about what their responsibility should be in this situation, well, they say it's not really a national issue, it's not a federal issue, it happens at Ottawa. It's happening in Ottawa, so it should be the Ottawa Police who look after that. So they talk about it, jurisdiction, but I have a lot of trouble understanding that. I believe that this is a matter that affects the federal government as well, and the federal government certainly has a share of responsibility in all this. So I'd like to hear him on that. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci pour la question. Je suis tout à fait d'accord. C'est cette manque de leadership que je veux critiquer. Le fait qu'au niveau fédéral, le gouvernement libéral a continué de dire que ce n'est pas notre responsabilité, ce n'est pas dans notre compétence, mais qu'on a une crise dans le capital de notre pays, c'est essentiel que le gouvernement fédéral agisse. C'est essentiel que le Premier ministre prenne au sérieux ce qui se passe et dise, oui, comme leader, je vais chercher des solutions pour aider. Je reconnais qu'il y a toujours des compétences provinciales et territoriales. C'est important toujours de reconnaître tout ça. Mais dans une crise, un vrai leader, c'est quelqu'un qui dit, je veux aider, je veux trouver des solutions, je veux faire tout ce que je peux pour aider les gens qui sont dans un temps de difficulté. Et c'est exactement ce que je suggère qu'on fait ici à Ottawa, aussi pour Québec, parce qu'il y a une menace d'une autre manifestation dans quelques semaines. On doit offrir l'aide aux municipalités dans une manière proactive pour les aider.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Burnaby South for his leadership in successfully pushing for this important emergency debate tonight that all Canadians can tune into and see the important issues that need to be discussed. Many people have been saying that the federal government has been missing in action, and it's so important to have this debate tonight. I'd like to ask the member for Burnaby South two questions. What would he say, and what is his message to healthcare workers who have, for the last 2 years, as he said so eloquently, have been struggling to make sure that Canadians are taken care of despite the healthcare cuts that we have seen over the course of the last few years that have been devastating? And what is his message to Canadians that see the ever more long food bank lineups that are often in precarious situations or have become homeless, that are seeing the increasing inequality in our country that have been exacerbated during this crisis? What is his message to those Canadians tonight?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you for the question. Thank you to my colleague. First, I would say to healthcare workers, you're the ones who have saved our lives. You've put your lives on the line to care for us. At the minimum, we need to make sure that you're safe. And I am deeply offended that the people that have cared for us have been made a target by this convoy. The people that have put their lives on the line to keep us healthy are the ones that are now at risk of violence if they wear clothing that identifies them. I want healthcare workers to know that is wrong, that I stand with you. I'm going to continue to fight to make sure you're respected for your work, but more importantly, that you are properly resourced so you can do the work that you want to do. I've met nurses with tears in their eyes because they are underfunded and understaffed and overworked. I want you to know I'm going to fight to make sure there's proper funding for a publicly delivered healthcare system and that the federal government does its part. And to the people dealing with inequality, that has only gotten worse in this pandemic. You see a rigged system where those at the top continue to make massive profits while everyone else suffers. That is exactly why we need to provide solutions that speak to people. We need to put people at the heart of everything. And that means making sure workers have fair wages. That means we've got housing that's affordable and accessible to everyone. That means people shouldn't have to rely on a food bank, but have the dignity to be able to provide for themselves and their families and have the supports necessary to live a life of dignity. That's what we're fighting for. You are who we're fighting for, and we're going to stand with you every step of the way.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with the Prime Minister. I want to thank the member for Burnaby South for his motion, and I want to thank all of my colleagues who are participating in this important debate tonight. Friends, the situation in Ottawa began as an interruption, and it has now become a sustained convoy and blockade. And during the course of the last number of days, we've seen far too many examples of intimidation, harassment, violence, and hate. The residents here have effectively been held hostage in their own city. And many of them, especially young women, feel unsafe. They've been blockaded by an angry, loud, intolerant, and often violent crowd. Now, of course, all members in this House support the right to peaceful protest, and it is indeed one of the pillars of our democracy. But peaceful protests do not make people afraid to leave their homes. And this convoy has done that, and in doing so, it has crossed the line. Depuis le début, le gouvernement
Since the
fédéral
beginning,
est
the
là
federal
pour
government
soutenir
has been
la
there
ville
to
et le
support
SPO.
the city and the
Au
Ottawa
cours
Police
de
Service.
l'évolution de la situation,
As the
la
situation
GRC
has
a
evolved,
approuvé
the
les demandes
RCMP
successives
has
des
approved
ressources supplémentaires.
successive requests
À
for
la suite
additional
d'un appel que
resources.
j'ai eu avec le maire
After a
Watson
call
la
that
semaine
I
dernière
had with
et
Mayor
aujourd'hui,
Watson last week
je peux
and again
confirmer
today,
que la
I can
GRC avait
confirm
reçu
that
et
the
approuvé
RCMP has
une demande
received and
d'agents
approved a
additionnels.
request for additional officers.
Suite à une autre demande cette fin de
Following
semaine,
another request
d'autres agents
this
ont
weekend,
été mis à
other
leur
officers
disposition.
have been made available.
Depuis samedi,
Since
plus de
Saturday,
275 membres de la GRC
275
sont
members of the
disponibles pour aider la
RCMP have
service de
been
la
made
police
available
d'Ottawa
to help the
et
Ottawa
travailler
Police
sous
Service
son commandement.
and to work under its command.
La GRC est
The
en
RCMP
pourparlers avec le
is
SPO, la
in
PPO
discussions
et
with
d'autres
the Ottawa
partenaires
Police
policiers
Service, the
et
Ontario Provincial
évaluera
Police, and
et
other
adaptera son soutien en
partners,
fonction
and
de
will
l'évolution
continue
de la
to
situation.
evolve its support as the situation
J'exige
evolves.
des mises à jour opérationnelles tout au
I
long de la journée et
have
des séances
requested
d'information
information
quotidiennes du
throughout the
commissaire
day
et de mes
from the
représentants pour
RCMP
m'assurer
Commissioner
que
and
nous
from
mettons
other
fin
representatives to make
au
sure
convoi
that we are
et que
doing what
nous
we can to
rétablissons
end this
la loi
convoy
et
and
l'ordre.
re-establish law and order in
Je
Ottawa.
discute avec mes homologues
I
provinciaux
am in
et
discussions
municipaux
with my provincial
et je
and
l'ai
municipal
parlé avec le
counterparts,
solliciteur général de
and
l'Ontario, la
I spoke
ministre
with the
Jones,
Solicitor General
et
of
bien sûr
Ontario,
avec
Minister
le maire
Jones, as
d'Ottawa,
well
M.
as with
Watson.
the Mayor of Ottawa, Mr. Watson.
While the situation remains very concerning on the ground, we have seen progress made over the last number of hours. We've seen charges laid. We have seen investigations ongoing. We are seeing the cutting off of propane and fuel to participants in the convoy, and we are seeing structures removed, and we are seeing the dispersing of crowds, safely and respectfully, and with the excellent performance of our law enforcement. Hundreds of charges will continue to be laid where appropriate, and those decisions will be taken independently by our police services. In the weeks that follow, we will need to be very clear that we cannot find ourselves in a similar situation again, Mr. Speaker. We must also be clear that we cannot expect to yield to the reckless forces that are outside as a way of imposing reckless change in public policy through disruptive activities like the blockades that we're seeing, the bringing in of heavy equipment, and scaring and intimidating tactics. For now, however, we must continue to work together and assess what needs to be done. I've also been asking for operational updates through the day, as well as daily updates, to make sure that me and my partners are doing everything that we can to help restore the rule of law. And I'm confident that today's announcement of a table being convened between all orders of government will help to make sure those on the ground have all the tools and the resources that they need to get the job done and to see the situation diffuse. Colleagues, the pandemic is approaching its second anniversary in Canada, and I want to assure you, and every member in this House, and all Canadians, that we all want to get back to normal life. And that day is coming. Canadians have been united, and we've persevered through it all. Our government has taken a responsible, evidence-based approach, using science and using good faith efforts day in and day out to protect one another. Because Canadians have chosen this path, thousands of lives have been saved. We cannot allow an angry crowd to reverse a course that is saving lives now here in this final stretch. This should never be a precedent for how to make policy or law in Canada. We believe in peace, order, and good government. The stories that are coming from communities from coast to coast to coast of people who are looking out for one another, who are sticking up for each other, who are giving back despite the fatigue throughout the course of the pandemic, is the narrative, is the story of the resilience and the unyielding spirit of Canadians. And more than ever, we need to support each other. We need to work side by side, regardless of the level of government or party stripe, to take care of one another. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and I know that all members will join me in that spirit, Mr. Speaker. And I will just go on to say, before yielding the floor, that I know this is a particularly difficult moment for the residents of Ottawa. I know that businesses have had to shut, that families have not been able to take their kids to daycare, that seniors have not been able to get around, that disabled persons have not had access to public transportation, that people do not feel safe, that the reports of intimidation and harassment and violence and the images that we have seen over the course of the last number of days have been very disconcerting to all of us. Those of us who respect the rule of law, those of us who expect that while we can hold disagreements, it is certainly never a justification to cross the line and to not respect other Canadians and to break the law. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that this government, since the very beginning of this convoy, has done everything that we can to put the resources, the support to our police services locally, including the provision of some 275 Mounties who have now been deputized and who are now able to enforce the law locally. And I want to take a moment to thank the members of the RCMP who are assisting the OPS in dealing with this very challenging situation. Mr. Speaker, I will say that given the great length of time that has passed since the beginning of the pandemic, that, of course, everyone will feel a degree of fatigue, and we obviously share that sentiment right across the country. But we should not confuse the sharing of that emotion and the sense of wanting to get back to life as normal with a lack of respect for the law. And that is where we must draw the line, Mr. Speaker, and that is where we will draw the line. And we do it because these are the shared sense of values that on which our country is built on. We do it out of respect for those who have worked so hard to see those values and those principles enshrined in our charter, to ensure that they're not just words on a page, to ensure that there is a sense of unity and common ground that sees itself manifest in our daily lives. And we haven't seen that in the past number of days in Ottawa. And I would hope that all members would recognize that it does us no good to yield to perhaps some of the darker angels of our nature. We need to be listening to the better angels of our nature, especially when those values are tested, especially when we have vigorous disagreements around the pandemic. But those disagreements can never be a justification for the kind of conduct and the kind of behavior that we have seen here in Ottawa. And that is why I think I am calling, and indeed I hope all members are calling, on the convoy to go home, to contribute to debate, but not to break the law, not to make the members of Ottawa and those who live here feel unsafe. That's what Canadians do, Mr. Speaker. Canadians respect the law, No one is above the law, and we will get through this together. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm having a flashback as I'm listening to this member's comments. Got elected in 2019, and shortly thereafter we had protests regarding the Wet'suwet'en. All across Canada, billions of dollars were lost. And here I'm hearing words like this is enshrined in Parliament and rule of law, and I can appreciate that. We don't support radicalism, but this is extremely rich for him to make these type of comments. And my question, two questions. One is, has he gone out and talked to some of these people? I think that a lot of the ones, when I've wandered there, and yes, there are some people that certainly they've taken way too far, but have you gone and talked, and what responsibility will he and the government take for agitating and calling them racist and just marginalizing millions of Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect to my colleague, what's ironic is that he says that he and the members of his party respect the values of the Charter, but then we see the member of Carleton and other of his colleagues go and put around some of the individuals who have been breaking the law, who have been intimidating and harassing and causing great disruption to ordinary folks who just want to go about their daily lives, Mr. Speaker. And if my colleague cannot appreciate the distinction between having a vigorous debate about the way in which we are going to get through this pandemic and then crossing the line and using that disagreement as a justification for the very flagrant disregard for the law that we have seen in Ottawa, then that is something that I think he and his party needs to reflect on very, very carefully, Mr. Speaker, very carefully.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député
The honourable member for
Avignon,
Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for being here in the House this evening. It's appreciated. When I ask questions in the House, often they tell me that, it's not federal jurisdiction, that it should be the City of Ottawa or the Ottawa Police Service that should be dealing with this situation. And they've sent new RCMP officers. That's very good, and we're happy about that. But the City of Ottawa has officially asked for help from the provincial and federal governments. They did that this morning. What are they going to say to the City of Ottawa? Will they offer a bit more help than just simply sending more RCMP officers? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The question of jurisdiction
de décision
and of decision-making and operational decision-making is very clear.
Que les policiers,
the decisions that the police service makes on the ground
absolument dans leur domaine,
100% under their jurisdiction, and we need to respect that jurisdiction. That's one of the principles, one of the values that's at the foundation of our democracy. Earlier today, I spoke with Mayor Watson, along with my colleagues, and during that discussion, we were able to have a good dialogue. We discussed their requests.
Nous avons déjà offert des officiers additionnels de la GRC, plus de 275 officiers de la GRC qui travaillent maintenant sur le terrain, qui offrent leur appui les services de police d'Ottawa. Et avec leur soutien, on avait fait de progrès aujourd'hui.
Their support, we've been able to make progress today, but we need to continue working this way. We need to bring an end to this convoy for the respect of the people of Ottawa. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Une question de
questions and comments. A very short 30-second question.
30-second answer. The Honourable. I'm sorry? Oui? Un appel au règlement?
A point of order.
Je crois que le député de
I believe that the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie is ready to ask his question.
Non, sa main n'est pas levée.
His
Alors,
hand is not
il a dit
raised.
non.
And
Alors,
he said
je
no.
rappellerai aux
So I
députés
would like to
de se
remind the honourable
lever ou me
members
faire signal
that
eux-mêmes
they
s'ils
should
veulent
stand
parler.
up or let me know,
Je vois
let the chair know
l'honorable
if they
député,
want to
il est
speak. I
sur
see
mon
the
écran,
honourable member,
mais
he's on my
je ne pense
screen,
pas que c'est le temps de
I don't think
mais j'aimerais
it's the time for that, but I would
remercier
like to
l'honorable
thank
deux
the
honorables
honourable
députés pour leur aide.
member for
The
his
honourable
help.
member for
The honourable
Kingston the
member for
Islands, a
Kingston
very
the
brief
Islands.
question and then hopefully a very brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, you know, one of the arguments that we continue to hear out there is that it's just a bad apple in the bunch. But yet, incident after incident, we're seeing that there are many bad apples in this bunch, those that the Conservatives are embracing time and time again. I'm curious if the Minister can provide his thoughts on that argument that we seem to hear quite a bit.
Honourable Minister, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the very thoughtful question, and I think it underlines a pattern that we've seen from the Conservative Party in an effort to minimize the harm, the intimidation, the violence, and yes, the expressions of hate. I heard one of my colleagues say it just earlier tonight in the context of this Take Note debate. We have to understand that there are certain boundaries that we do not cross as Canadians. The flying of Confederate flags, the demonstration of swastikas on our Parliament Hill is not only an affront to our values, which are articulated in the Charter, it's an affront to everyone that has survived the Holocaust, that has experienced racism, and it is an affront to who we are as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And these are not isolated incidents. It has been rampant, and that is why it is critically important that we have to rely on our law enforcement to disperse this convoy so that we can get back to life as normal. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tonight we're here because Parliament is working. We're here to do our job as government, as parliamentarians, because our democracy is working. Just a short time ago, we had an election in this country where we asked Canadians how they wanted to keep fighting this pandemic. And their answer was clear. Canadians chose vaccines. They chose science. They chose to protect one another. Because Canadians know that's how we get back to the things we love. Dans les dernières semaines,
over the last few weeks, there have been demonstrations across the country, and particularly here in Ottawa.
Bien sûr, les gens ont le droit
Obviously,
de
people
manifester,
have the right to
d'être en
demonstrate.
désaccord
They
avec
have the
le
right to
gouvernement,
disagree
de
with
se
the
faire
government and
entendre.
to be heard.
C'est un droit
This is a
fondamental que nous
fundamental
allons
right
toujours
that we will always
chérir et protéger
protect and uphold
en tant que démocratie.
as a democracy.
Mais les gens n'ont pas le droit
People do not
bloquer
have
les
the
rues
right
de
to
manière
block
illégale,
streets illegally,
d'harceler
to
leurs
harass
concitoyens
their fellow citizens,
qui veulent aller au travail, qui veulent
people
aller à
who want to go to
l'école,
work, who want to go to school.
insulter les gens,
They don't have the
qui
right to
choisissent,
insult those
de
who
porter les
choose
masques,
to wear a
de
mask,
se faire vacciner,
to get vaccinated,
d'être là
to be
les uns pour les
there
autres.
for their fellow citizens.
Individuals are trying to blockade our economy, our democracy, and our fellow citizens' daily lives. It has to stop. The people of Ottawa don't deserve to be harassed in their own neighborhoods. They don't deserve to be confronted with the inherent violence of a swastika flying on a street corner, or a Confederate flag, or the insults and jeers just because they're wearing a mask. That's not who Canadians are. That's not what Canadians demonstrated over the past 2 years of consistently, continually being there for each other. The people of Ottawa, indeed people across the country, deserve to have their safety respected and deserve to get their lives back. From the beginning of this demonstration, Our government has been in close contact with the Mayor of Ottawa and municipal and provincial officials. So far, the RCMP has mobilized nearly 300 officers to support the Ottawa Police Services and is ready to do more. Yesterday, the City of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. We're convening a table with the relevant federal and municipal partners to further strengthen our response. The federal government will be there with whatever resources the province and the city need in this situation. Le ministre des Transports travaille aussi avec ses homologues provinciaux pour s'assurer que les gens qui ne respectent pas la loi en subissent les conséquences.
Suffer the consequences.
But Mr. Speaker, this blockade, these protesters, they're not the story of this pandemic. They are not the story of Canadians in this pandemic. From the very beginning, Canadians stepped up to be there for one another, to support their neighbors, to support their elderly, to support our frontline workers by doing the right things, by wearing masks, by getting vaccinated, by following public health restrictions. We're all tired of this pandemic. We're frustrated, we're worn down. None more worn down than our frontline health workers who've been going flat out for 2 years. But everyone's tired of having to wear masks, having to follow public health restrictions. Families like mine just last week that test positive, have to follow public health rules, have to isolate themselves. Nobody wants to do that. I don't know how many conversations parents have had to have with kids about not going to birthday parties, but not getting to have sleepovers. This pandemic has sucked for all Canadians. But Canadians know the way to get through it is to continue listening to science, continuing to lean on each other, continuing to be there for each other. Les gens qui crient après les autres parce qu'ils portent un masque ne définissent pas
because they're wearing a mask.
La majorité des Canadiens.
Do not define what it is to be the majority of Canadians, the vast majority of our country.
La majorité des Canadiens, ce sont les millions qui se sont fait vacciner. Presque 90 000 aujourd'hui seulement.
90,000 today alone.
Et des dizaines de milliers qui, semaine après semaine, continuent de recevoir leur première dose, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Every day across the country, Canadians step up to get their first dose of vaccinations. That is the story of the country. People who've been there for each other. Everyone's tired of COVID. But these protests are not the way to get through it. On ne devrait pas lutter les uns contre les autres. On devrait s'unir pour lutter contre le virus. This is not a fight against one another. It's a fight against the virus. And Canadians know the tool to get through it is science, is vaccinations, is continuing to do what people have done from the very beginning. Step up for one another. Make the difficult choices. More than ever, Canadians need to continue to be there for each other, to be united. I've seen members of the opposition call for an end to the blockades. I salute that. This is a time to put national interests ahead of partisan interests. This is the time for responsible leadership. Democracy in Canada didn't happen by accident, and it won't continue without effort. It was a deliberate choice made decades and decades ago to come together, to respect one another, to be there for each other. And every generation, every decade, every day, Canadians continue to live that, choosing to support each other, choosing to do what's necessary to get through another long winter night, to get through another difficult season, to get through a pandemic. We have in this country a set of rules and laws, and principles that we live by, that keep us safe, that protect us. And over the past 2 years, we've seen measures brought in to keep us safe, measures loosened when things got better. We will continue to follow public health advice. We will continue to trust science as Canadians work to get through this. That's what people expect. I know people are tired. But we've seen it through the various waves, and they're receding over the past months. These pandemic restrictions are not forever. But we have to make sure that our shared values and the idea of Canadians being there for each other, supporting one another, respecting each other, that has to be here to stay. And that's what we are all continuing to stand for, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for participating and being part of this debate. I look at our country, Mr. Speaker, and I've never seen it as divided as it is now under this Prime Minister, whether it's regional lines, whether it's ethnic lines, whether it's people's healthcare choices. This country is more divided than ever, and the Prime Minister talks about things like respecting each other, and we are not fighting against each other, we are fighting a virus. And I have two very simple questions for him. When he decided to introduce the vaccine mandate, he believed it was the right thing to do. Does he regret calling people names who didn't take the vaccine? Does he regret calling people misogynist and racist and just escalating and poking sticks at them and being so divisive to individual Canadians that he might not disagree with, that he might have thought were wrong? Does he regret that? And will he agree to meet with the leaders here, the other opposition leaders and myself, so that we can talk about a solution in the way that he's described? Mr. Speaker, we are in uncharted territory. We are at a crisis point, not only with what's going on out the doors and across the country, but the country overall. And so much of it is because of the things that he has said and done. Does he regret his words, and will he work with us so that we can find some resolution? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think people watching expect me to disagree with the Leader of the official opposition. I just didn't think it would be about something so fundamental. She is telling people tonight that Canada has never been so divided, never been so angry, one region against another. And I disagree. What we have seen over these past 2 years has been Canadians stepping up for each other in extraordinary ways. Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates of our peer countries around the world. Why? And it's not because Canadians love getting needles. It's because Canadians trust science. Canadians trust each other to do the right things. It's in our national psyche of being able to be there for our neighbors, being able to push a car out of a snowbank for a perfect stranger, leaning on each other. These are the things that define Canadians. And what we saw through these past 2 years is people stepping up for our frontline health workers, stepping up for our grocery store clerks, leaning on each other, supporting our seniors, supporting our young people getting there, stepping up to do what they could around the house to help out while they're all locked down. This is a story of a country that got through this pandemic by being united, and a few people shouting and waving swastikas does not define who Canadians are.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis
Matapédia. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le Premier ministre pour sa présence ici ce soir. C'est apprécié. Honnêtement, on avait hâte de le voir. On se demandait où il était. Je comprends qu'il a été affecté par la COVID-19, donc je suis contente de le voir en forme. Mais quand même, quand il y a une crise, on s'attend à ce qu'un leader soit présent et qu'il envoie un message clair et fort. Et malheureusement, ce n'est pas ce qui a été fait dans les derniers jours. Et en ne le faisant pas, le message qu'on envoie aux manifestants, c'est correct. Vous pouvez rester là aussi longtemps que vous voulez parce qu'on dit rien et on ne dit pas qu'il va y avoir des conséquences. Alors, est-ce qu'il ne pense pas que ce soir aurait été l'occasion idéale pour envoyer un vrai message clair et fort aux manifestants pour la suite des choses? Parce qu'on s'entend tous pour dire que manifester, c'est légitime, mais la façon dont cette manifestation-là a pris une ampleur pas possible, mais c'est plus légitime. Alors, quel message
Très honorable Premier ministre.
Je remercie l'honorable député pour sa présence et pour sa question ce soir. La réalité, c'est que nous avons été clairs depuis les débuts de cette manifestation que c'est tout à fait légitime de manifester, mais ce n'est pas légitime d'essayer d'harceler, de bloquer notre Parlement, notre démocratie, de déranger à un tel point les citoyens d'une communauté. Et nous avons été très clairs aussi depuis le début que nous sommes là pour travailler et appuyer la police d'Ottawa, la ville d'Ottawa qui fait son travail, la province si c'est nécessaire. Nous sommes là avec des ressources pour permettre à cet enjeu de terminer. Mais nous allons rester ancrés dans la démocratie qui a élu ce gouvernement pour garder les Canadiens en sécurité. C'est le message que je passe depuis le début. C'est le message que nous continuerons à passer.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Oui, rappel au règlement, l'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Monsieur le Président, on sait très bien que dans des débats comme ça, il y a une division entre les partis. Chaque parti a sa chance de poser des questions. Et je sais que le député de Burnaby Sud attend justement à poser une question au Premier ministre.
Les règlements sont les règlements. Il y en a seulement temps. Il n'y a pas grand-chose qu'on peut faire. Je pense que si l'honorable député veut changer les règlements, c'est quelque chose qui devrait peut-être se prononcer quand ils font des changements ou veulent faire des changements dans la Chambre. Alors, je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter. L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby, très brièvement, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mais je propose, parce qu'on est tous ici ensemble, réunis, et c'est adopté à l'unanimité qu'on accorde 2 minutes pour une question du député de Burnaby Sud.
Je voulais confirmer dans la motion qui a été acceptée tantôt, il n'y a pas de place pour proposer de nouvelles motions ou des nouveaux changements. Je m'excuse, mais c'est la loi ou le règlement que la Chambre a passé. Il faut que je reste en dedans de ces paramètres. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to be speaking to this pressing issue that has really got Canadians glued to their televisions. That the convoy has been really all over Ottawa and across every major city in Canada, and we've even seen it spread to other countries around the world. So I'm very, very glad that after 2 long years of division on COVID, that we're finally beginning to debate this important matter in this historic House of Democracy. I did want to begin my remarks by, actually I forgot to say this right off the bat, but I'll be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-l'Érable. So I did want to begin my speech a little bit about talking about what kind of politician I think you have to be to make a difference in this place. And I think every MP in this House has a bit of a different style. And when I first came here, I really, for me, I wanted to be a bridge builder. And that really came from where I grew up and where I went to university. I grew up in a small farming community in rural Manitoba to 4 generations of Canadian farmers, so I had very entrenched rural prairie upbringing and values. And then I went to university at McGill University in Montreal, a very prestigious, elite, liberal sort of university, and I met kids from all over the world with all different political views and worldviews, and really got an incredible experience learning about how other people think about the world. And I did find that often while parties will disagree and someone will say, I'm a staunch liberal, I'm a staunch conservative, or I'm a staunch NDP, there's actually a lot more that we have in common. And something that I found that all parties, I believe at their core have in common is that they do believe that all Canadians and all people of this world deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. And so that's how I approach these divisive issues that we as MPs encounter all the time, and they're never difficult, or they're never easy to talk about. They're very difficult issues. And I look to try to build a bridge so that we can come together as Canadians and agree on a peaceful path forward. And that's how I've been trying to look at the very divisive situation in Ottawa right now. And what I'd really like to see is a Prime Minister who calls for national unity. Last week I spoke in the House about a lot of the division that we're seeing in the country between East versus West, rural versus urban, and particularly now during the pandemic. And we have heard so much trauma from our constituents. If there's any member in this House that does not believe Canadians have been through trauma these past 2 years, they clearly have not been doing their job and listening to their constituents, Mr. Speaker. It has been horrific, the things that I've heard. We hear young children who are so depressed they don't want to eat. Eating disorders are through the roof. We've heard seniors and elderly in our care homes who've opted for medical assistance in dying rather than live one more month through isolation in care homes. I have had widowed elderly women call and cry to me on the phone of how lonely they are and they don't want to go on. I've had grown men who've called me crying because their businesses are falling apart. We know divorces, abuse at home, alcohol dependency, drug dependency, all of these terrible things are up in our country because people are just trying to cope and are breaking down. So from that perspective, I don't really see what's going on across the country as all that surprising. To me, it seems like an eruption of something that's been simmering of pain and trauma and frustration for 2 long years. And governments have not been listening to that pain and trauma, despite having rapid tests, vaccines, and all different types of tools and scientific knowledge. Governments have repeatedly relied on harsh lockdown measures and divisive mandates to control this virus. Meanwhile, we are seeing a Prime Minister who today got up in the House and again othered Canadians who don't agree with him. This is a man for 6 years said diversity is our strength, but if anybody doesn't agree with everything he says, you're in the bad books and you don't get a chance to be heard. You don't have a right to be heard. And again, last week I brought to the floor of the House of Commons remarks he had said during that $600 million unnecessary election. He said so many times before he called that election, vaccines for all those who want them, vaccines for all those who want them. It's a choice. He said that repeatedly, must have said it 1,000 times. And then within days of calling that election, he was yelling into a microphone at a Liberal rally that you have the right not to get vaccinated, but you don't have the right to sit next to someone who is. So to me, that doesn't really seem like someone. What did he say in his remarks today? He said, this is not a fight against one another, it's a fight against the virus. Those remarks, Mr. Speaker, suggest very different. Very different. So when it comes to an election and scoring political points and winning votes, the Prime Minister is very happy to divide Canadians and pit them against each other for their different personal health views. I, for one, am sick and tired of seeing politicians use this as an evil wedge tool to rip Canadian families apart. I can't tell you how much anger and tears I saw in the last election. That was 6 months ago. And now it's even worse. Neighbors won't talk to each other. I mean, Christmas family dinners. I mean, even if there wasn't lockdowns during Christmas, it's almost a nightmare to get families in the same room now. If there's one person who doesn't share their views, I mean, it's a nightmare. Colleagues at work. Again, last week I shared the story of a social worker, a young mom I met during the pandemic on her front step. She was sharing with me a story that she got Hero of the Year award last year. And this year, she had gone above and beyond to help people during a pandemic. Before there was vaccine, she stepped up, hero of the year at her job. And now she said no one would talk to her and she was going to get fired because of one personal health choice that she made. As much as others tried, there was no convincing this woman otherwise. And I don't know how public health officials and public officials get behind policies that do that to Canadians. We are one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. And this government continues to use that as a bludgeon to get people to submit to their policies. I've never thought that entering politics 2.5 years ago at a federal level, we would see a government that was so keen to divide Canadians on something so deeply personal. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, I denounce any hateful and violent act outside. Whoever is up to no good, who's ever up to that kind of mischief and that kind of hateful rhetoric and those actions, shame on you. But what I'm seeing across the country is people mobilizing because their governments have not listened to them for 2 years. They've been experiencing trauma for 2 years, and no one is listening to them. And so what choice do they have left? These people have all emailed their MPs. They've called them. They've been turned down by their MPs. I'm sure there's members of the public from Papineau, from the Prime Minister's riding, who've reached out, who have a different perspective on this, who've been traumatized and fired from their jobs for a personal health choice. There are millions of Canadians, millions of them, that have been deeply ostracized from society. And when you don't listen to those people, they mobilize. And we've seen protests across this country for over a century. And rightfully so, we have the right to peacefully protest. And I would ask the protesters outside that they do their best and stay vigilant to stay peaceful. But we are seeing other governments around the world step up with lower vaccination rates and say, look, we hear you, you've been traumatized, we're moving forward. Here's the deadline. This is the plan. No more mandates, no more masks, no more distancing. You can travel, you can live your life, you can hug each other again. Here's the date. This is the plan. Here's the thresholds. None of that in Canada. Absolutely none of that from the Prime Minister. People have been traumatized and they're mobilizing because they need some hope. They need somebody in this house of privilege to come down from our ivory towers and say, okay, little people, we hear you. So sorry we've traumatized you for 2 years. We're going to step up and we're going to give you some hope. Here's a deadline. The member opposite is laughing. The people in this house are incredibly privileged. That member has kept his job. Thousands of Canadians have lost their job. And he's laughing about his own privilege. What has he done to serve members that are marginalized during this pandemic in his community, Mr. Speaker, but laugh at them in this House of Commons? Shame on that member. I would ask this government to do everything they can. I asked them this 2 years ago in the House. Go to other countries, see what they're doing. What are the best practices? How is it that other highly advanced, developed nations like the UK, Ireland, the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Switzerland, the United States, how is it that they have all the same tools we have, they have all the economic resources we have, their citizens have done all the work and made all the sacrifices? Why is it that those citizens get a plan for hope of when we get back to normal, when we get our lives back, when the people outside, you think they want to be here, Mr. Speaker? Those people don't want to be here. They want to be working, but that right was taken away from them. When is there going to be a plan from this Prime Minister? When is there going to be compassionate leadership to say, this is it, you've done the work, here's the tools, we're moving forward? Our public health doctors have told us as well, it's time to move forward, it's time to revisit these harsh mandates and divisive policies. Mr. Speaker, I will just end on this, and I'm very passionate about this. I think we all are from our different perspectives, but I will say I will continue to be a bridge builder, to reach out, to try to understand where others are coming from, and it would just be incredible if we could see members of the Liberal Party of the Prime Minister do the same. Time to build a bridge, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to first thank the member from Burnaby South for instigating this debate tonight and for his remarks. Now, the member from Kildonan and St. Paul knows that the interim Conservative leader, the member from Portage Lisgar, encouraged her party to not discourage protesters to leave, but rather encourage them to stay and make the occupation the Prime Minister's problem. Shortly afterward, when confronted with the horrific and violent deeds of the occupiers, their interim leader recycled Donald Trump's hateful and disgusting tourne de phrase, "There were good people on both sides." And even tonight, in this very House, in this very debate, that same interim leader tried to stoke the fires of division when asking, again she did this, when asking the Prime Minister questions. Perhaps the next thing the interim leader will say is she'll tell the occupiers to stand back and stand down. So, Mr. Speaker, the behavior by some of the members on the side of the House of the member for Kildonan and St. Paul's has been repugnant as the behavior of those out in the streets. So I'd like to ask the member how in the world she believes the actions of her leader and her colleagues will help to end this unthinkable and un-Canadian disaster unfolding outside of these very doors.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member who laughed when I said that members of Parliament in this House have extraordinary privilege and we've been able to keep our jobs. Actually, I've never seen that member before, so it's great to see him participating. What I would say is I'm very proud of our leader for stepping forward today and putting forward a call to action to the Prime Minister. She asked him today, will he meet with members of the other parties? Will they get together, sit at a table and say, look, like this is unprecedented. This is an unprecedented demonstration in Canadian history. It's time that you get together, put partisanship aside, and work together to see how we're going to have a peaceful resolution to this. As the critic for public safety, the Shadow Minister for Public Safety for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I am growing increasingly concerned that without a peaceful resolution and compassionate leadership from this Prime Minister and that Member of Parliament, that we are going to see this escalate. They're just stoking the fires anyway. They're just pouring diesel on it, so to speak, and raising the temperature with their mean language, their name-calling, when they should be being responsible and lowering the temperature. So that's what I'd like to see from Liberal members of Parliament and from the Prime Minister, some compassionate leadership. It's time to get together at the same table and talk about solutions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. You know, as I walk through this occupation, I often reflect as the veteran spokesperson for the NDP on the people who fought for us, who fought for other countries to stand up and speak out against any kind of oppression, the people who fought for the freedom to have a protest in this country. And I know that I just read an article today that spoke about a veteran who was so upset to see people parking on the tomb of the unknown soldier that he went there to take pictures of those license plates so that he would make sure that they were removed and that those people would be held accountable. And right now in our nation's capital, both that monument and the Aboriginal monument are surrounded by fences to protect those monuments for the very people who fought for us to have the privilege to stand in this House. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about where the line is to stand up against people who are causing concerning violence and doing things that we should all be appalled by. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite's question. I think it's incumbent upon all members of Parliament to stand up against violence and bullying and divisive rhetoric. And I've seen that repeatedly. I have done that repeatedly, particularly when, again, we see a Prime Minister of this country who for over a year and a half said that vaccines for all those who want them, vaccines for all those who want them, and then within days of calling a $600 million unnecessary election that further divided, wounded, traumatized Canadians, within days from saying, vaccine's a choice, he said, you have the right not to get vaccinated, but you have no right to sit next to someone who is. That's the kind of dehumanizing language that incites people and gets their temperature up and gets them mobilizing. That is the type of language that is irresponsible that we need to bring down. That is not a Prime Minister that Prime Minister should not be saying things like that. And what I would say to the NDP is I'm from rural Manitoba. We used to vote NDP for decades. And you want to know why? Because it was because the NDP stood up for the marginalized, people who didn't have a voice in this privileged House of Commons. Where has their voice been from the thousands of workers who've lost their jobs? Where's their voice for the social worker who was too afraid to get a vaccine and lost her job? Where is their advocacy for them? I don't know, haven't seen it.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, Je tiens à féliciter ma collègue pour son excellent discours. Monsieur le Président, ce soir, je me serais attendu pour la première sortie publique officielle du Premier ministre depuis le début de cette manifestation qui se déroule présentement devant la colline parlementaire. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre annonce quelque chose. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise quel geste il va faire pour faire en sorte qu'on puisse trouver une solution pacifique à cette situation qui perdure depuis déjà trop longtemps, qui est là depuis trop longtemps pour les gens de la région d'Ottawa, qui est là depuis trop longtemps pour l'ensemble des Canadiens. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise c'est quoi son plan, Monsieur le Président. Je pensais qu'en sortant de sa cachette, le Premier ministre allait dire aux Canadiens « Voici les étapes à venir pour faire face à la pandémie. Voici comment nous allons sûrement, lentement, mais objectivement relever les mesures sanitaires auxquelles on a opposé les Canadiens depuis maintenant 2 ans, Monsieur le Président, et pas pour l'ensemble des Canadiens. Je pense juste dans son domaine de lui, dans son domaine fédéral, juste pour lui, juste sous sa responsabilité. Je lui demandais même pas d'aller plus loin. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise voici, il y a 86 des Canadiens qui sont vaccinés. Il y a 80 des Canadiens qui ont reçu une dose. Les Canadiens reçoivent présentement une 3e dose, ceux qui en ont besoin, les personnes les plus vulnérables. Donc, avec cette situation qui est très enviable partout dans le monde, Monsieur le Président, je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise, écoutez, voici maintenant ce que l'on va faire dans les prochaines semaines, dans les prochains mois, pour qu'on puisse enfin revenir à une vie normale. Les provinces l'ont fait. Les provinces sont en train de le faire, Monsieur le Président. Les autres pays sont en train de le faire. On annonce le relâchement des mesures, Monsieur le Président. Pourquoi? Mais parce que la maladie face à laquelle on est actuellement n'est pas du tout la même que celle qu'on a connue au tout début. Et surtout, les outils qu'on a actuellement sont nettement mieux que ce qu'on avait au début de la pandémie, Monsieur le Président. Parce qu'au début de la pandémie, on ne savait pas c'était quoi le virus, on n'avait pas de vaccin, on ne faisait pas de dépistage. La seule option qu'on avait, c'était de fermer pendant qu'on attendait que les scientifiques nous disent voici ce que l'on peut faire. Et on l'a fait. Les Canadiens l'ont fait, puis on était fiers d'appuyer les mesures pour faire en sorte que les Canadiens puissent rester chez eux, Monsieur le Président. 2 ans plus tard, 86 de vaccination. C'est ce qu'on nous a demandé. On nous a demandé, faites-vous vacciner? On l'a fait, Monsieur le Président. 2 ans plus tard, on est vacciné. Et le Premier ministre, qui doit être le seul premier ministre à dire ça dans tout le pays, Monsieur le Président, nous dit « Continuez à vous faire vacciner. J'ai pas de plan pour relever les mesures sanitaires. » Je dis une chose. Oui, continuez à vous faire vacciner. On est pour la vaccination depuis le tout début, Monsieur le Président. Les conservateurs ont été les premiers à se lever dans cette Chambre pour exiger du gouvernement qu'il conclue des ententes avec les compagnies pharmaceutiques pour qu'on ait suffisamment de vaccins pour tout le monde, Monsieur le Président. Je m'en rappelle très bien, j'étais là. Ils ont été très lents à agir, Monsieur le Président. Ils avaient été lents à fermer les frontières aussi. Ils avaient été lents aussi à reconnaître qu'il y avait une pandémie, Monsieur le Président. Il avait été... il avait été vite à fermer le groupe tactique d'information sur les maladies, Monsieur le Président. Ça, il avait fait ça vite. On dirait que ce gouvernement-là, depuis le début, est toujours un pas en retard. Mais là, malheureusement, les Canadiens ont besoin d'entendre quelque chose, un message plus positif, Monsieur le Président. Comment est-ce que ce premier ministre entrevoit la sortie de la crise, Monsieur le Président? C'est ça la question qu'on veut savoir. C'est ça qu'on aurait aimé entendre du premier ministre ce soir. C'est ça que j'aimerais entendre de mes collègues libéraux, au lieu de les entendre répéter sur tous les médias, un peu partout, toutes sortes de faussetés sur la position des gens de ce côté-ci de la Chambre, Monsieur le Président. C'est ça la réalité. Eux, c'est facile. Ils ne prennent pas leurs responsabilités. Ils restent cachés pendant tout ce temps-là. Ils attendent que peut-être que quelqu'un d'autre règle la situation, Monsieur le Président. Et pendant ce temps-là, il n'y a rien qui se règle.
But nothing happens,
Moi,
Mr.
j'ai vu le maire d'Ottawa
I saw the mayor of Ottawa
crier à l'aide, Monsieur le Président, demander que quelqu'un intervienne. J'ai vu les corps policiers demander de l'aide, faire en sorte que quelqu'un se lève quelque part pour qu'on puisse mettre fin à cette situation-là. On est désespérément en manque de leadership, Monsieur le Président. Parce que même Watson ne peut pas changer les choses qui arrivent un peu partout au Canada. Le maire Watson s'occupe tant qu'il peut de sa municipalité, puis il a les bras débordés. Il appelle à l'aide le premier ministre. Le premier ministre, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il ne fait rien. Il dit rien. Il annonce rien. Il reste assis, caché à quelque part, puis il sort pour faire un discours ce soir qui dit absolument rien. C'est ça la réalité, Monsieur le Président, et c'est ça que les Canadiens en ont assez. La maladie, au début, là, on connaissait quelqu'un qui connaissait quelqu'un qui avait eu la COVID. C'était loin de nous autres, mais on avait peur parce qu'on ne la connaissait pas. Aujourd'hui, j'ai eu la COVID pendant le temps des fêtes. Mes enfants ont eu la COVID. Ma femme a eu la COVID. Mon voisin a eu la COVID. Mais on applique encore les mêmes normes, les mêmes règles qu'au tout début, Monsieur le Président. Même pire, on veut élargir ces règles-là pour les camionneurs, pour le transport interfrontalier entre les provinces, Monsieur le Président. Si c'est pas ça, jeter de l'huile sur le feu, je n'ai pas d'autres qualificatifs pour décrire la manière dont ce gouvernement-là agit actuellement. Monsieur le Président, la chef des conservateurs, aujourd'hui, a demandé au premier ministre de s'engager dans un processus qui peut peut-être mener à une résolution pacifique de ce conflit-là. Comment? Elle a écrit au premier ministre, avec une lettre qui a été mise en copie au chef des deux autres oppositions. L'opposition officielle, c'est nous, deux autres oppositions, plus le premier ministre. Ce qu'elle demande, c'est que ces 4 personnes-là se rencontrent pour être capables de discuter, pour trouver des solutions afin d'apaiser les manifestations, calmer la situation et trouver des solutions qui permettront aux citoyens d'Ottawa de reprendre leur vie et leurs activités normales. Je viens de citer la lettre, Monsieur le Président. Oui, mais oui. Ceux qui écoutent, là, ça vient de la chef conservatrice. Cette proposition-là qui a été transmise aujourd'hui au chef de parti. Si vous me permettez, je vais continuer. Les Canadiens veulent que cette impasse soit réglée de façon pacifique et ils en ont besoin. Oui, parce que l'écœurantite aiguë, je la sens chez nous, je la sens partout. Les gens sont tannés, sont épuisés, sont plus capables. Ce qu'ils ont besoin d'entendre, c'est un vrai leader se lever puis leur donner l'espoir puis un plan de savoir comment ils vont enfin peut-être... je ne dirais pas voir la lumière au bout du tunnel parce que ça n'a pas très bien fonctionné avec le premier ministre du Québec, François Legault, de dire ça. Mais comment ils vont voir une sortie de crise, Monsieur le Président? Je sais, il est temps de dépolitiser la réponse à la pandémie. Les Canadiens partout au pays se rassemblent, font des sacrifices et prennent les mesures nécessaires pour assurer la sécurité de leur famille et de leur communauté. Ils ont même été encouragés d'entendre la Dr Tam dire que nous devons trouver une manière plus durable de composer avec la pandémie. Elle a aussi recommandé que toutes les politiques de santé publique existantes soient réexaminées avec les provinces et les territoires pour que nous puissions retourner à une certaine normalité. C'est le Dr Tam qui commence à dire qu'on doit prévoir un plan de retour à la normale et qu'on doit commencer à conjuguer avec le variant, avec le virus, avec la COVID, Monsieur le Président. Parce que la santé des Canadiens, c'est la santé physique, mais c'est aussi la santé mentale. Puis à un moment donné, il faut commencer à balancer les deux. Je pense qu'on en est là aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, la chef dit une chose qui est très importante. Les chefs des partis fédéraux ont la responsabilité d'aider notre pays, nos citoyens mécontents. J'espère sincèrement que nous pourrons faire preuve de leadership en nous réunissant afin de discuter des solutions et utiliser des données scientifiques plutôt que la politique inciterait aux mesures sanitaires obligatoires. Monsieur le Président, l'appel est lancé. L'appel est lancé aux libéraux. L'appel est lancé au Bloc québécois, au NPD. On espère que les chefs de parti vont se rencontrer pour discuter, pour trouver une sortie
to discuss how we're going to emerge from this crisis. We need a peaceful solution to the protests here in Ottawa, but they're also happening in Quebec City, Toronto, in fact, all across the country.
Il y a possibilité de s'entendre, il y a possibilité de parler ensemble, et surtout, il y a possibilité de donner de l'espoir aux Canadiens. Faisons-le en demandant aux 4 chefs de parti de se réunir et d'essayer de travailler ensemble à trouver une solution. Merci, M. le Président.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So let me get this straight, Mr. Speaker. Days ago, an email is leaked that the leader of the official opposition actually stated that they should not ask the protesters to leave and instead make this the Prime Minister's problem. But now we're led to believe by this member that the leader of the opposition is suddenly the one that's bringing everybody together to come up with a solution. Is that what this member is trying to say?
L'honorable député de
Mégantic-Clairette.
I'm not trying. I'm saying it. Yeah. She is trying to do something good for Canadians, and I will support her 100% with that. And it's totally true, Mr. Speaker. It's totally true that it is on the Prime Minister's responsibility what we are facing right now. I stand with that because he was hiding for more than a week, Mr. Speaker, instead of addressing this urgent and very, very disastrous matters.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Depuis le début de ce débat d'urgence jusqu'à présent, on a entendu beaucoup de députés conservateurs prendre la parole et dénoncer avec raison le manque de proactivité du gouvernement. Puis ça, je pense qu'on en est aussi. Mais d'un autre côté, il y a quelque chose qui me semblait pas clair. C'était quelle était vraiment la position des conservateurs? Où est-ce qu'ils sont exactement dans tout ça? Parce que, vous savez, moi, ma copine travaille dans le milieu de la santé, est infirmière. Elle appelle tous les jours des gens qui ont attrapé la COVID pour leur dire qu'est-ce qu'il faut qu'ils fassent pour éviter de contaminer d'autres personnes. Et ça la frustre de voir en fait que la situation est encore là-dedans, puis elle a crainte de voir que, évidemment, que le système de santé pourrait être dans une situation encore pire qu'il est en ce moment. Mais par rapport à ça, en même temps, on voit les conservateurs qui semblent, d'une certaine manière, vouloir faire du millage politique avec la fatigue liée aux mesures sanitaires. Puis j'aimerais comprendre vraiment c'est quoi le message des conservateurs aux gens qui sont dehors, aux gens qui manifestent en ce moment. Est-ce qu'ils leur disent de rester? Est-ce qu'ils leur disent de retourner chez eux? Est-ce qu'ils leur disent de respecter les mesures sanitaires? J'aimerais comprendre comment est-ce qu'eux autres, ils veulent sortir de la pandémie. Puis c'est quoi leur message aux manifestants?
Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the official opposition, and last Friday, I asked a question very clearly in this House. I said that it was time that this demonstration come to an end, and that it was also time to bring an end to the restrictions which have caused this protest, and we got no response from the government on that, Mr. Speaker, and that's the problem. We are, the government is trying to
de celui qui en est à l'origine, Monsieur le Président, parce qu'il a choisi de diviser les Canadiens, il a choisi de déclencher une élection après avoir imposé la vaccination obligatoire, Monsieur le Président. C'est ça la réalité, Monsieur le Président. Celui qui fait de la politique avec la COVID, c'est celui qui se cache depuis 10 jours, Monsieur le Président.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours et je suis d'accord sur un point avec lui, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une responsabilité du gouvernement libéral et qu'il y a un manque de leadership en ce moment, ce qui fait en sorte que cette manifestation, cette occupation d'Ottawa, ce siège, malheureusement, se poursuit depuis 10 jours. Mais j'aimerais souligner aussi la cacophonie intense du Parti conservateur en ce moment. Ce convoi-là annonçait dès le départ qu'il voulait renverser un gouvernement élu démocratiquement, le remplacer par une espèce de comité avec le Sénat et le gouverneur général. C'est une position férocement antidémocratique qui a été appuyée par la chef du Parti conservateur et par le député de Carleton. Ce sont des faits
Suite au fait qu'ils sont aussi rentrés dans le centre-ville et qu'ils ont intimidé, harcelé, craché sur les gens.
As soon as it arrived in Ottawa, it started harassing people, it started spitting people, and several members of the Conservative Party went out and got their pictures taken with these people who are holding the city hostage. What is the current Conservative Party position? The honourable member for Mégantic Éclairable in 30 seconds or less. Well, I will try to limit myself to 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker, so I'll focus on one very key point. The demonstrations, they're hateful and racist. We condemn those. We denounce those in the strongest possible terms, and we should never see these sorts of things happen in any democracy and in any protest in this democracy. However, in Canada, the right to protest is very clear, and I've seen my colleague protest in Montreal in all kinds of protests for all kinds of causes, and sometimes those protests led to chaos, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't mean that the cause at the basis was not a good cause. It's just that there are some people who took over that cause. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is we need to denounce the racist and hateful acts, but we need to allow people to speak out, because for 2 years now, people have felt a need to speak out, and they need to be able to speak out. And if it's not on the Hill, it's not just on the Hill, it's across the country. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Levitis Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be here this evening. And I'd like to say at the beginning that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saint-Jean. I'd also like to thank the NDP for having called for this emergency debate. I think, as I said earlier, it's really time that we discuss the elephant in the room, and the elephant in the room is this occupation of Ottawa. And it's incredible that since the beginning of this protest, we've seen protesters continue to protest and the parliamentarians continue to sit. It's like two solitudes, and nobody's speaking, and in particular the government is not speaking to the protesters. So we're at a bit of a dead end. So this protest against mandatory vaccines for truckers who need to cross the Canadian-American border has gotten quite out of hand. We're no longer talking about a minority of truckers, and as we all know, 90% of truckers are vaccinated, so it's a small minority who are here with their points against these measures, but there are other points that are being brought up. There are people who are protesting against the measures put in place by the Legault government or by the Trudeau government, or rather by this government. So things have gotten out of hand. There are people who are saying dangerous things. There are people who are intimidating journalists and the people of Ottawa. There are people who are blocking the roads, who are not acting in a respectful way. We know that protesting is legitimate and it's legal to do so, but the way they're doing it is not the case. And this occupation has become illegal. You don't have the right to park your car in the middle of the street endlessly and think there'll be no consequences. This movement's been taken over by conspiracy theorists, people from the far right, and many others. And if we go back to January 29th, Mr. Speaker, the protesters met in Ottawa and paralyzed the downtown of Ottawa on Wellington Street. A number of incidents took place. There was a protester who was carrying a swastika. There were others carrying Confederate flags. A number of protesters parked on the tomb of the unknown soldier. Others urinated on that. Other protesters put their message on the Terry Fox statue and other statues. Protesters also went and took food from the homeless in soup kitchens. And then there's the noise, which is added to the blockade on the roads, and that's causing problems for the people of Ottawa. There are people in Ottawa who have organized counter-protests. There are businesses who have lost a lot of income with this occupation of the downtown. A number of people haven't been able to get to medical appointments because of traffic. That was the case for a little 4-year-old boy from Gatineau who wasn't able to get cancer treatments. He wasn't able to get to his treatment because of the blockade in downtown Ottawa. There are ambulance drivers and paramedics who have had rocks and insults thrown at them, racist insults. There are people who have built things downtown. There's quite a supply supply chain for gas, among other things. So this has really gotten quite out of hand, and we can understand that people are sick of it. The pandemic and health measures, we're all in the same boat. We're all tired of it. But even if I don't agree with the claims of the protesters, I have to say that the protesters who protested in Quebec City did better than the ones in Ottawa. I think that what made the difference here was that the government was better prepared in Quebec City than in Ottawa. The federal government knew that when these measures at the borders went into place, things might go badly, and they should have prepared. When we saw the thousands of protesters who were physically and financially preparing for this and started heading toward our capital right in front of Parliament, you would have thought that the federal government might have felt more of a need to act. And it was written in the newspaper Le Soleil today, Ottawa has failed and Quebec did its job, Quebec City. If you want to manage a crisis, you need to have two measures in place, preparation and leadership. In this crisis, Ottawa has failed while Quebec City was able to succeed. And since the beginning, when we've asked the Minister of Public Safety about this, he said, well, it's not his job to tell the Ottawa Police Service what to do. And we know that that's not his role, but he could show leadership and collaborate with the police forces and establish a plan at the very least. In a time of crisis, a true leader goes out on the ground and takes control of the situation. And in this case, we haven't seen the Prime Minister at all. And we know that the Prime Minister had to isolate because of COVID-19, but clearly his health allowed him to participate in a number of virtual activities. He was able to participate in question period. He was able to hold press conferences from his residence. And the only statement that he made was to say to the protesters, well, stop complaining. And telling people who don't want to get vaccinated to go get vaccinated, well, that's not very productive. The federal government looked weak faced with these protesters, and that's certainly stimulated their enthusiasm to continue their civic disobedience in the name of their freedom and to the detriment of the freedom of the people of Ottawa. And I'll come back to the comparison with what happened in Quebec City over the weekend with protests. There was leadership there. The government of Quebec said upstream clearly that they wouldn't tolerate anything getting out of hand. The mayor and the police force mobilized to make sure that everything would take place calmly and respectfully, and that's what happened. They didn't let the protesters set up camp. By Sunday night, they were all gone, all the protesters. But here in Ottawa, the protesters are still here, and they're planning to stay. Why? Well, because nobody is dissuading. Nobody of them is encouraging them to leave. It should be the role of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to send a clear message that the federal government won't tolerate this and that they'll give all the necessary support to the City of Ottawa and to the Police Service of Ottawa, that they'll make sure that they are in constant communication with the Government of Ontario, with the Ontario Provincial Police, and with the RCMP. Last week, we proposed that a crisis group be created, that the government take leadership, that they give updates to the people, that they start a dialogue, that they do something. But the Minister of Public Safety clearly said in the House on Friday, when answering a question from the leader of the Bloc Québécois, that the federal government has never attempted to speak to any of the leaders of this these protests. They've given that responsibility to the police service, but the people, the protesters are here to speak to the federal government. We should never have let the protesters set up camp. But now that they're there, what are we going to do? Well, clearly, the City of Ottawa is out of resources. The people of Ottawa are sick and tired of police officers, too. The City of Ottawa has asked for more support from the different levels of government, including the federal government, because the municipality feels powerless, given that the protesters are here to meet with the federal government. So they're calling for help. And today, Ottawa City Hall all voted on a measure to ask for help from the federal and provincial government. So the message is very clear, and we've been saying it since the beginning of this siege of Ottawa, that the City of Ottawa and their police office saying they need more help. What is it going to take for the federal government to help? The minister has sent RCMP members, another 275 officers, and that's good, and we're happy about that. But he continues to say that the ball is in the city's court. And yes, the city does have some responsibility to take, and they're not taking it. But here this evening, we've heard Liberals speak, including the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, and they took advantage of their time to criticize the abusive actions that we've seen, as we've all done, and we've all denounced these actions. But what we would have liked to have heard from the government tonight was, what's the plan? The government's going to send more money to the RCMP. Great. What else? We haven't heard anything else. What is the mandate of those officers? The RCMP is to continue to ensure the safety of people. Is it to increase surveillance, or is it to end what's happening in the city of Ottawa, to end this siege? So this is a missed opportunity for the federal government and for the Prime Minister to send a clear message to the people of Ottawa and to the protesters, and to show that they're in control and that they won't let things degenerate. We've seen abusive actions, and we don't want to see any more, but we don't know what's going to happen next. So it's unfortunate with what we've seen tonight, and I'm sure that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to receive a whole pile of hateful messages this evening based on what I've said, because I've taken a stand against this protest, and it's unfortunate to see our society divided this way, but I'm doing my job in this, Mr. Speaker, and it's time the federal government did its job. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention today and her comments. The first request that's being made, the primary request that's being made by the leaders of this convoy, is that the Governor General dissolve this Parliament and appoint the Senate and the Governor General to form a quote Citizens of Canada Committee. Does this to this member seem like a group that can enter into negotiations with effectively?
The honourable member for Avignon-Limitis, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would correct him. The first demand, the initial demand made by these protesters was based on the rules put in place by the federal government to ensure that truckers are vaccinated when they cross the Canada-U.S. border. And so that was the initial demand. I didn't see the federal government have a dialogue on that or attempt to send a message to the protesters. And yes, things have degenerated since then. And as I've said, there are some ridiculous demands, but some are more legitimate. We know that people are fed up, and that's what people are trying to tell us. But to not say anything to them, I don't think that's going to improve the situation. And I don't think that by saying, well, stop complaining and go get vaccinated is going to make the truckers get into their cabs tomorrow and drive off.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and her sincere desire to find a solution and work together. And I was upset with the Liberals' lines of questioning to be adversarial. Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister, instead of coming out, as the member said, to end the vaccine mandates, he was name-calling, he was demonizing, dehumanizing these Canadians, and he has infringed on their charter rights and freedoms. And in order to continue that, he needs to show that it's demonstrably justified. And Mr. Speaker, we're seeing today the CDC recognizes natural immunity. The WHO scientists are recommending dropping these mobility restrictions. John Hopkins says that the restrictions and lockdowns don't work. And Dr. Fauci in The Lancet says that both vaccinated and unvaccinated Canadians people transmit the virus equally since the Delta variant. So the science says that we could come out with a plan to stop the restrictions, get back to normal. Would she support the opposition leaders and the government getting together to let these demonstrators know there is a plan, there is a solution, there is an end. Let's end this together.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lévis Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but that's what the Bloc Québécois has been calling for since the beginning, that we create a crisis group for those who are directly involved in the ground, and we're open to the government discussing with the opposition parties, because we have ideas, and we're all tired of the public health measures, but the ones that my colleague is talking about right now, well, most of those were put in place by the provinces, by Quebec in particular, so it's not the federal government who can get rid of certain confinement measures, because the federal government didn't put those in place. So there are certainly discussions that can be had, and I would agree with him. Everyone wants to see what's the way out of this. Is there a plan? And we understand why it's different for the government, to not do that. We know that we can't predict the future. We know there could be a new variant, but there should be some kind of plan. And the Quebec government is doing that. They're going step by step with the deconfinement plan. So maybe we need to see a similar plan from the federal government, at least for the measures that are under their jurisdiction. That would be good for everyone.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, on tourne en rond
Mr. Speaker, we're going back and forth because on the one hand we have a government that has decided that it's not going to govern, that it's not going to take its responsibility, and now it's too late. And on the other side we have the official opposition, the Conservatives, who have suddenly abandoned their historic passion for law and order because parking a 53-foot truck in the middle of the street is illegal. Would it be possible, and I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks, that the search for short-term political gain has been making this situation worse. The honourable member for Avignon-Lévis-Matapédia in 30 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was an excellent question. And yes, unfortunately, I think that there are a lot of people and organizations who are trying to profit from this and who are trying to make political gain, who are trying to maybe get a certain base that they lost because people are fed up. But you know what? Everyone's fed up. Everyone's tired of this. But there's a certain part of the population that wants to, get that message out more than others, and I see that I'm out of time, but I hope that everyone, all elected officials, can work together in a good way so that we can get out of this crisis. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to start by saying that I'm very happy to speak to this situation in front of us tonight. Unfortunately, I'd hoped we wouldn't get to this point, but it's necessary. So I'm not going to go back on the description of what happened with, all of the unfortunate things that we've seen, which took place. My colleague outlined that very well. So I'd like to go speak to some other points, something that's maybe a little bit more, not necessarily emotional, but maybe talk to some of the missed opportunities that we've seen because this situation has got worse and worse. So all those things that we missed.
I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that despite the fact that we are in a house where there are parties who sometimes by definition should not be in agreement with the ruling party, it's part of political jousting. In the fact, however, we are most of us close to a similar position that we seem to have lost. And that's unfortunately what is going on right now. We've been polarized by the situation. What is unfortunate isn't necessarily the fact that we've lost control of the situation, as much as the fact that the situation has taken control of us. We have allowed ourselves to be polarized rather than having an intelligent discussion together on how to move forward and get out of this.
On s'est tellement polarisé, Monsieur le Président, qu'on en est même d'une certaine façon, oublié à quel point on est tous collectivement écœurés de la COVID. On a fini par faire un peu abstraction de ça. Tellement que dans les reproches qu'on a fait à ceux qui, dès le début, ont critiqué les formes les plus radicalisées de manifestations, se sont fait accuser presque de se réjouir des malheurs de certains. On les a mis, on leur dit, vous êtes contre les manifestants, c'est parce que ça veut dire que vous êtes pour la fermeture des restaurants, vous êtes pour les gens, vous êtes d'accord avec le fait que des gens perdent leur emploi alors que
jobs.
Ça, on est d'accord avec
But
ça,
no
mais
one,
c'est ce qui
no one's happy that people are losing jobs, but that's what people seem to be communicating now.
On a même fini par entendre, ben, si vous vous opposez à
Some
ce
people
que
have
des
even
gens
said, if you're
manifestent dans la rue,
against
c'est que vous
the
êtes
fact that
contre
people
la
are
liberté
protesting, you are
d'expression.
against freedom of
Et pour
expression.
avoir moi-même participé
And me,
dans ma
myself, I've
jeunesse
taken
pas si
part
lointaine à plusieurs manifestations,
in
je
a
peux vous
number of
garantir que
protests in the
c'est pas le
past.
cas
What I
pour ma
can
part.
say is that it's not the case for
Le
me.
problème, c'est que le premier ministre a raté,
The issue is that
j'ai l'impression, l'occasion
Prime Minister
justement
has missed
d'éviter
the
qu'on en
opportunity
arrive là. Il n'a pas participé comme son rôle de leader
avoid this
lui enjoint
situation.
d'être
He
une
is
source
leader,
de
and therefore
désescalade de
he has to
la
be a source
situation.
of
Et ça a
de-escalation.
commencé par le fait qu'il a traité, par exemple, certaines personnes de racistes, d'extrémistes. Il a un peu bâillonné indirectement les gens qui avaient un discours beaucoup plus tempéré et les a mis dans le même proverbial panier, ce qui a peut-être même fait que ces gens-là, avec un discours naturellement plus pondéré, n'ont peut-être pas eu l'envie de dénoncer eux-mêmes des gens avec qui ils manifestaient. Donc, on a contribué à une certaine forme de polarisation qui, ultimement, a servi absolument personne. Ça a fait que les gens se sont fermés à la possibilité de discuter. Et il y a plusieurs gens qui étaient prêts à discuter. J'ai envie de vous parler de certaines catégories. La première, c'est tous ceux qui sont nos amis, nos voisins, notre famille. Quand je dis nous, je parle de nous collectivement, les députés. Des gens qui nous ont interpellés parce que, à moins de vivre en dessous d'une roche, tout le monde voit qu'il se passe quelque chose. Et ces gens-là, nos amis, nos proches, qui nous disaient spontanément « Moi, j'ai amené ma fille voir passer les camions au-dessus du viaduc. Ça fait du bien de voir que les gens se mobilisent parce qu'on est vraiment écœurés de la COVID. » Ces gens-là, quand on prenait le temps peut-être de leur jaser, on réalisait qu'on était sur la même longueur d'onde pour certains enjeux. D'ailleurs, il y a beaucoup de gens aussi qui étaient prêts à faire entendre leur voix de façon tout à fait bon enfant. Mais on a laissé la situation traîner et c'est devenu finalement le rassemblement qu'on avait à Ottawa une forme de manifestation de notre écœurement collectif et ça a pu être récupéré par des gens mal intentionnés justement qui se sont dit on a l'appui d'à peu près 2/3 de la population parce que ça a été détourné comme message. Et quand on parle à ces gens-là, ces amis, ces voisins, ces familles-là et qu'on leur dit mais dans ce groupe-là, je parle dès le début des manifestations, il y a des gens qui faisaient du doxing, donc qui appelaient à divulguer les adresses, par exemple, des parlementaires dans le but d'inviter la population à les harceler. Mais là, ils me disent « Oh, ben non, mais ça, je suis pas d'accord. Je suis tannée du confinement, je suis tannée de plein de choses, je suis prête à en discuter, mais ça, ce n'est pas la façon de faire. » Et dès qu'on prenait le temps de parler à ces gens-là, on constatait finalement qu'on était beaucoup plus proche de ce qu'ils souhaitaient, de ce qu'ils pensaient que d'autres choses. Il y a des manifestants aussi qui sont descendus, qui ont pris leur voiture, qui sont venus se promener, avec qui il a été possible de discuter. Puis j'en prends pour exemple le fait que je l'ai fait moi-même. Au jour environ 3 de la manifestation, je devais charger ma voiture et j'attendais derrière une autre voiture qui avait un drapeau du Québec dessus, sachant que on n'est pas à la veille de la Saint-Jean-Baptiste. Je me suis dit, bon, ben, ça doit être des manifestants. Et je vais leur demander, en avez-vous pour longtemps? À défaut, je trouverai un autre endroit pour me charger. Non, on en a pour 10 minutes. Et là, ils me demandent, êtes-vous ici pour la manifestation? Et tout bonnement, je leur dis, non, moi, je suis parlementaire. Je travaille sur la colline. Ça s'est fait de façon bonne enfant aussi, parce qu'ils étaient ouverts à la discussion. On a parlé de plusieurs enjeux. Par exemple, pourquoi vous êtes ici? Pour dénoncer le fait que les camionneurs doivent avoir une vaccination obligatoire pour traverser la frontière. Êtes-vous au courant que ça marche dans l'autre sens aussi? Parce que les États-Unis ont imposé cette vaccination obligatoire-là aux camionneurs. Je ne savais pas. Mais qu'est-ce que vous pensez du fait que l'occupation qui a cours présentement fait perdre des revenus à des restaurateurs dont vous réclamez aussi en appelant à la levée des mesures sanitaires? C'est vrai, j'avais pas pensé à ça. Et on a discuté pendant finalement beaucoup plus de temps que ça a pris pour charger leur voiture parce que c'était pas mal intéressant. On est parti en se disant, bonne soirée, merci d'avoir parlé. Et malheureusement, le fait que le premier ministre a un peu coupé ces canaux de communication-là
channels of conversation and dialogue were cut by the Prime Minister. It's a missed opportunity to tell parliamentarians, talk to these people, talk to the protesters, people who perhaps have the same opinion as you do. Third group of people whose channel of communication has been severed, intelligent communication has been severed because the situation has been exacerbated. The situation has gotten so bad that we wonder if intelligent conversation is even possible. We were so polarized that we felt obliged to say either we are for or we are against. Which wasn't the case in Quebec City. There was a protest at the end of the week. Everyone found it perfectly acceptable. No one said, no one felt obliged to say, I'm for. No one felt obliged to say, I'm against, because it was done in a disciplined way. De soutenir des gestes racistes, des gestes violents, et on en est venu de l'autre côté à dire, si vous êtes contre ces manifestations, c'est que vous êtes contre la liberté d'expression, alors que c'est pas du tout ça le cœur de l'enjeu. On en est venu à tellement se concentrer sur ce qui se passe dans notre cours ici sur la colline qu'on a perdu de vue que si on avait fait par exemple le choix de lever les brevets sur les vaccins, possiblement qu'on n'en serait pas là aujourd'hui parce qu'il y aurait pas eu de mutation. On en est venu à même presque ne plus parler de tous ceux qui sont sur la première ligne dans les hôpitaux à prendre soin des malades parce que c'est ça l'enjeu. Le confinement, c'est parce qu'on n'a plus cette capacité hospitalière-là et qu'on doit réduire le plus possible le nombre de contacts pour réduire le plus possible le nombre de contaminations. Et ultimement, c'est la seule chose qui est importante. On en est venu à perdre de vue que tout ça ne serait pas arrivé si le fédéral n'avait pas désinvesti en matière de santé dans les années passées parce que le confinement, c'est la conséquence directe du financement. Donc, je trouve malheureux qu'on en soit là aujourd'hui parce qu'on a raté des belles occasions d'avoir un discours intelligent ensemble sur des façons de s'en sortir. On s'est polarisé. Et j'espère que le débat de ce soir va être dans une espèce de branche d'olivier que tous les parlementaires vont se tendre dans le but qu'on finisse par se rappeler la raison pour laquelle on est là. Et cette raison-là, c'est celle à laquelle tout le monde aspire, c'est d'en venir finalement à bout de cette pandémie-là. Find an end to this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank the member from St. Jean for her intervention today. I think that I certainly learned a lot from what she had to say. I really appreciated the personal account of the story that she shared about interacting with some of the protesters. And I think she makes a really good point, quite frankly, and I think I can learn something from it, which is the fact that there are many different people out there with many different objectives and motivations. And indeed, she's absolutely right. There are people that have come to this protest quite innocently. I've seen myself families out there walking the streets, and it's important to recognize that. So I thank her for that. I guess the problem for me is when I'm going to a drugstore like I did, and I saw somebody confront the store clerk and put a camera in their face and said, "You can't force me to wear a mask in here. I have rights." Blah 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 blah. Like, where do we draw the line? Like, how do we figure out how to appease the people who are legitimately not trying to create problem versus those that are overtly trying to do it? I'm wondering if she can share her thoughts on that.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Merci le député de Kingston and the Islands pour sa question. En fait, ce qu'il décrit comme situation, des gens qui ont posé des gestes, on en a vu depuis le début de la crise. Ils le faisaient individuellement et souvent ils étaient rabroués par les gens autour. Ils étaient dénoncés sur les médias sociaux et tout. Et là, le problème, c'est qu'on a laissé ces gens-là se mettre ensemble et s'arroger une légitimité parce qu'il y a d'autres gens plus nuancés qui sont venus se greffer autour et on a laissé cette espèce de bouillon s'envenimer.
added themselves to the soup, and it turned into something completely different. Had we rapidly taken control of the occupation, perhaps there would still be isolated acts that would be easier to denounce. Something that would have been better defined than what we see now.
And just a reminder to keep your questions short and your answers short, so we make sure we can get everybody that wants to have an opportunity. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la Petite Patrie.
Honorable member for la Petite Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie ma collègue pour son discours. Elle a amené des angles et des perspectives intéressantes. Mais je veux revenir sur ce qu'a dit plus tôt sa collègue d'Avignon, la métisse Madame Matapédia, qui disait les libéraux se cachent un peu derrière les juridictions pour expliquer leur manque de responsabilité, leur manque de leadership. Ils disent que ça se passe à Ottawa, que ça devrait être la police et le maire d'Ottawa qui gèrent ça. Ils disent qu'ils n'ont pas grand-chose à faire à ce sujet et que cela ne relève pas de leur compétence. Fin de la citation. J'aimerais savoir si elle est d'accord avec sa collègue du Bloc québécois qu'en temps de crise, les compétences sont importantes, mais ne sont pas une raison pour ne pas agir.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Elles ne deviennent pas pour autant une raison pour empiéter dans les compétences des autres. J'imagine que c'est ce que mon collègue de Rosemont la Petite Patrie espérait que je ne lui dirai certainement pas. Elle n'empêche toutefois pas la collaboration et c'est ce qu'on a souhaité depuis.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Can't believe there's nobody else that wants to ask a question. I'm going to wait 1 second here just to be sure.
The honourable member for L'Avignon Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for excellent speech.
Les deux côtés de la situation, je trouve.
The speech gave a good overview of both sides of the situation. It's unfortunate. Well, it's great because people are watching CPAC this evening. Since my speech, my Twitter has been blowing up with haters. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. People are using this situation to divide themselves and to insult people. It's deplorable. I'm getting messages. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. The honourable member for Saint-Jean, 32 seconds. It's rather short. Well, I find it deplorable, and I see that my phone is slowly blowing up, which is unfortunate because probably we wouldn't be here had the situation been taken care of and managed from the very beginning. The MNAs in Quebec City probably didn't receive the same number of hateful messages after their protest at the end of the weekend because there was no such polarization that happened. It was done in a much more cordial way. And as I mentioned, we no doubt much closer to being closer to the people that are protesting. We've allowed ourselves to be far too polarized.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du
parliamentary
président du Conseil privé de la Reine pour le Canada et le ministre de la Protection civile.
For public safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important issue and a very important debate that is taking place. As members know that I represent the riding of Ottawa Center. The House of Commons, where most of you are sitting, I'm sitting at my home, is located in Ottawa Center. Speaker, what we see outside, what we are talking about for last 11 days happening, is happening right in the heart of my community. Although the Parliament Hill is located right here in downtown Ottawa, many people forget, and perhaps these occupiers have forgotten, that a block in all directions from Parliament Hill are residences. There are people who call downtown their home. They're seniors. They're people with disabilities. They're young people. They're families who live in downtown Ottawa. Speaker, I have now lost words as to how I can describe what my community is going through. So I thought perhaps I can start my remarks today by just reading to all the members, through you, Speaker, few of the emails that I have been receiving, just to give you a glimpse of the pain and agony people have going through for the last 11 days. Speaker, I can spend the full 20 minutes reading you emails because there are so many. But I do want to talk a little bit about solutions in my remarks. So here's email number 1. I'm one of the Ottawa residents in your riding. I feel the need to raise my concerns with you so you may escalate them through the appropriate channels. The members of the convoy who are occupying the city have been causing damage and mayhem across downtown. And I strongly disagree with the police action, or rather the inaction of the police up to this point. These people from the convoy have stolen from homeless shelters, vandalized and damaged houses and businesses that display pride flags, assaulted and harassed residents for wearing masks during the pandemic, desecrated our memorials, launched illegal fireworks, and most recently have been caught attempting to set an apartment building on fire while taping the doors closed. This is just some of the inexcusable actions that these people have done to our city and to the residents of our city. Email number 2. I have been a resident of Ottawa for over 40 years. Never before have I seen such prolonged, aggressive, and unlawful behavior in our community. Constant truck horns blaring, diesel fumes, engines revving and shouting at all hours have become insufferable. I am horrified by the racist and anti-Semitic symbols I have recently seen in my neighborhood, which are unacceptable and have no place in Canada. Email 3. It should be well understood 2 years into this pandemic that disabled folks are among the most vulnerable to COVID-19. We fall into many groups. There are those like me who are vaccinated but who face a higher risk of adverse outcomes should we get infected. Others are immunocompromised and get less protection from the vaccine and would be less able to fight off an infection. Others still are medically ineligible for a vaccine. Public health measures requiring mask wearing and vaccine passport have kept the disabled community safe. They are our first line of defense. Disabled Ottawans have been placed at serious risks over the past 10 days given the flagrant disregard for mask wearing and vaccine passports by occupiers. Places like the Ottawa Center, as well as small businesses, have closed because they were unable to keep customers and their employees safe. Email number 4. We are constituents of Ottawa Center and unfortunately live in the Glebe. Our daughter, however, is in Centertown. She was first impacted by the current crisis when a week ago, last Friday, she was trying to do an online presentation from home with a background of air horns. She moved in with us 9 days ago. Others have not been so lucky and have had to remain confined to their homes in the red zone. One of our daughter's visits to check on her home, all she could smell on her first 2 floors was diesel fuel. Imagine trying to take care of kids in this situation. One of our daughter's neighbors has downloaded an app that measures decibels. 66 is the maximum before hearing begins to be impaired. The neighbor's app was reading 72 inside her home. Email number 5. I feel unsafe buying groceries as people are in the store without wearing masks and behaving aggressively. Like many other businesses, Massine's independent grocer on Bank Street is dealing with the protest noise and aggression from the public, as well as possible increased exposure to COVID-19 Omicron from those not wearing masks. While taking on the cost of hiring extra security, I feel bad for the cashiers and security staff who have remained patient and calm under these dire conditions. I'm exhausted. While the last 23 months of the pandemic have certainly been challenging, working from home during the week with all the noise from the protests has become aggravating, while not being able to enjoy a short walk or a quiet afternoon indoors over the last 2 weekends has truly become depressing. Mr. Speaker, I can go on. I can write you 5, 10, 15, 20, 100 more emails. People pleading for peace. People who are peace-loving. People who understand that we live in the nation's capital and peaceful protest is part of our democracy. But not that is something of this nature, as something that is nothing short of an occupation, something that is unlawful and definitely not peaceful. What people have been asking in my community is that, have we forgotten that we are still living through a global pandemic? In fact, we are still going through a 5th wave with restrictions around us to ensure that we do not get ill and that we do not overburden our healthcare system and our healthcare workers. Sometimes I wonder when I hear some of the debates, some of the arguments coming in this House, especially from the official opposition, that something like COVID-19 pandemic never happened. That somehow things were normal and we just all decided to change the rules around us. Speakers, we all have gone through a very difficult time. It has not been easy for any one of us, especially those who have been vulnerable and marginalized. And yes, we need to have a conversation around what lies ahead. How do we end this pandemic? How do we get to a place that it becomes an endemic? And how our lives will be impacted by that? But that debate does not take place in the form that is happening right now outside the House of Commons. That's not a debate. That's us just holding a community hostage. That is now how you engage in a meaningful conversation and a respectful conversation. Speaker, I am not interested in speaking to somebody who waves a swastika or a Confederate flag. I have members of racialized and Jewish community in my writing who are, and I've used this word before, rattled. They're scared. They're re-traumatized and victimized. None of us believe that we are actually seeing those images in our hometown, our nation's capital. Speaker, I urge all the members of this House, you're all respectable, good people with the right motivation to serve your communities, to build a better country, to please come together, to please ask these occupiers to leave my community alone, to restore peace in my community. They want to engage in a conversation, have a conversation, but we cannot have a conversation when a whole set of neighborhoods are being held hostage over the last 11 days. This protest, this occupation, this civil unrest has to come to an end. It has to come to an end for the sake of people who live in this community, for businesses who have suffered so much, who were looking forward to opening on January 31st when the provincial lockdown measures were being lifted, and they are unable to do any business. They are closed. Have we thought about impact on them and their families? How they're going to make ends meet? I'm grateful to my colleagues, ministers, the member from Ottawa Vanier, the president of the Treasury Board, who are working closely with me so that we can find ways to support our businesses, where they are now had a double hit to them as a result of this occupation. So, Speaker, in my limited time, I want to focus on what can we do? How can we get out of this? I've already pleading to all of us to let's work together. Speak with one voice. Be rational people that we are, to ask these occupiers to please leave, and then engage in a process where they work with their elected representatives, where they, hey, perhaps run for office themselves if they feel so strongly that we need better laws and better policies. But in a democratic society, that's what we do. But in the near moment that we're living right now, Speaker, we need to make sure that this occupation ends. And one of the ways we can do this is by ensuring that laws are being enforced. The Ottawa Police has been working hard, and they are responsible for providing the safety and security of the residents of Ottawa. That is their job. By law, that's what they're required to do. And it's important for them to enforce the law. Municipal laws, provincial laws, federal laws, all three of them have been broken. I am a lawyer by profession, Speaker. I've been the former Attorney General of Ontario. I can give you an entire list of laws that have not been followed through, and we need to make sure that enforcement is there. If resources are needed, as they have been requested, as the federal government has been providing those resources to them from day one, we will continue to do so. I've been involved in this from the moment this protest has started, and I have to tell you, working with Minister of Public Safety, working with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, including the Prime Minister, who've been engaged, who have taken the time to speak with me about this issue. We've been there for City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service to give them the resources they need so the laws could be enforced. We saw some enhanced law enforcement starting last night. I really hope that that enforcement remain in a sustained fashion so that peace could be returned back to our community, so that we could ensure that the members of my community can go back to living the way they lived. But we need to enforce the law. That is what the members of our community are asking for. We need to make sure that there's a plan and this occupation is put to an end. Speaker, there's no doubt that there's going to be a fair bit of conversations that are going to take place after this occupation is done, and it will come to an end. We will do as we always do, rightly so, learn from incidences like these, from mistakes made, things done well, things done not so well. And we shall do so in this circumstance as well. As you can imagine, as a member for Ottawa Center, I am already starting to think how can we do things differently? And in appropriate time, I will be presenting ideas, Speaker, that we need to consider so that we can protect our democratic institutions, that we can find ways to promote peaceful protests, as is our democratic right, but also be able to safeguard the right to live peacefully for the residents of downtown Ottawa, the constituents that I'm so honored to serve. And one of those ideas, Speaker, that I will be speaking to the members, to the House, is perhaps an evaluation of parliamentary precinct. Right now, we define parliamentary precinct as Parliament Hill and some of the buildings that are located on Wellington Street and Spark Street. Maybe we need to study increasing the boundary of parliamentary precinct so that we can have a better, robust safety protocols in place. Not take away lawful, peaceful protests, which are critical to a democracy, but ensuring in a way that we do not run into the kind of circumstances we are running in. So I will be indulging members, my colleagues, into a conversation where we analyze and study better whether parliamentary precinct needs to have a more bigger footprint and better protocols in place as to how we ensure that a whole downtown is not held hostage. Speaker, I hope you've been able to see the challenge that I am going through. But most importantly, Speaker, I hope that I have been able to channel some of the emotions of my constituents. Sometimes it's hard to express in words what my community is going through. Sometimes it's really difficult to hear the other side. And Speaker, I've always said that I want to listen to the other side, legitimize this occupation as something as civil or peaceful. When people are suffering, they've had a rough time almost over the last 2 years because of the pandemic, and this has made their life unbearable. Speaker, I urge through you, all the members of this House, to let's stand together by the end of this debate and collectively ask for these people to leave. We can engage in a civil conversation, we can hear each other and agree to disagree, but this is not the way to do it. I implore you, I urge you, please leave our community alone. Please let people in Ottawa Center, in downtown Ottawa, live peacefully. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the residents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou on this important topic. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary made 2 points that I wish to follow up with him on, and they're both relatively brief. The first is, Mr. Speaker, he said, let's work together. And I note that the official leader of the opposition tonight sent a letter to the Prime Minister and to all party leaders to work together. So based on that, would the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary be prepared to advise the Prime Minister to do just what he said we should be doing? Secondly, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said the police should be enforcing the laws. Does he view it as the Prime Minister's job to tell the police what to do in this situation?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Center.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I will address the second question first. I think the member opposite knows quite well that in our system of our democracy, politicians do not tell our police officials as to how to enforce the law. There is a very important, significant, and healthy distinction and differentiation between the two. I have the honor of serving as the Solicitor General of Ontario. I very much know, Speaker, that you cannot tell police how to operate. So I would be very careful in suggesting that somehow the Prime Minister should tell Ottawa Police Service, or any other police service for that matter, as to how they should apply the law. As for working together, of course we should work together, and I look forward to looking at the reading of the letter. But I think the member opposite should also listen to the healthcare experts, to the medical experts, as to why it is important that we get vaccinated and put an end to this pandemic. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais remercier le collègue pour son discours, un discours engagé, émouvant, tourné vers ses concitoyens, et ça ne peut que piquer notre sens de l'empathie. Mais Monsieur le Président, si vous ne me l'aviez pas dit, j'aurais jamais deviné que le collègue était membre du parti au pouvoir, Monsieur le Président, parce que moi j'ai compté le nombre de solutions concrètes, Monsieur le Président, qui sont proposé par le collègue, et je me suis arrêté à 0. Où est la cellule de crise qui a été suggérée, notamment par l'ancien ministre Alan Rock, ancien ministre de la Justice? Où est cette cellule de crise-là avec les corps policiers? Et nulle part, Monsieur le Président. Où est la transparence? Où est le point de presse quotidien du ministre de la Sécurité publique, Monsieur le Président? Ce point de presse-là est nulle part. Monsieur le Président, il faut que les libéraux comprennent que, suite à la dernière élection, la population leur a donné un mandat minoritaire. Il faut que les libéraux cessent de parler à eux-mêmes et s'écouter eux-mêmes et qu'ils commencent à écouter les solutions.
And start listening to solutions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And I think the member opposite is trying to say that somehow this is a political problem. Speaker, we're living through a pandemic. We have a healthcare challenge at the moment. This is a global pandemic. Canada is not alone in fighting this pandemic. This is happening across the world. So to suggest that the way to deal with the protests outside is by holding daily press conferences, I don't understand how that was going to put an end to this crisis. What's needed is to ensure that the laws that we have created, and you and I are part of creating those laws, are properly enforced. And if somebody breaks the law, then they should face the consequences of breaking the law. And that's what it's required in Ottawa at this moment. I'm on the ground. I'm out in there trying to find solutions. We need to make sure the laws are enforced. This is an unlawful protest which needs to end. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. When I talk to constituents, they are tired and frustrated and disheartened that we are still in this pandemic, but the vast majority of them are following public health guidelines. They are tired and fed up with people who refuse to wear masks, refuse to follow public health orders, putting others at risk. People at Ottawa, as the member mentioned, are beyond tired and fed up, experiencing harassment and assault, witnessing anti-Semitic and fascist symbols, women being threatened with rape, residents from racialized and 2S LGBTQIA+ communities having discriminatory slurs hurled at them. Canadians are also concerned hearing reports of an attempted arson in the lobby of a residential apartment building. It's terrifying. Does the member agree that it should not have taken this long for the Prime Minister to start talking to municipal and provincial governments? The Convoy organizers were clear about their intent. They were allowed to do exactly what they said they would do. Does the member understand why Ottawa residents are tired and fed up with this Liberal government?
Well, the member for Ottawa Center.
Thank you. I thank the member for her comment, and I will agree with her on the point is that Canadians have made a lot of sacrifices, and they are following the public health guidelines. They are getting vaccinated. They are wearing masks. They are socially distancing themselves. It's amazing. I have 2 young children. It is amazing to see the kind of habits our kids have developed. They're good habits. Good hygiene as a result of this pandemic. But a lot has been done. But I also want to assure the member that since the beginning of this crisis, the Prime Minister has been fully engaged. I've had conversations with him. He's being briefed. But the Prime Minister, as the head of government, has no power to tell police how to deal with the situation. Our law is absolutely clear. Nor we want in our system of democracy having politicians tell police what laws they should be enforcing and how. It's our job to create the law, and an independent police role is to enforce the law, and in fact, independent judiciary to arbitrate whether the application of the law is correct or not. But I can assure all the members that the Prime Minister has been engaged, the Prime Minister is fully informed and briefed, and making sure that this crisis gets over as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to tell the member from Ottawa Center that my heart is breaking for him and for his constituents. It's hard to imagine taking what's happening here in Ottawa and putting it in Halifax, a city that I love as much as he loves his city, and seeing the kind of damage and terrorizing of neighborhoods, damage to property, illegality, going on. It just must be so incredibly heartbreaking. And so many of our hearts go out to you. Now, the member's in a very unique position, being the member of Parliament for the most directly impacted part of the city, but also as a former Attorney General for the province in Ontario. He alluded, Mr. Speaker, to some of the changes that he'll be bringing, proposals for changes that he'll be bringing forth in due course. I'd love if you could give us a sneak preview on the flavor of some of those. He mentioned changes to the parliamentary precinct, the elimination of vehicles off of Wellington Street, and the pedestrianization of that street would be a remarkable innovation, but even changes to the operating procedures of this House to better manage some of the activities of members. We're very interested to hear that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member opposite. You're absolutely right. I, along with the member from Ottawa Vanier, are in the heart of this crisis. And as I mentioned, the community suffering is unbearable. I'm starting to run out of words to explain it. And that's why I think as soon as this crisis is over, we need to start engaging in thinking about the future and how to prevent things like that by ensuring that we create an environment where we have peaceful protests, which is, again, I want to stress, is a democratic right. And so one of those things, and one of the interesting things is everybody can imagine about Ottawa is multiple jurisdictions. You know, we've got the Parliament of Canada, which is the government of Canada, and then you have the municipal service too. And so from street to street, jurisdictions can change. A park is owned by one federal entity, and a street next to it is a provincial or municipal street. And so what we need to look at is the boundaries of parliamentary precincts, so we can perhaps better coordinate. But you just, the member speaker just said something which has been a deep desire of mine, that we need to look at finding ways to convert Wellington Street into a pedestrian street, to make sure to beautify it, making it green, so more people can enjoy the beauty of Parliament Hill as opposed to being able to drive their cars and perhaps even occupy, as we've seen in this instance.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to protest. Protest has long been part of our democracy, so important that we enshrined it in the Constitution, in the 4 fundamental freedoms enumerated in Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All Canadians have the fundamental freedoms of conscience and religion, of free speech and expression, of association, and of peaceful assembly. The freedom to protest in the public square, whether on a sidewalk or in front of a legislature or in a public park, is a fundamental freedom. And so if Canadians individually or in groups want to protest by walking up and down Wellington Street or by standing around the Centennial Flame in front of Parliament, they are free to do so. Millions of Canadians over many decades have exercised this fundamental freedom. But what Canadians do not have the right to do is to blockade. There is no right to blockade. There is no right to blockade a street. There is no right to blockade a highway. There is no right to blockade an international border crossing. There is no right to blockade the construction of a new pipeline, nor is there a right to blockade a rail line. There is simply no right to blockade. And Canadians do not have the right to harm other people or to interfere with the freedoms of their fellow citizens. And while freedoms are fundamental, they are not unlimited. Freedoms are limited by what harm they do to other people, and freedoms are limited by how they interfere with other people's freedoms. Mr. Speaker, we are a nation rent asunder, West against East, rural against urban, those unvaccinated against the vaccinated. We are a nation divided because of a lack of leadership, leadership that begins at the top. That's right. The Prime Minister needs to reflect on the language and rhetoric that he has used over the past 6 months that has so divided this country. Rhetoric that has referred to over 3 million unvaccinated Canadians in disparaging terms. Rhetoric that suggests that those who disagree with him are not Canadian. Rhetoric that has poured rhetorical fuel on the fires of division that are pitting one Canadian against another, friends against friends, family members against family members, those unvaccinated against those vaccinated, those in favor of mandates against those opposed, those calling for an end to restrictions against those in favor of restrictions. And while many have fanned the flames of division in this country, they are not the head of government. They are not the Prime Minister of a G7 country. The Prime Minister's rhetoric in the last 6 months is unbefitting the high office of this land that he holds. Instead of bridging divides and reducing tensions and lowering the temperature, he has demonized the other. Mr. Speaker, it is time for the protesters to end the blockade in Ottawa and the blockade at the border crossing in Western Canada. It is time for the protesters to go home to their families and their communities. We have heard their concerns. We have met with some of them, and it is now time for them to go home. Their concerns have been heard loud and clear, and no doubt in the coming weeks, their concerns will be debated here on the floor of this democratically elected legislature. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country founded on the trinity of a belief in freedom, a belief in democracy, and a belief in the rule of law. And in a free and democratic society, the rule of law must be upheld. In this case, the governments in this country have delegated the enforcement of the law against blockades to the police. I encourage the protesters blockading here in Ottawa and at our international border crossing to follow the direction of the police. In a democracy, only the state is authorized to use force, including lethal force, to uphold these fundamental freedoms that we enjoy, to uphold the rule of law. We have delegated this use of force to law enforcement. In our democracy, citizens are not entitled to use force. As citizens, we settle our differences through the ballot box or through the court system. We don't settle them through force. Mr. Speaker, we all bear responsibility for the current divisions in this country. We all have a responsibility to reflect on how we got here. I grieve for my country. Instead of peace, order, and good government, we have chaos, disorder, and poor government. And while many democracies are under pressure, both from domestic and foreign forces, Canada has been particularly buffeted by an inability to respond. The pandemic has laid bare the state of our institutions, and they are weak and ineffective. For most of the last year, we did not have a Governor General because of scandal. 8 of the most senior members of the Canadian military were forced out in scandal. The former clerk of the Privy Council resigned in scandal. We have a military procurement system that cannot procure, and we have payroll systems that cannot pay. And we have a parliament that cannot do its job because the government defied 4 orders of this House and its committee for the production of documents. We have a debates commission that ran in the last 2 elections what is almost universally acclaimed as the 2 worst set of election debates since election debates were first held in this country in the 1968 election. The People's Republic of China interfered in the last federal election and spread disinformation through proxies, leading to the defeat of several candidates, and nothing has been done. We have some of the highest levels of household indebtedness in the world, and governments in this country are not far behind. Less than 2 years ago, some provinces in this federation had trouble raising cash on debt capital markets to pay police officers and nurses, and the federal government had to step in to bail them out. We have the 2nd worst healthcare system amongst leading economies of the OECD according to the Commonwealth Fund. Greenhouse gases continue to rise each and every year that this government has been empowered to a record high level in 2019, the last year for which we have data. And in the early months of this year, it looks like we will once again break through records with record high levels of emissions. We haven't met our NATO commitments in decades, and now Russia is about to invade a democracy in Eastern Europe. And now we have a national capital in paralysis. And the seizure of an international border crossing, the hallmark of a sovereign state. Mr. Speaker, we have gotten to this place because we have not been serious. We have not been serious about the rule of law. We have not been serious about ensuring our democratic institutions reflect the diversity of views in this country. We have not been serious about domestic policy. We have not been serious about foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, it's time we got serious.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I wanted to ask him a question relating to vaccine mandates. Given the fact that rates of hospitalization continue to be a challenge in Canada, how does the member feel about vaccine mandates?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should encourage all Canadians to get vaccinated. Vaccines are a miracle of modern medicine. They are safe and effective, and they are a critical tool to emerging out of this pandemic. And we should encourage Canadians to get vaccinated through nudges, through encouragement, but not by demonizing them and singling them out. And I think that is the leadership we need from this government as we go forward to emerge from this pandemic.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais revenir
sur la première portion du discours du collègue.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
moi aussi, je suis en faveur du droit de protester.
in favor of the right to protest, and I'm in favor of freedom. But obviously, there are people for whom freedom means funding illegal acts with foreign money. There are people for whom throwing rocks at an ambulance is an example of freedom. There are people for whom preventing a child from getting cancer treatment is freedom, Mr. Speaker. There are people for whom setting off fireworks in densely populated areas or setting fire to somebody's house because they complained about the noise, Mr. Speaker, is a freedom. These are not defenders of freedom. These are not Democrats. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear my colleague recognize that tyranny is when some people think that they have endless freedom and that their freedom has no restrictions. And I hope that everybody in this House recognizes that, because that's the first step forward to finding a solution to the crisis in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question and comment. Je pense que c'est très important.
I think that it's very important.
C'est très important que tout le monde suive la loi. Je pense que tous les citoyens canadiens ont une responsabilité de suivre la loi. Tout le monde ici au Canada est sur la loi. Et c'est la police qui a la responsabilité pour enforcer la loi. Et je pense que s'il y a quelqu'un qui ne suit pas la loi, je pense qu'on a donné, nous avons donné comme gouvernement au niveau fédéral et au niveau provincial le pouvoir de enforcer la loi. Et je pense que c'est une marque de notre démocratie.
That is a sign of the strength of our democracy.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire going online to the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague, I cannot help but think of a quote made by Desmond Tutu that says, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Mr. Speaker, can the member explain how we can stand by silently, ignoring citizens being harassed and assaulted in their communities? Standing silently while displays of racism and anti-Semitism are waved in the streets of Ottawa, paralyzing a community with hate and fear. Mr. Speaker, can the member share when he will begin standing up for those oppressed and experiencing hate and racism?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Quite simply, I believe that the blockades are illegal. I believe that the blockade here in Ottawa and at the international border crossing in Coutts, Alberta, are illegal. And I believe that it's up to law enforcement to uphold the law and ensure that these blockades are taken down at a time and choosing of law enforcement. Governments and cabinets in this country do not direct law enforcement as to their actions. We empower them with delegated authorities to enforce the law. And so whether it's arson, whether it's harassment, whether it's violence, we have to ensure that law enforcement has the tools and resources necessary to do the job. And I have confidence in the Premier of the Province of Ontario. I have confidence in the law enforcement agencies and the institutions of the federal government that they will do their job and put an end to this crisis.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak to the House tonight about the ongoing convoy protest movement that's happening across the country, as well as about the federal mandates that have spawned this response. And let me say at the outset that I think it is so important when people have disagreements about important public issues that they take the time to talk to each other and try to understand each other's perspectives. And if there's a particular challenge at doing that in Canada, it's because we're such a vast country. People in different regions with different kinds of experiences or perspectives that are informed by their region have a maybe harder time engaging in that dialogue with people who live very far away. This is, I think, maybe further challenged by the fact that we're a bilingual country. So sometimes it's harder to have those conversations across those experiential, regional, or linguistic divides. And yet there's something about this convoy movement that has suddenly shrunk those geographic divisions, because people have come from all across the country to be in Ottawa to express significant concerns that they have. So members of Parliament now have an opportunity to go out and talk to some of the people who are here and to ask them, why are you here? To look at what signs and symbols they're waving or not waving, and to take that opportunity to engage in that dialogue. And what's incredible to me is that by all indication, there are many members of Parliament, many people who will participate in this debate tonight, who don't seem to have really taken the opportunity to look around, to try to talk to people, to try to understand. And I would challenge any member who hasn't done it, tonight, tomorrow, go outside. There are people right in front of this building, and ask them, what's your experience? Did you lose a job? Did you have a family lose a job? Did you lose a business? Did someone you care about get affected by this in some way? Do you know someone who's experienced suicidal ideation for the first time because of lost opportunity or social isolation that came about as a result of the pandemic? What are the experiences in your life that have led you to come and take this fairly drastic step? There are many people I know here who are protesting for the very first time. So let's try to understand. Let's ask those questions. Mr. Speaker, I got the call from Sebastian in our lobby, who does great work for us on the Conservative side, at about 6:45, telling me that I would have an opportunity to speak tonight. So as I was thinking through, what am I going to do to prepare? Usually I sit in my office and look things up and work in front of my computer, but instead, what I decided to do is just go out and talk to people. And I've done a little bit of this before, but try to be intentional about asking people, what has brought you here? And what are the things that you maybe are seeing reflected in the conversation that are not representative or are representative? Because I think it's important for us as members of Parliament to take that opportunity to try to understand. And many people told me that they came here because they are deeply concerned about mandate policies. They believe in this core principle of individual autonomy, the individual ability to make choices about your own health without being threatened with job loss as a result of it. And I think it's objectively the case that Canada's approach when it comes to vaccine mandates is far more draconian than many other countries around the world. For instance, countries in Europe have an alternative that's based on natural immunity. And yet Canada doesn't seem to recognize that. So it's interesting for me because you could say, well, this is the science. We're not including natural immunity because it's the science, and yet it's the same science in Europe, or it should be. It's the same virus, right? So these are legitimate questions. Why don't we have the option to consider natural immunity, to consider a rapid test that would allow people, especially truckers, people who are working alone, or public servants who are working from home? Why aren't these reasonable accommodations when an individual wants to exercise autonomy over themselves and their own body? I think those are reasonable questions. But I had a lot of conversations with different people when I was out just talking to some of the people who was there. I met a young man who actually voted NDP in the last election. I don't know if he will again after some of the things that have been said. I talked to people a little bit about some of the questions raised in the media about hateful symbols, because we've certainly seen some of those photos. And what I was told is that in the very small number of instances where people put forward symbols of hate, they were actively told by other protesters, put that away. We don't want to see that here. That's not representative of what we're doing. Objectively, if you walk up and down Wellington Street, what you'll see is people waving Canadian flags. You'll see people with various signs expressing messages about mandates. And and I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. So I think particularly for my family, the fact that somebody was walking around, one person, maybe two people were walking around with a swastika, I think that's incredibly offensive. And obviously that strikes something in me that's different from other members who don't have that same family experience. The reality is that these individuals were told to leave by other protesters. We're told that they were not welcome there, that their message was not the message that other people were trying to present. I spoke with a young man who's at the protest who told me he was gay. He told me he brought a pride flag with him, and he wasn't bothered by anyone. Nobody had a critical comment about that. And I spoke with many people who were visible minorities. I spoke with a number of Jewish gentlemen who had come from Montreal to see the protest. And there is this representation in the media and in the comments of other members as if this is just a sea of people all waving Confederate flags or something. And that's just not what's happening. Objectively, whatever side you're on, that's just objectively not what's happening. So let's start by just looking around and listening to what the objective facts are on the ground here, trying to understand what the source of those concerns are. And maybe recognizing that people who have lost their jobs, who are being told they cannot work alone by themselves in their truck, they can't work from home as a public servant, that they can't travel in the context of a family emergency or whatever the case may be, people that are affected by these mandates, who are prepared to take other precautions like get a rapid test, that they may have a point. I think they do have a point. I agree with them in saying that these federal mandates should end. Mr. Speaker, we should end the federal mandates not because of the protests, but because it's the right thing to do to end the federal mandates. Because the federal mandates simply don't make sense as policies when it comes to vaccination. Now, we've talked about the impacts that these mandates have had on other people, and our party has consistently taken, I think, a very reasonable approach in saying that employers should take appropriate measures to secure the safety of their workplaces. If you are in the public service, for example, if someone is choosing to exercise their autonomy not to get vaccinated, then they should take a rapid test if they're coming into the office. A lot of people are still working from home. But the availability of testing is a good alternative. And in fact, we know there are many breakthrough infections, right? And so even for those who are vaccinated, getting regular rapid tests is a pretty good idea. I would think it would be reasonable under the circumstances of the Omicron variant, for example, to say rather than having a vaccine mandate for air travel, that simply everybody has a rapid test before they fly. Now, we've had problems with the availability of rapid tests because the government only discovered rapid tests, it seems, about 2 years into this process, and now they want to be congratulated for, 2 years later we're procuring rapid tests, right? And 2 years from now we'll be having better ventilation in schools. Well, folks, you're too late. You're just too late. We should have been talking about rapid tests right out of the gate, deploying a system of widely available rapid tests before the vaccination was even available. And then we would be ahead. Mr. Speaker, we could be where other countries are. Many other countries, many other jurisdictions around the world are now lifting their restrictions completely. And yet the government is continually talking about ways to further tighten mandates, to further squeeze the very small portion of the population that is not vaccinated. The fact is, the vast majority of Canadians have gotten vaccinated. The small minority who have chosen not to get vaccinated, I think it's fair to assume at this point they're probably not going to get vaccinated. So at this point, it's time to say, well, we have the reality of COVID. It's going to be with us. Most people are going to choose to get vaccinated. Some people are going to choose not to. We believe in this principle of individual freedom and autonomy. And we can't function very well as a country if the government continually wants to fire and otherwise penalize people who exercise their autonomy. So I would say it's time to lift the mandates, and it's time to work towards getting back to normal. Of course, we can continue to take appropriate precautions in response to events that come up. But the level of restrictions on individual freedom, the level of coercion, is not something that I think any of us would have thought possible in this country 2 years ago. These were supposed to be temporary measures. But now, Mr. Speaker, it very clearly is time to move on. It's time to look to the future. Because continually finding new ways to squeeze that small minority of the population who are not vaccinated isn't going to change anything. It's not going to move us forward. It's not going to actually allow us to get out of this. Mr. Speaker, people who have never protested before are coming here to say they want to be able to work. They don't want to be fired from their job for exercising personal autonomy. They don't want to be seeing empty grocery store shelves. They don't want to have long delays for accessing immigration services because people are being laid off because of these mandates. Mr. Speaker, let's end the mandates because it's the right thing to do.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In debate, obviously, we exchange points of view, and here's a point of view I wanted to quote, Mr. Speaker. It reads as follows. I spent the week undergoing the siege of Ottawa. I asked that we clear the streets and that we stop this occupation, controlled by radicals and anarchist groups. Those are the words of the previous Conservative Party's shadow critic for public safety, a member of this House. To the member opposite, does he agree with his colleague or not?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I made my views very clear in this speech. I think that members should take the opportunity, I think this member should take the opportunity to go out and engage in dialogue and try to come to an understanding of what are the significant concerns here. But what I've really focused on in my remarks is the fact that we should be ending mandates, that the continuing squeezing of that minority who have chosen not to get vaccinated and all the impact that that's having on access to services. We're seeing significant backlogs for immigration services in our offices and backlogs accessing other services. And you know, when you put people who are working from home on unpaid leave and don't allow them to provide services that they've been providing, we can't pretend that that's not going to have an impact. When you take trucks providing essential services off the road, that's going to have an impact. These mandates are having a severe impact on vaccinated and unvaccinated people alike, and they need to end.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je pourrais exprimer un grand nombre de désaccords avec le collègue, mais sur une chose, on s'entendra. C'est important de sortir. C'est important d'aller voir notre monde. Moi-même, j'ai discuté avec un grand nombre de mes concitoyens dans plusieurs de mes municipalités à Mirabel qui, à l'origine, approuvaient le convoi, qui, à l'origine, étaient enthousiasmés par le convoi. Et aujourd'hui, quand je discute avec eux, ils se rendent compte que c'était peut-être pas la bonne solution et que de violer la loi impunément, c'est peut-être pas une façon de régler les problèmes. Est-ce que le collègue est d'accord avec moi, au moins sur cette partie-là?
Does my colleague agree at least on that?
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to be clear, because I didn't mention this specifically, but I do want to be clear that I think it's critically important that people be able to protest and that we minimize the negative impact on the lives of people in this city. That there be effective dialogue between protesters in the city that allows the necessary access and transportation to occur. And I think that dialogue can take place if the Prime Minister plays a constructive role in bringing down the temperature. This is the national capital. People should be able to protest here. And there has to be a space at the same time for that to happen in a way that's respectful. So I think there are many people that want to see those kinds of accommodation happen through dialogue. And I think it can happen. But that's different from saying that people shouldn't be able to be here or demonizing the importance of the message they're presenting.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadanook, Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I found the member's speech not just bizarre, but deeply concerning. First off, the minimization of the hate and violence we've heard of over the last number of days. He goes on to talk about the people he spoke to, making it sound like it's a group of Boy Scouts. Mr. Speaker, you know, everybody has talked about the occupation that our nation's capital is under. It's international news, and what Canadians expect is leadership from their politicians, calling on these folks to leave and allow for people to live their lives free of hate and the lack of safety they face. And what's deeply concerning is a number of Conservatives insist on shifting this conversation to talk about vaccine mandates, etc. This debate is about calling for an end to the occupation and also condemning the foreign money, American money, fueled by Trump supporters that are supporting this occupation. Will this member condemn the use of foreign funds fueling a hateful and violent occupation in our nation's capital?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To hear that member found my speech bizarre is a high compliment indeed. The member raised the issue of foreign money. And I'll just take this opportunity to say to the member, I would love to see a consistent approach taken by parties opposite when it comes to foreign funding and foreign influence in our democracy. Let's have that debate. Let's see that legislation come forward. Because I know that member could maybe take a little bit of a stronger position when it comes to the interference of the Chinese government in Canadian affairs. I'd like to see that member take a stronger position when it comes to issues like the Uyghur genocide and other cases of that foreign interference happening here in this country. Let's talk about addressing foreign interference. I would love to see a stronger and consistent policy on that issue.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll say at the outset that I'll be sharing my time this evening with the member from Parkdale High Park, even though the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, would like me to speak for 20 minutes. Unfortunately, it'll only be 10 minutes this evening. And I will note that he still has not invited me on the podcast that he touts so much when he's in the House. I'm still waiting for my invitation. Don't worry, I'm not checking my email 3 or 4 times a day looking for it or anything. Mr. Speaker, I am very glad to participate in tonight's debate, and I think I'm going to take the opportunity to present some facts, because I think that facts are extremely important. I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I think that it would be beneficial to put on the record some of the facts. It's been said once tonight, but I'll expand on it slightly. 90% of truckers have been vaccinated. You know, Mr. Speaker, I drive to and from Ottawa. In my to get here. I drive from Kingston to Ottawa and back, and I have seen on both occasions of making that travel since this protest began, countless truckers that are working right now as we speak, traveling up and down the 401 or whatever major highway in the country they might happen to be in order to move goods around our country. 90% of truckers are vaccinated. I actually believe, Mr. Speaker, that this inception of this protest, this convoy, probably started from a place that was genuinely about truckers and about concerns that they had. But unfortunately, we've seen this morph into something as it's been hijacked by other groups. And as so well pointed out by one of my Conservative colleagues in a tweet over the weekend, whatever the objective was, it's been lost by those that have hijacked this protest, unfortunately. And that's the reality of the situation that we're in. You know, I find it interesting. I heard the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and a number of Conservatives this evening talk about these mandates. I mean, his words, these mandates need to be ended. The mandates, as it relates to proof of vaccination, the mandates as it relates to, hospital workers, those are all provincial mandates. It's ironic that the opposition would encourage protesters out front of this building to protest something that, at least in Ontario, belongs in Queen's Park. But they do it anyways. As a matter of fact, the only mandate that the federal government has in place is a mandate that says if you cross the border into Canada, including truckers, you need to show proof of vaccination. But guess what? The United States of America has the exact same mandate. So before you even had to present your proof of vaccination to a Canada border officer on your way into Canada, you will have had to shown it on your way into the United States leaving Canada. Right. And that's the irony of it. That is the mandate that the federal government has as it relates to this particular protest, as it relates to where all this angst began. But yet, my concern is that the opposition continues to throw fuel on the fire. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, these mandates, he knows full well that the mandate of crossing borders for truckers applies to the U.S. just as much as it applies to Canada. So I heard from across the way, well, why do it then? Well, that's the whole point of working with our G7 partners. That's the whole point of working with the United States, so that we do have fairness and equality as it relates to what the rules are to move back and forth. And that's what makes it work so well. Well, the member brought up my electric car. If he wants, we can talk about that for a while too, but I'm not sure, you know, why a Conservative would want to do that when we're talking about such an important debate tonight as it relates to truckers specifically and as it relates to what we're seeing out there. But you know what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, is we're seeing a number of people that are hijacking this protest. You know, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, said earlier, and I actually think it was a really good comment, and he talked about why aren't more members of Parliament getting out there and talking to these people? You know, he's trying to show and open a door there. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular protest, although I have no doubt there are some well-intentioned individuals participating in it, have attracted a lot more behavior that we all would agree is extremely problematic, extremely troubling, and quite frankly, behavior that we do not accept as being Canadian. So I'll tell you an example, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'm really having a hard time hearing the member. The member does speak very loud, but I'm having trouble hearing him. So if we can just sort of keep it down, be respectful, and we'll continue on. The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so where I was going with this is that although there might be some well-meaning and well-intentioned individuals out there, I can't help but think of just the other day when I was in the Rexall at the corner of Metcalfe and O'Connor. I was in there, and I saw a protester. I have to assume that the individual is a protester. I should make that clear. Shove a camera in front of the clerk's face, saying, "You can't make me put on a mask. I have a right not to wear a mask. Who do you think you are?" Like, this individual was going, you know, they brought this fight to the people of Ottawa, to a store clerk who's literally just working there doing her job. And I couldn't help but say to the gentleman as I was leaving, why are you bringing this fight to her? Your fight's not with her. She's just doing her job. And I trust that my Conservative colleagues and any member of this House would do the exact same thing. And that brings me to the last point that I wanted to bring up as it relates to this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, is that for some reason, the protesters don't realize that those that they are affecting the most by this are the people that live in downtown Ottawa. Listen, I don't know if we should tell them this, Mr. Speaker, but we cannot hear the honking in here. As a matter of fact, you can walk in here early in the morning, you don't hear a single thing, and this was all last week too. You don't hear a single thing in here. You don't. And you almost forget that it's even happening until you get up and leave and go outside and you see it again. Meanwhile, all of the activities that have been going on, and then on the weekend when members of parliament aren't even, the vast majority aren't even in Ottawa, these events continue to go on and on. It's impacting the people that live here. I mean, most protests seek to get more people on board by delivering a message, seek to find more supporters to come and join their cause. Most protests that would come to Ottawa here and come to the front lawn or to the Centennial Flame or Wellington Street do so in a way that is meant to develop a following on the way. But instead, this protest has come here and just completely made the people that live here irate with what's going on. And so I believe that it's time for this to end. I believe that it's time for the protesters to recognize the fact that they've made their point, and now it's time to dispense of the activities and to go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about the science and the availability of these mandates that the Liberal government has put in, especially infringing upon Canadians' mobility rights. I have a question for him. The rationale for restricting Canadians' charter rights with these mobility restrictions is that vaccinated people don't spread COVID and unvaccinated do spread COVID. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was the belief before, but the science, the updated science spoken by Dr. Fauci, the Lancet research shows that vaccinated and unvaccinated persons will transmit the virus equally. The CDC recognizes natural immunity. Could the member please present the scientific rationale for continuing these mandates, and let's get on with it. Let's solve the problem that we're faced with today.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If the member feels as though charter rights are being infringed upon, there is a building about 200 meters from where I stand where he can argue that case. That is where he should take his issue of charter rights being infringed upon. Not encouraging people to continue honking their horns on the street, shooting off fireworks in the middle of the night in a downtown, heavily urbanized area. Go to the Supreme Court and fight the case there. That's how we do it in a democracy, not occupying a downtown core of a nation's capital.
Questions and comments. We're going to go online. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher et les Patriotes Verchères.
The member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai écouté attentivement le discours de mon collègue d'en face et j'ai été heureux d'apprendre, en fait, quand il a mentionné qu'il y a des gens qui sont allés manifester, qui sont allés là de bonne foi, pour de bonnes raisons, parce que l'impression que j'ai eue depuis le début de cette crise de mon côté, c'est plutôt l'inverse. Ça a été que le gouvernement n'a pas voulu reconnaître, n'a pas voulu entendre, n'a pas voulu voir qu'il y a des gens qui avaient des choses à dire, que du monde était fatigué des mesures sanitaires, puis qui trouvaient ça lourd à porter, puis que certaines personnes avaient le désir de l'exprimer. À la place, qu'on a plutôt vu, c'est un gouvernement qui a voulu, en fait, le premier ministre qui a traité les manifestants de rouspéteux, qui a mis de l'huile sur le feu, un peu comme s'il souhaitait que ça dégénère dans le but de diaboliser les gens qui s'opposaient à la situation. Et je me demande si à la place, il n'aurait pas pu faire preuve de leadership. C'est pour ça, Monsieur le Président, que si on regarde à côté, par exemple, à Québec, on a un gouvernement qui jouait des gros mots ici, mais qui ne faisait pas de mesures, alors qu'à Québec, on a un gouvernement qui ne faisait pas de gros mots, mais qui faisait des mesures. Est-ce que le collègue a pris des leçons de ça?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I am disappointed to hear a member from the Bloc Québécois suggest that we should try to open up dialogue with individuals who have been spreading hate, who have been associated with people that are spreading hate, people that are, waving flags that have swastikas drawn on them, people who are raiding soup kitchens to feed themselves because somehow they're entitled to that food, people who have been desecrating a war memorial statue, people who have been dressing up Terry Fox's statue. Like, it's not one bad apple, Mr. Speaker. This is a whole host of problems. And here we have a member from the Bloc Québécois saying, why aren't you sitting down and talking to these people? They're literally waving flags around that say F and the Prime Minister's name. Come on, this is not, the member must know that there are starting points to negotiations and to sitting down with people, and there are lines that can be passed, and several lines have been passed in that regard.
We have time for a really short question here and answer. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just need to revisit an important comment from my colleague from Churchill. There is a sinister component to this illegal occupation. It involves hate, foreign money, influence in our democracy. So my question to the honourable member is, will the government take this seriously and address with integrity the sinister and dangerous factors these past 11 days have exposed?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I would love to find out the answers to some of the questions that the member mentioned. I would love to see some form of investigation into seeing where the money came from, where the activities were generated and where they started. I think that that's very important, but I am not going to presuppose that I know the answers to those in advance, because that would just make me a conspiracy theorist, which I believe we're seeing quite a bit from across the way.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join this evening's debate. And
We have a point of order from the member for St. Paul Kildonan.
Yeah, the member who just spoke just said blatantly on the record that members on this side tonight are conspiracy theorists. That's a pretty significant claim. We are here representing Canadians. He's calling what we've said conspiracy theorists. Can he point to one example of us being conspiracy theorists?
I think we're descending into debate. I'll go back to the. We're getting into debate. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna stand here for just a few moments until people cool down just a little bit. This is a long debate. We're still about a little over halfway through, and I know that there's tremendous respect in here. That we need to make sure that each person that has something to say has the opportunity to say it. So. Let's try not to be inflammatory. Let's try not to accuse people of things, but let's try our best to talk about the emotions and the instances that we're hearing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to participate in tonight's very important debate about a very pressing issue and about a very important event that's occurring right outside this chamber and has been occurring for the last 8 days or so. I wanted to thank the member for Burnaby South for actually bringing and initiating this emergency debate. Mr. Speaker, let me just start by saying, as somebody who came to this chamber as a practicing lawyer who worked in the area of constitutional law and human rights for 15 years prior to first getting elected, that the right of protest in any democracy is sacrosanct. That is fundamental in any democracy. It's protected under Section 2B of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms with due reason. And the issue about speech and protected speech is at its apex when you're talking about political speech. That is the highest form of speech that deserves the highest amount of protection. That's entrenched in Supreme Court jurisprudence. What is problematic, Mr. Speaker, however, is when speech, demonstrations, and protest veers into hatred. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. We know that there's been some instances of hatred. Perhaps not all of the protesters are engaging in this, but it does taint and flavor and characterize what we're seeing when we see it on a repeated basis. And what have we seen? We've seen swastikas and we've seen the Confederate flag. And what do those mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, a swastika is obviously a symbol of the Third Reich. It harkens back to Nazi Germany. It's a very vilifying and detestable manifestation of what that regime represented and what it did to Jewish people, all sorts of minorities, racialized persons, religious minorities, LGBTQ2 communities, people who are Roma, etc. The Confederate flag obviously represents the institution of slavery. And we heard very eloquently from the member of Hull Aylmer how that feels for a person of black skin, for a person who is racialized, how that feels for a person like me, brown-skinned Muslim man who takes his place in this House. Those are symbols we don't need here. And what does it mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that what we have devolved into, and we've heard about this repeatedly this evening, for the people of Ottawa, for even the people here who work in Ottawa, such as me, Mr. Speaker, it's starting to look a lot more like an occupation than a protest. When you destabilize people, when you disturb them intentionally, when you honk horns just to aggravate individuals, as the member who just spoke, the member from Kingston-Yonge indicated, the fight has been taken not to the government, but to the people and the residents of this city. And that's problematic, Mr. Speaker, because it starts to affect people's behavior. Perhaps that's what's intended here, Mr. Speaker, to have a chill on people's behavior. But I think it's problematic when a storekeeper can't open their storefront, a cashier is worried about working at Rexall, and when even members of Parliament, my colleagues, and even dare I say and dare I admit myself, Mr. Speaker, that when I went home after the Ukraine debate, the emergency debate 1 week ago, I was concerned for the first time in my 7-year parliamentary career about who I might encounter at 10:30 at night on the streets of Ottawa. That's not a pleasant place to be in, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's what, unfortunately, this has been driven to. The next point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that it's always important to take issues with policy positions. That's what a democracy is all about. That's a good thing. What has been thankful is that at least with that protest outside, some people had the good sense to carve out a lane of traffic for emergency vehicles. That's also a good thing. But what I've still seen, and what we've seen last summer, this past fall, now this winter, even just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is that the people that drive those emergency vehicles are being targeted. They're being targeted with acts of hatred, acts of violence, acts of harassment. People shouldn't fear wearing their uniform, Mr. Speaker. We talk about the people who are in uniform who are keeping us safe, and they deserve to be credited. There are other people who are wearing uniforms called scrubs, Mr. Speaker. When people are cautioned about wearing their scrubs in public, the people who have been keeping us safe, the people who swear a Hippocratic oath to keep everyone safe, no matter how heinous their attitudes, no matter how vile their positions may be, people that keep everyone safe, both the people that are vaccinated and the people that are unvaccinated, those people deserve our respect, appreciation, and gratitude. And it is exactly the opposite that some people are foisting upon them right now. I'm not saying all people, but some people. That has to be stopped in its tracks. Mr. Speaker, I want to inject a third aspect into this discussion, which is about the notion of trucks being filled with gasoline, being parked 50 meters from a legislative building such as the House of Commons I'm speaking to you from. Mr. Speaker, we know, I know, Muslims know, Mr. Speaker, that trucks have been used as instruments of death and terror around the planet. And what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to question things such as unconscious bias in terms of how we approach parked vehicles loaded with gasoline very proximate to a legislative building. Because I don't think it's vast speculation or venturing a guess here to say that if those were black protesters, indigenous protesters, if those were Muslim groups, if I could finish, thank you to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. If those were Muslim protesters calling for peace in the Middle East, I venture a guess that perhaps the reaction of law enforcement wouldn't be to let trucks idling, filled with gasoline, idle for 8 straight days outside of the Parliament buildings. So there's some food for thought to inject into this debate. But the last point I want to make, again, I guess I have to speak over to the people opposite because they don't want to listen, is that I find there's an inherent illogic in a lot of these protests.
Now, I've asked a couple times here already just to sort of hear people out. You all have the opportunity to ask questions. You all have the opportunity to get on the speaking list. I see some of you are all ready to go. So let's take the opportunity to listen and make comment and ask questions when we have that opportunity. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. So the inherent illogic in terms of what's going on outside, and there's about 6 points I'm going to make, and I'll make them quickly. First of all, the amount of federal lockdowns that have been issued in this country in the last 2 years are exactly 0. They are provincial jurisdiction. First point. The second point is that if you're that concerned about trucking mandates, you might want to take notice of the fact that those mandates are applied across the continent. As the member from Kingston-Yonge rightfully pointed out, there's one that applies to get into the United States, and now there's one that applies to come back from the United States. The third point is that it seems puzzling to this lawyer's mind as to if your intense philosophical position is that lockdowns are problematic and should be eschewed, then why are you causing a lockdown in downtown Ottawa and by virtue of your actions preventing the storekeepers in places like Spark Street, Wellington, and the Ottawa Center from opening? It is inherently illogical. The fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is that what I find puzzling is that the party of supposed law and order, the party opposite, Her Majesty's official opposition, is doing exactly the opposite in terms of maintaining law and order in this country. What we've seen instead, and I know they're going to start talking because maybe they don't like what I'm about to say, but their interim leader has actually said, let's not tell them to go home. Let's instead make the Prime Minister wear this one.
That's right.
So instead of encouraging law and order and enforcement of the law, they're encouraging exactly the opposite. What I find also puzzling, Mr. Speaker, is that the official opposition prides itself on being the party of fiscal prudence. By the last tally that I heard, Mr. Speaker, this protest, quote unquote, is costing the good people of Ottawa, the City of Ottawa, and the Ottawa Police Service about $800,000 a day. In terms of fiscal prudence, that's not fiscal wisdom. I'm very impressed that a member, a physician, no less than a physician, is seeking to heckle me from across the way because he isn't happy with what I'm talking about.
Order. I don't know why we've descended into that. We've had great debate up to now, and for some reason we've descended into a lot of heckling. I would appreciate it if we just let the member finish it up. He's only got 2 minutes and 21 seconds left. And you guys, the members will have the opportunity to ask wonderful questions. Vous aurez la chance de poser des questions et faire des commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and what I would point out in terms of a fifth inconsistency is that the members opposite like to pride themselves on constantly eschewing foreign interference. We heard this come up only in the last 30 minutes. What I recollect, even prior to my time in politics, was lots of concern about things such as foreign money flowing into this country with respect to environmental protesters, particularly with respect to the Alberta oil sands. I do find it puzzling and a little bit inconsistent that there's much less concern about foreign money that has been declared to be flowing into this country right now in support of what these people are calling a protest. And that is money coming from Florida and money coming from Texas. So I do find that inconsistency a bit puzzling and to weaken my friend's opposite's position. But let's get back to maybe someplace where we can find a meeting ground. There is some discontent, clearly. Some of that discontent has been fomented in the form of hatred, which thankfully everyone has eschewed in this chamber. I think we could be doing it a little bit more forcefully. But what I do think we need to do is get to the stage where we understand that the point has been made and the notion of taking a city hostage and occupying it and taking your concern with perhaps my government or this side of the aisle and manifesting it and fomenting that kind of protest against a cashier at Rexall, against a storekeeper at the Rideau Center, and against the people in the city that are just trying to go about their daily business and get some rest, has gone too far. That is when the protest loses credibility. And unlike exactly as the member from Kingston and the Islands put it, normally protesters want to gather momentum. What they've done is exactly the opposite. They've created people who don't see them as credible, don't see them as legitimate, and want them to leave. The point has been made. I think the time for the convoy is over so that we can get down to the business of producing better policies and better politics for this within this chamber, for this entire nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise on this very important topic. You know, I really find it very, very fascinating that the member opposite would suggest that somebody over here drove those trucks there. That's really quite fascinating, that we're somehow responsible for this and that we're responsible for ending it. I believe that this evening our leader actually sent a letter to the Prime Minister imploring him to join the leaders of the other parties such that we could come to a peaceful and urgent conclusion to this. So, and I guess the other thing that's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is my honourable colleague Michael Chung, my honourable colleague who spoke earlier. Thank you very much. The other honourable member Cross, appreciate that. The other honourable member down the road, who I can't remember where he's from, but that being said, thank you very much. The member opposite actually was not here to hear his speech, in which he said very clearly that we agreed with law and order and that.
Order. I'll let you ask I'll let the member ask the question in a second. But you cannot refer to someone being here or not being here. So I know, just retract that and ask the question. No. Member for Cumberland Colchester.
I'm sorry for saying that the member was not here. I really apologize for saying that he wasn't here. That's unfortunate.
You can't just unreservedly apologize for him. Whether someone's here or not is irrelevant. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
I'm very sorry for saying those things that I said previously over and over again. I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. You know, the unfortunate thing is when we have these debates, perhaps everybody should pay very close attention to what's happening, Mr. Speaker, and that would make the debate much better. So, will you get your Prime Minister out there to talk to these people?
Make sure, to the member of Cumberland-Colchester, make sure that when he asks a question, he's asking it through the chair, not directly to a member, the parliamentary secretary.
So three quick responses. No one accused the member opposite or his colleagues for driving the trucks outside. Second point is that attempting to resurrect his interim leader in terms of what she may have said today does not eviscerate what she said last Monday, which is that we should take political advantage of the situation, not discourage people to leave, and indeed make the Prime Minister aware of this as his problem. That is a matter of record that has been reported by multiple media outlets. And thirdly, I actually find it quite puzzling that the member opposite, given his vocation as a medical doctor, is not appreciating the simple fact that if people of his ilk are afraid to wear scrubs in public and are being told by law enforcement not to wear scrubs in public because they might be targeted, we have a problem generally, and we have a problem for those in his profession, who I hope he would stand up for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de
Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapedia.
Point of order, the honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
It's quite possible that I don't know the rules, but I'm quite sure that ilk is really not a favourable term that I should be called in this great House of Commons.
I guess we're descending into debate a little bit. L'honorable député de Avignon, Métis,
Matane, Matapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He was referring to words from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan earlier, and I'm also a little bit, how can I say this, a little bit concerned by what he said earlier when he said that, colleagues, I would challenge you to go speak to the protesters, to go see what these people are living, as if over the last 2 years as parliamentarians, we had never gone out and spoken to our constituents, to businesses that are having difficult times, people that have had to close their businesses, to people who don't agree with the public health measures. You know what? We've been talking to our fellow citizens for the last 2 years, and we've heard all of this. And, to be unhappy about this, that's legitimate. And I would like to know if my colleague agrees with me, and that it's not just up to the police of Ottawa, the City of Ottawa to manage this, but also the federal government has some responsibility to manage this.
Merci pour la question. Et je veux juste souligner qu'il y a une responsabilité à chaque niveau ici dans le pays.
Responsibility at every level here in this country, the municipal, provincial, and federal levels.
Mais c'est sûr que le comportement qu'on a fait, la politique qu'on a mis en place,
c'est toujours basé sur la science et les experts et les médecins. C'est là où on trouve notre guide. C'est là où c'est leur conseil qu'on va continuer de suivre dans cette situation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I wanted to thank the member for acknowledging that the NDP have a great leader in our member for Burnaby South. Unfortunately, I can't share the same sense of acknowledgement for the Liberal leadership. The Liberal government has shown a history of either inaction or responding to issues too slowly, some of which include them having made promises to address Indigenous housing, to flow funds for housing so that there's less overcrowding, and of course to the extremist activities at the Hill. Can the member commit to ensuring that implementation of the 4-point solution that the Burnaby South addressed when he asked for this emergency debate, which first is to calm the situation at the Hill, and then to end with ensuring that there's a strategy to making sure that Canadians move to a sense of normalcy, so that we can make sure that, first of all, he meets with the municipal leaders, that he addresses the interference with funds from foreign states, and to make sure that provinces and territories have this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary with a very short answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for a question, the member opposite for a question. And what I would say to her is simply that as of yesterday, we had an announcement from the Prime Minister that a table is being struck with respect to leadership from all three levels of government. That is exactly the type of cooperation we need, because we are seeing a situation that is very concerning for the City of Ottawa and for all Ontarians and all Canadians. Thank you, merci.
Praise du débat. Continuing debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Lake Simcoe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Brandon, Surrey. I'm glad we're having this debate this evening. It's a very important issue, and it's necessary to address the growing sentiment that exists right here across this great country. Canadians are frustrated, Mr. Speaker. They're sick and tired. Constant shutdowns, lockdowns, restrictions, mandates are having a terrible toll on our country's population. This toll is now becoming far beyond that of COVID-19 itself. After 2 years, we know that COVID-19 is not going away. That's why we have to use all the tools at our disposal so that Canadians can live healthy, normal lives and businesses can reopen. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed in its handling of the pandemic, and now they are failing to provide Canadians with a credible plan to get life back to normal. Even as countries around the world drop their restrictions and mandates, even as they put forward plans to help their citizens learn to live with COVID, the federal Liberal government persists with policies and practices here in Canada that no longer make sense. Over 90% of the population has been vaccinated already. And we know that vaccines have limited utility in preventing the transmission of the Omicron variant. Instead of putting forth a credible plan, the Liberals continue to sow division and resentment among Canadians. They ignore the widening gap between those on guaranteed government salaries, like themselves, and those who are only able to work if the government lets them. There is a widening gap between those who live in rural Canada and everyone else. A gap between low-income workers and those at the very top. Between homeowners and renters, and the haves and the have-nots. It's no wonder Canadians are angry and frustrated. It's no wonder that after 2 years, that frustration has led to one of the most significant protests Parliament Hill has ever seen. The Freedom Convoy of trucks and other vehicles that has assembled outside from coast to coast. They are here at Parliament, as is their right, protesting the policies of the federal government. They are doing this outside the federal building and protesting provincial policies outside legislative buildings across the country. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this is the appropriate place to do that. They aren't outside private homes or cottages of MPs or premiers' homes. The Prime Minister may not want to speak to those protesters, but I have, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken to many of them. I've read their signs and listened to what they are saying. And one thing is abundantly clear. It's not just the protesters outside in the provincial capitals across the country who have these so-called unacceptable views. These views are not held by some fringe minority. I've heard these opinions from my own constituents. Canadians from all walks of life have real concerns about how the Liberals have handled this pandemic, and want to know what the government is doing to put COVID-19 behind us. Instead of addressing these concerns, the Prime Minister, his government, and some in the mainstream media have labeled them as racist, misogynist, extremist, just to avoid scrutiny for the Liberal government's numerous failures. Unlike the Prime Minister, I believe the most important job I have as an elected representative is to listen to the residents of my community, just as it is his job supposed to listen to the citizens of this great country. Over the past few weeks, I've heard from the owner of a local gym in Bradford, 9 Round, who was in tears. She's been shut down so many times, she can't even count. She now owes thousands of dollars in rent with no relief available to her, and no confidence that anything will be changing anytime soon. I've heard from an elderly man in Keswick who is eligible for no COVID-19 support and forced to eat craft dinner now, 5 days a week for supper. because he can't afford to buy proper groceries as inflation continues to rise. He told me, Mr. Speaker, he never thought his retirement would look like this. I've heard from a couple in Jackson's Point who returned from a cruise near Egypt, only to be locked up in a quarantine hotel for days on end, with no clothes and no access to life-saving medication. I've heard from families in Mount Albert who experienced the pain of losing a loved one to COVID-19, and seniors in Sutton who have been isolated in long-term care homes and other facilities for the past 2 years without the ability to see their families or the outside world. I've heard an expected single mother in Holland Landing who provided for her family through her job in a federally regulated industry. She was fired because she made the decision that she wanted to wait to get vaccinated after she had her child. I've heard from parents in Bondhead whose son hasn't been to school in 18 months, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of these people has real stories, valid concerns about where our country is after 2 years of COVID-19. Many Canadians are hurting right now. Many have lost their jobs, they've lost friends and families, and lost faith in their government and institutions. And Mr. Speaker, they deserve to be heard. My constituents in York, Simcoe, and Canadians across the country have diligently followed public health advice, made sacrifices, done what's necessary to keep their families and communities safe throughout this pandemic. They have done their part. Now it's time for the Liberal government to do their part. It's time for a re-examination of the government's COVID-19 response and a more sustainable path that gets life back to normal and gives Canadians hope for the future. What does that path look like? It's clear that more must be done to ensure that those most vulnerable are protected as best we can from the coronavirus. But that can be done without devastating and ineffective lockdowns and mandates that cripple the economy and impact the lives and livelihoods of Canadians. I spent most of my life working as a restaurateur. I know the challenges and triumphs that exist in the industry. It can be hard to make ends meet and keep your doors open in the best of times. But when the government has shut you down and prevented patrons from coming in, it's no wonder many have closed their door for good. Instead, we need to be looking at alternative policy approaches that will keep Canadians safe while strengthening our economy and respecting individual freedoms. In summer of 2020, my colleagues and I in the Ontario Conservative Caucus were criticized by state media, the Liberals, and the NDP for examining an innovative rapid test that Health Canada had not approved after months of delays, despite being available in the U.S. and across Europe. We were looking for solutions and to hold the government account so it could be the best it could be. But instead of addressing the prolonged delays at Health Canada, and instead of looking at best practices of other countries, government members opted to criticize, ridicule, and ignore. That's why it's no surprise those same rapid tests, and many like it, are still hard to come by for most Canadians today, 2 years later. But it's not just rapid tests. We need better medical approaches that focus on treating those who are suffering from COVID, not just fruitlessly trying to stop its transmission. Right now, we have some of the worst healthcare capacity in the G7, and our system will remain strained because of delayed surgeries and other procedures. Where's the plan for that, Mr. Speaker? Where's the funding for the provinces? But no matter what is done to specifically address COVID-19 going forward, one fact remains. Most of us hate to see the country as the state it's in today. It's hurt and it has divided us. That's why it's important that we restore a sense of unity in Canada, a shared commitment to one another. It's time to put aside the divisive rhetoric and policies and politics that drive wedges between neighbors, family members, and friends. There needs to be a recognition that we are all in this together once more as we look towards a future. This is what our country needs, and it requires the right kind of leadership to make this happen. Canadians are telling us that they want this Parliament and they want it to work together while representing every part of this country and the people who live here. And they are telling us they want to see a government that is committed to collaboration, accommodation, and a willingness to listen. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister is listening.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. We're going to go to Zoom. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from York Simcoe for his remarks tonight. Through you to the member opposite, you'll forgive me if I thought I was sitting in Queen's Park as the member opposite highlighted the school closures, the gym that was facing troubles, and of course businesses. I presume he won't be voting for Doug Ford in the upcoming election in Ontario because that is the government that is imposing those elements. What I will agree with the member opposite, of course, is that we do need to transition beyond COVID. Dr. Theresa Tam is talking about that right now, as are other chief medical health officers. But my question is this. Going back to the protest, in February of 2020, this member highlighted, of course, the Wet'suwet'en protests and the economic cost of what the blockades were representing. He said that in committee. It's on the Blues for the record. My question to him today, is he not concerned about the economic cost of the blockades that we're seeing in Ottawa, indeed in other places, and why has he not spoken up for these protesters to go back home?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, pointing out the provincial, let's say, lockdowns to this, I'm trying to show the government the people that are outside right now are hurting, okay? This is what has all led to this. This is the frustration that people have. People are crying in their businesses right now, literally crying, Mr. Speaker. You know, the gym I talked about that the member alluded to, she owes the $40,000. She showed me, Scott, my payment is $831 for this. I have $600 in my account and I'm shut. I can't make money. And she's sitting there crying in front of me. This is the frustration we have out there on the streets right now, Mr. Speaker. And I wish my honourable colleague would go out and talk to some of these people and listen to them.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député
Avignon Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I appreciate his tone. He had a very calm tone, and he calmly evaluated the situation and the situation facing a number of his constituents. But I have the impression that, you know, we're not finding a solution to the current crisis here. I've heard politicians tonight hit the ball back and forth across the House because we all have a different vision. And, you know, I'm talking about us, but also, you know, all of our constituents. We have a different vision of what measures should be in place and how we should deal with this situation. And in the short term, I don't think that all of this is going to get the trucks off the street tomorrow when politicians are using the crisis to their advantage. So I'd like to hear my honourable colleague on that. Does he think that it's putting oil on the fire to see politicians try to make gains off the crisis?
No, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know what? No one should be making political gains off this. This is where, you know, again, I spoke to it in my speech. We are in a minority parliament. Canadians have sent us here to work together and, quite frankly, come up with a solution for this. You know, today, our leader put forth a suggestion to the Prime Minister that we should go out and meet with these people. Canadians don't want to see these convoys anymore. And, you know, these are the conversations about new government policy, about mandates that we all have to have together, Mr. Speaker. You know, the government will keep alluding to 92% of Canadians are vaccinated, 90% of truckers are vaccinated. You know, people will ask the question, and it's okay to ask that question now. You know, Scott, why am I being put in a corner? If it's 90%, why the mandates? Why the mandates? And they keep alluding to the United States. I don't take my marching orders from the U.S., Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a 30-second question and a 30-second answer, and the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. He says that he doesn't take his marching orders from the United States. Well, with the convoy, what we are understanding is that there's a lot of money coming from the United States. So does he agree that that should be stopped? And in fact, this is going to be brought up at committee as an issue from the NDP. And would he agree that funding from the United States should not be going to the convoy and it should be stopped?
Member for York Simcoe.
Put forward the bill.
Well, I thank the honourable colleague for the question, and it's my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that that is being studied at this time and being looked at. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from York Simcoe for used to wading into deep waters, and he's done a great job of speaking on this one tonight. As I rise today, unfortunately, I rise with heightened awareness of just how divided Canadians have become. This emergency debate is predicated on that very reality. A lot of people are angry right now. On any given day, I hear from people who think that we have too many restrictions, and I also hear from those who want even further imposed. In all my years in politics, I've never seen such heated debates, which has caused a lot of tension in families and in communities throughout Canada. To clear up any misunderstanding, I am vaccinated. I believe they are safe and have helped reduce hospitalizations. I believe they have saved lives, particularly those who are older and have underlying health conditions. I have also encouraged others to get vaccinated. But I want to be able to question the Liberal government's COVID policies without being labelled anti-science, anti-vaccination, or without being discredited because I have the audacity to criticize government policies. For too long, we have been given a false choice that either we acquiesce to every government measure or we are only lending credibility to those who spread false information. The one thing I know for sure is that the political environment we now find ourselves in is directly related to this mindset. Without a doubt, COVID-19 has been hard on all of us. Families have lost loved ones, and many individuals have suffered or are suffering illness. Families in my constituency have been prevented from driving across the border to be with loved ones. University students have been unable to set foot in a real classroom and be able to take advantage of a full educational experience. Healthcare staff in particular have been pressing on for 2 years to care for those with COVID and all other healthcare concerns. They've provided an essential service, and we are grateful for their commitment and sacrifices on behalf of their fellow Canadians. And to those who think that protesting in front of hospitals is a good idea, I can assure you it isn't. The doctors and nurses working in those hospitals are busy saving lives, not setting government policy. The last thing they should have to deal with when coming off a long shift is the sight of angry placards or shouting protesters. Grocery store staff immediately come to mind, as do all those involved in our supply chain, including truckers. It may seem thankless to work in these positions during a time like this, but I hope every single one of them knows how critical they've been. It was on this understanding that governments made a point of underscoring which workers were essential at various times throughout the pandemic. We all understand that we owe a debt of gratitude to these workers. We all want them, thank you. We all want them to know how their contributions have helped all of us through this time. And yet, here we are today. After 2 years of truckers being deemed essential workers, the Liberals decided they no longer were. After 2 years of praising their efforts doing what they do best, delivering the goods we rely on, the Liberals decided truckers weren't really essential after all. But the obvious question is, why? What changed, Mr. Speaker? I get the fact that many don't understand why a certain percentage of truckers don't want to get vaccinated. I get the argument that the vast majority of other Canadians have gotten vaccinated, so why wouldn't the others? Regardless of your frustration with those who won't get vaccinated, we all must have compassion and try to understand that no matter the mandate imposed upon them, they simply will not. At this stage of the pandemic, we must ask ourselves, what reasonable benefit could society and our economy attain from the trucker mandate? The Liberals have failed to give any rationale whatsoever for the decision. And if they're holding on to data indicating that the truckers have been responsible for COVID outbreaks, they've never shared it with Canadians. This lack of transparency is unfortunate. Canadians deserve to know whether the mandate on truckers is justified. They deserve to know whether the benefit of taking truckers off the road outweighs the impact of our economy, to our economy. Worse yet, this government either has no framework for lifting mandates, or if they do, they sure have a funny way of communicating it to the public. We can all appreciate that this situation is fluid, but the government should be able to explain what metrics it is using to determine the scope and speed for removing mandates. On what basis is it making its decisions? There's nothing strange about Canadians wanting transparency from their government. In fact, the government, if the government had the government been more open with us, with its federal response, perhaps we wouldn't have seen the same levels of angst among Canadians. Perhaps we wouldn't have seen the same levels of frustration from millions of Canadians who are eagerly awaiting an end to lockdowns and restrictions. It should go without saying at this point, but people are tired. People are frustrated. After 2 years of personal sacrifices, many are looking to this government to explain the path forward. But to date, it seems like they're waiting in vain. Many Canadian public health officials are signaling that they want to make a shift in policy. BC's chief medical officer has indicated their COVID response is transitioning to become, quote, much more like how we manage influenza, end quote. As she stated, and I quote, we cannot eliminate all risk, and I think that's something we need to understand and accept as this virus has changed and has become part of what we will be living with for years to come, end quote. In reply to the last question that was asked of my colleague, Ontario's chief medical officer has also said something similar. I absolutely think, quote, I absolutely think we have to start to learn to live with this virus, and we've let our lives be controlled for the last 2 years in a significant amount of fear, end quote. That's from Ontario's chief medical officer, Mr. Speaker. And Canada's top doctor is noting the need, quote, to be able to address the oncoming presence of COVID-19 in a more sustainable way, end quote. Looking around the world, many countries are removing restrictions or laying out their framework to do so. In the United Kingdom, it's been mentioned in the House many times today, vaccine passports have been dropped. Sweden is removing entry restrictions and domestic rules. And Denmark ended their COVID restrictions last week. A recent Angus Reid poll showed that a majority of Canadians, quote, now say it is time to remove restrictions and let Canadians manage their own level of risk, end quote. If the Prime Minister disagrees with most Canadians, then it's incumbent upon him to explain his rationale. I doubt the Prime Minister wants to unfairly label millions of Canadians as quickly as he labeled those who partook in the convoy as it made its way through Canada. Protests are occurring in communities across the country, but none are more pronounced than what we've seen outside this very place. He's painting every protester with a broad brush, name-calling, dismissing even the most genuine concerns about his government's actions over the last 2 years. There were literally thousands of people lined up on highways in support of the convoys. The only message they're hearing from this Prime Minister is that because they're supporting the convoy, they too must be beyond redemption. Make no mistake, I denounce all symbols of hate and have zero tolerance for illegal behavior. Anyone who participated in that manner should be ashamed of themselves. Moreover, I think everyone outside should immediately minimize their impact on those who live downtown here in Ottawa. But my message to both the government and to the protesters is turn down the rhetoric, turn down the heat. We must remember, we are all citizens and remain so and will remain so after this. We cannot continue to just talk past each other. We will get nowhere if we continue this. The Leader of the official opposition has requested a meeting between the Prime Minister and other party leaders so we can come together, depoliticize the response to the pandemic, and talk about where we go from here. Canadians need leadership. They need to see a plan. They need hope. On this side of the House, we're prepared to work together to end this protest and help families and communities return to their normal lives. I hope all parties will join in this effort.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a little over an hour ago, one of this member's Conservative colleagues, the member from Wellington Halton Hills, gave a very passionate speech in this House, and though I didn't agree with everything he said, he made it very clear that this blockade that's going on outside is illegal. As a matter of fact, he posted that video of his speech, and on Twitter he's already received well over 1,000 retweets and likes of that. Now, this is a very different approach, Madam Speaker, to this issue being taken by the member from Wellington Halton Hill than we've seen from the vast majority of Conservatives. I would like to ask this member how he feels about what the member from Wellington Halton Hills said about this blockade being illegal. Does he agree that it's illegal?
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Mr. Speaker, my people in Brandon-Souris, the people of the fine constituents of Brandon-Souris, believe that these peaceful protests are allowable. But, Madam Speaker, the occupation of downtown Ottawa has been going on for some time. And the reason it has been, let's face it, is because the Prime Minister won't go out and talk to them. So if this member wants to bring up questions about who said what, then all I'll say is the Prime Minister, it's in his hands. Our House Leader, or our interim leader today has written a letter to the Prime Minister, and in the questions here this evening, right to the Prime Minister, asked him to come together with all political party leaders and find a common ground to end the situation that's taking place, not just here on Parliament Hill and in Ottawa, but across Canada.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, moi je suis d'accord avec le collègue de Brandon-Souris à propos du fait que c'est notre rôle, nous, dans l'opposition, de critiquer les politiques du gouvernement et on doit le faire. Et c'est aussi notre rôle de porter en nous les souffrances de nos concitoyens qui ont beaucoup payé pendant cette crise-là. Et moi, je salue le fait que le collègue dise aujourd'hui ouvertement que les manifestations doivent être pacifiques et légales. Mais si on se retrouve ici ce soir, c'est parce que les manifestations à l'extérieur n'ont été ni pacifiques, ni légales, Madame la Présidente. Et je voudrais demander aux collègues, est-ce qu'en tolérant des comportements comme ceux-là, est-ce que c'est pas une façon, ne serait-ce qu'implicite, de renoncer à notre travail d'élu d'opposition, car c'est nous qui devons porter le message de nos commettants ici, et non des blocages de rue, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you very much to my colleague for his question, and I agree with him in regards to that there needs to be a solution to this protest that's been taking place. And I've been involved in many debates in Parliament Hill and as a lobbyist coming in my lifetime as a farm leader to Ottawa many times to make my point, but we made it and went home. The situation here is just exactly what I said in the first paragraph of my presentation tonight. It's a rise with heightened awareness of just how divided Canadians have become. And why is that, Madam Speaker? It's because this Prime Minister decided to put mandates on truckers in Canada after they were deemed to be essential for 22 months since the beginning of COVID.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I really want to thank the Honourable Member from Brandon-Souris for his delineation between the real issues that are facing our country. One is division, of course, and we both, I believe, condemn the hate speech and the hate symbolism that has been flouted in our nation's capital and across the country. On the other hand, the members talked about the pandemic and the issues with the pandemic, and I'm so encouraged to hear that the member is encouraging members of his constituency to get vaccinated. But the question I have for the member is, considering my home province of Alberta, we have some of the highest numbers still of COVID-19 and IC units are still in surge capacity. Wouldn't the member agree that provinces have also a role to play in making sure that we can handle the pandemic, but also bring forward a plan like the member talks about for easing restrictions? But that time isn't now. Would the member agree?
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I think I appreciate the member very much for his question, Madam Speaker, but I think the latest news is that I've heard over the weekend is that Alberta has 91% vaccinations and 87% of their population is vaccinated with 2 vaccines now. So I think he needs to catch up on the reality that that's actually at least tied or maybe ahead of the rest of Canada in regards to vaccinations in Alberta now. And so I think that the member has maybe a little bit of catching up to do, but that's not the point here. It's the fact that we need to be able to make sure that goods and services are delivered across this country and that the Prime Minister has been dividing the country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to be able to rise virtually, of course, to give remarks on an emergency debate on a topic that I think is of very importance to our country, indeed, of course, to the people in Ottawa, particularly with what we're seeing with the protests to date. I would be remiss if I don't mention that I'll be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity about a week ago to present in this House for 10 minutes on the reply to the speech from the throne, but I used it as an opportunity to see and to articulate what I was seeing vis-a-vis the protests in Ottawa. And of course, there's been 7 days transpire since then. And so it's given me an opportunity to refine my thoughts on what we've seen. Members in this House have talked about, of course, MPs, the opportunity to engage. I have seen that. I have had the opportunity to walk through, engage with people on my way back and forth to the hotel, and I'll give my opportunity to opine on what I've seen. But let me just try to give a synopsis, Madam Speaker, on what my remarks detailed about a week ago. I explained to my colleagues that my father was a truck driver too, and that I am certainly one of the elements that I think is extremely important, and a silver lining of the pandemic perhaps has been a reflection and a recognition of the important role that our essential workers play, sometimes who can be unsung heroes in their own right. And so, as I did a week ago, I'll go on record for thanking all those men and women that get up and to be able to make a very honest living, being able to serve in an invaluable way to society. And hopefully all Canadians are able to reflect on what they're able to bring, whether it be truck drivers, nurses, other professions that are on the front lines of this pandemic. They are doing important work and deserve to be recognized. I reminded this House why some of the provincial and territorial measures are in place, including the measures that the Government of Canada has introduced. And although I would agree with my colleagues that certainly, yes, we are all tired, and yes, we want to be able to move away from COVID, and I take notice that other jurisdictions around the world are moving in that direction. The reality is the reason we are moving in this direction on some of the protocols we have in place is that a disproportionate amount of unvaccinated Canadians represent the ICU cases in Canadian hospitals from Newfoundland and Labrador to British Columbia. I gave the statistic, and yes, I take notice, Madam Speaker, that it would shift perhaps on a daily basis, but last week, for example, 44% of ICU cases in Nova Scotia were tied up with 9% of unvaccinated Nova Scotians. And so it becomes a debate, and we've heard members go through this in terms of individual freedoms versus collective freedoms. And I'll reference members back to my speech a week ago of that tension. And frankly, every parliamentarian, indeed every Canadian, is going to have a different ideological bend on where exactly that line should be. I gave an example of Mark Clark, a dedicated volunteer in my community. Indeed, some members might have seen in the House last week that I gave an SO31, unfortunately, about his passing. His surgery was delayed for 3 weeks, his open heart surgery that he needed because there was not enough beds in the healthcare system in Nova Scotia to be able to accommodate him. Now, we can certainly reflect back, Madam Speaker, and talk about the challenges that existed in the healthcare system. Our government has provided support. Provincial and territorial governments are working hard to make sure the system, frankly, doesn't collapse. It speaks to some of the fragility that existed, but that is the situation we are in. That is why we're imposing these measures, as we try to reduce the spread and to try to avoid situations like Mark Clark, who aren't able to access those surgeries and frankly, unfortunately, have passed away as a result. Now, again, there's a spectrum there in terms of individual freedoms and protection versus harm and what that line should be. Every member in this House is going to have a perspective on that, but the reality is that is something that is driving decision-making at this point. Madam Speaker, I also certainly highlighted the fact that no Canadian in the country is being required to take the vaccine. And again, we can weigh whether or not the consequences of that freedom of choice to choose to vaccinate or to not to choose to vaccinate and the repercussions of such are fair and equitable. I think that is all fair game in this House. But the idea that individuals don't have the freedom to choose on whether or not they want a vaccine, I think is a fallacy. And frankly, I want to certainly be mindful of the importance of colleagues in this House and the tone and the measures that we set. And we've heard this elsewhere, Madam Speaker, from other colleagues who have spoken on this tonight about the importance of how we bring down rhetoric. I think all parliamentarians in this House, all 338 of us, have a role, elected colleagues in other places of the country. It's not one individual, it's not one side of this House. We all have a role to play, and I think it's important to be mindful of that in the days ahead. But I want to go to the protest in question, because that is the nexus. That's what we're talking about here today. And yes, I take notice, Madam Speaker, that perhaps there are very well-intended people. In fact, as I went through some of the protest in the last week, I saw individuals that would be reflective of perhaps the people that might live in my riding, individuals that had certain concerns and wanted to bring those forward. I also saw a very sinister crowd. We saw Confederate flags, we saw swastikas, we've seen businesses, windows shattered, individuals who are flying pride flags in Ottawa being terrorized, individuals being shoved to the ground. The instances, I could go on and on and on, Madam Speaker. So while there may be well-intended individuals, and I trust that there is also individuals who want to do much more harm, not just perhaps to parliamentarians or to individuals, but to Canadian democracy, calling for an overthrowing governments, suggesting that they can go to the Governor General to dissolve Parliament. It is frankly insanity, Madam Speaker. And if members can't call it for what it is, they need to be able to do so. And it brings me to my point that if you are someone who is protesting here in Ottawa or elsewhere in the country, and you fashion yourself as a well-intended individual who wants to exercise your Section 2 sub B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to protest, fine. But recognize that your voice is being drowned out right now by individuals who are far more sinister, who have far more sinister views. And I think the point has been made, as other parliamentarians have said in this House, if you are one of the good ones, it's time to go home. It's time to go back and let the people of Ottawa have their rights and freedoms back, their ability to go to work unhindered, their ability to go on with their lives without fireworks and horns and the whole circus that we've seen here in Ottawa. And again, I have to be careful with my own words, Madam Speaker, but I hope you sense my passion. If you're one of the good ones and you're watching this here today, it's time to go home, because indeed you have members of Parliament that will stand in this House, as we've heard here tonight, and will continue to debate the issues that matter to you. In fact, that's what we do in a democracy. We as members of Parliament bring information back from constituents that we hear, and we bring that message and we debate it on the floor of the House of Commons, not by clogging up streets. And I want to take it to the Wet'suwet'en protest that we've seen in 2020. Frankly, there was Conservative members of this House, Madam Speaker, that were, rightfully calling that there was needed to be an end to the blockade, that this was something that was disrupting the economic prosperity of the country. People were, shutting down critical infrastructure. Now, I take notice there has been some Conservative members, particularly in the last few days, start to make a breakaway and talk about that. But I think on the whole, if I could, Madam Speaker, through you, there has been a hypocrisy by the Conservative Party of Canada. They have not used that same language and that same principle. And I stand here as a member of Parliament saying that regardless of how you view the issue, regardless of what your issue may be, you do not have the right to shut down critical infrastructure in this country. You do not have the right to do what you're doing. If you want to come to Parliament Hill and protest, that is your right. It's a constitutionally protected one. But to create the disruption and harm that is going on right now, it is not right, Madam Speaker. And indeed, every single member of this House should be calling for the same thing, for individuals to go home. I only have about one more minute, Madam Speaker. 10 minutes does not suffice on a conversation such as this. Where do we go from here? Individuals have suggested the Prime Minister negotiates or comes out and talks. Who do you negotiate with? It's a mob rule right now. Who would you actually turn, to those members who have suggested that here tonight, who would you turn the Prime Minister over to actually speak to in that group? Because it's not clear to me who the leadership of this group is. And even those that are seemingly leading, I think, have a much more sinister view. I think it's time, as the ministers have indicated, for the police to use their discretion to be able to make sure that this protest is wound down, that we can carry on with the business of the nation, and that members of parliament can articulate in this House and debate what needs to be debated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would put it to the member that it's not about negotiating, it's about listening. It's about listening to the fact that there are tens of thousands of people across the country who are protesting in different ways, some of whom are driving their trucks places and then going home, some of whom are staying places. But the point is, people are concerned about losing their jobs over mandates that need to end. But I want to put a specific question to the member, and this is about the discussion around foreign funding. Because many members have raised this issue, foreigners are donating money to this rally. Well, Conservatives have been talking for a very long time about the need for tough new laws to address foreign interference and address foreign funding. And that's constantly dismissed by the other parties when it comes to all kinds of other causes, including election interference. So I'd like to ask the member, will his government put forward legislation to address concerns about foreign interference in our democracy across the board? You can't just complain about it in one case and then let it go in other cases. But if the government is going to put forward good faith legislation that addresses foreign dollars coming into Canadian political debates across the board, I think there'd be a lot of support for that in the House. Would the member put forward that legislation?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address my colleague's first point around individuals who are choosing to exercise and protest. I have no issue with individuals who want to protest. I have issue with people that are blockading highways in Alberta. I have issue with people that are blockading the downtown of Ottawa. If the member suggests that government should acquiesce to individuals who protest, yes, I understand. Governments need to listen. Governments need to take into account. That does not always mean that they have to agree. So if the member opposite thinks that government should just acquiesce and do what individuals are driving and suggesting is wrong, and that's the way we should run our democracy in this country, that is a very, very poor view. As it relates to the aspect around financing, yeah, absolutely would agree that if we are going to move on a law to have foreign interference, it should apply to all individuals through all causes, if that is the true desire where government and parliamentarians want to go.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue
Thank you,
pour
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his
je suis d'accord avec lui que c'est légitime de manifester sur la façon où c'est fait qu'on
it is legitimate to
Et
protest,
là, je l'entends envoyer un message ou un cri du cœur ce soir aux manifestants en disant retournez chez vous, s'il vous plaît.
Et j'ai pas l'impression que les manifestants vont faire OK, on va retourner chez nous. J'ai l'impression que le fédéral aurait dû donner un message clair dès le début. Il n'aurait pas dû laisser les manifestants s'installer. Il aurait dû collaborer, travailler avec les corps policiers, avec le gouvernement de l'Ontario, avec la ville d'Ottawa, faire un plan de marche dès le début. Là, ça s'est envenimé, c'est rendu trop loin, on sait plus quoi faire pour sortir de ça. Alors, à ce moment-ci, qu'est-ce qu'il propose? Qu'est-ce que son gouvernement devrait faire pour mettre fin to put an end to it?
Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je veux remercier ma collègue pour sa question. Bien sûr, le rôle du gouvernement fédéral concernant les enjeux policiers, c'est pour soutenir l'augmentation de certains policiers sur le terrain. Et je pense que le rôle du gouvernement du Canada, c'est travailler ensemble avec la ville d'Ottawa, avec la province d'Ontario, et trouver la solution pour aider les personnes sur le terrain. À la fin de la jour, c'est la discrétion de la policière d'Ottawa ou le GRC pour considérer la meilleure façon pour une intervention pour arrêter les manifestants.
Response is to stop the protest. Brief question, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to speak to a point that the member from Burnaby South brought at the beginning of this debate, and that is the emergency rescue for the healthcare system. So I asked the member about our healthcare system. Will the member agree that it starts with funding it properly? And will the government answer the calls of the premiers to increase healthcare transfers to the provinces?
Brief answer from the member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try in 30 seconds. Look, I think that there's important investments that need to be made in our healthcare system. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the fact that they should be transfers without strings from the Government of Canada to ensure that outcomes are being made. I don't speak for the Government of Canada. I'm a member of Parliament that happens to be in the governing caucus. I'll let our cabinet speak on that issue. But what I would say is I do think there's opportunities for the ability for private delivery, still under a single payer model, still under the public model, to deliver outcomes, and it's not all just about money, it's about how we can have better management in the healthcare system as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening to all my colleagues, both here in presence and virtually. I hope everyone is doing well. Madam Speaker, before I begin my formal remarks, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'd like to comment on the way I look at the situation we are faced here with in this wonderful and blessed country that we all call home, and we as 338 parliamentarians have the privilege to serve each of those residents that live in our ridings and come here and do our best and put forward what I would call reasonable leadership. Reasonable leadership to debate the issues, reasonable leaderships to do what is right for our constituents, to do what is right and recommend for their public safety, for their public health, and do what is right to exit this pandemic so we can all return to what I would call a new normal, but a normal that we would want to see. We're in winter now, spring and summer will then come, and the days are getting longer, and hopefully soon they'll be getting warmer, and we'll want to be at a barbecue with our friends, traveling, enjoying all of what Canada has to offer. And we can do that in a number of ways. And for the last 2 years, Canadians, including those wonderful residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, have been resilient, but they're tired. We're all sort of tired. We're all tired of COVID-19. We're all tired of talking about it. So when I think about the best way to exit this pandemic, it's through vaccinations. It's through Canadians doing the right thing, and they have, and they are. And we ask them to continue to do that, but we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. We are, but we have to be patient. Now, that's the one aspect of what Canadians are going through. They're getting back to work. Kids are back in the province of Ontario, back in school physically. Universities are opening up for in-person classes. It's great to see. Our manufacturing businesses continue to run. Our frontline workers continue to do the great job they do day in, day out, and they have my utmost respect. But at the same time, we still have work to do, and we need to remain focused on the ball. Now we have this occupation and this protest that has gone here in the city of Ottawa, the home, our nation's capital. And as I said last week on a panel with some of my colleagues, it needs to come to an end. It does need to come to an end. It is disruptive. It is disrupting people's lives from earning a living. For all those businesses along Sparks in the downtown core, it has made people feel very unsafe. And it is not about a trucking mandate. 95% of truckers in Canada are vaccinated. The same rule applies in the United States, going into the United States or coming into Canada. People need to be vaccinated. So there's no disagreement there. We know vaccine saves lives. For those people on the other side of my colleagues on the other side say, well, truckers are by themselves. No, truckers go home to a family member and see their friends, and we need them to get vaccinated. And they have overwhelming numbers. But there are people, Canadians out here, that I have the utmost respect for. Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. That will disagree with that. They don't want to be vaccinated. They don't believe in that collective responsibility that we all need to have as a country, as citizens of this beautiful country. We have a collective responsibility to exit COVID-19. We need to work together. And Canadians, in an overwhelming majority, have. Now, in the province of Ontario, the lockdowns, which many of these folks outside are protesting against, are provincial lockdowns, provincial measures, which are now being lifted. Today I read that in the city of Toronto, this summer, that Luminato and I think it's Caravana will be in-person events. So we are returning to seeing some normalcy. We are starting to get that back, but it's coming incrementally. These individuals outside, and I walked through like many of my colleagues have, and looked at some of the signs and stuff. It's a hodgepodge of a lot of different issues. They want to overthrow a democratically elected government. Would you sit down with somebody who wants to overthrow a democratically elected government? Is that who you're supposed to speak to? I don't think so. That's not reasonable leadership. It's not reasonable leadership at all. And for many of my colleagues on the opposite side and my own side, I'm not a partisan MP. I want to debate the issues. I want to do what's right for the residents of my riding to make sure we have a prosperous future. We've recovered more than 100% of our jobs. Our economy is bigger than it was pre-pandemic. We've done the right things. We've shown reasonable leadership. And we continue to show reasonable leadership. Canadians don't expect perfection from all 338 MPs. They expect us to do our best. They expect us to do what is right. Meeting with protesters who want to overthrow a democratically elected government is not what is right. And I know many of the opposition members in the loyal opposition agree with that. And many have commented on their Twitter and social media platforms that the occupation must end. If people want to protest up and down the sidewalks and hold placards and hand out information pamphlets, God bless them. That is their right. That is their sacred right. And I believe in civil liberties. But I also believe very much in collective responsibility of doing what's right for your neighbor. Just like Canadians in an overwhelming majority across this country, in every province, in every city, rural or urban, have done. 34,000 Canadians have died because of COVID. The government has had the backs of Canadians for 2 years, invested $500 billion to support Canadian businesses, families, workers, buy rapid tests, secure vaccines. The Conservatives at one time said, we'll never get vaccines till 2030, or 25, or 28. Well, no, they're here, and they're in abundance, and we're actually helping out the rest of the world now. And that's what Canada's about. So when I think of the protesters, I have the utmost respect for them. They need to go home. They need to bring this to an end. The citizens of Ottawa deserve that respect. They deserve to have their lives back. The shopkeepers who invest their heart and soul in their businesses that are shut down deserve that. There's no one to talk to because that's just not the right thing to do. Plain and simple. So, Madam Speaker, when I think about reasonable leadership, I say this: blockades must end, because that's reasonable leadership. We must continue to do what's right. And I agree, we need to continue to, I believe in science. Absolutely, I think every 338 MPs should believe in science. I have faith in what they say. They may not be perfect, but if their comment says we need to transition, we transition. But let's do it prudently. Let's do it judiciously. Let's do it in a safe manner that gets us there. Let's not do what happened in Ontario, where we open up, fill the stadiums full of people, and then we got to shut down because then our hospitals are over capacity again. And then we have to cancel tens of thousands of surgeries and have people literally waiting months and years to get surgeries that they need. That is not responsible leadership. We as a government are showing responsible leadership. And I plead to my colleagues, I listened to some of the debate earlier on, being respectful is who we are as a people. Not polite, respectful. I.e., we can debate, we can scream, but we need to be respectful. And I hope to see that all the time when I come into the House of Commons, into this cradle of democracy, if you want to call it that, into this House. We need to do that. Madam Speaker, I did have some formal notes, and I'll read some of it. But what I really want to reiterate tonight is this occupation, these protests, they need to come to an end. This is not about trucking mandates. It's not about that. We need to exit COVID-19. That's our focus, not anything else. We need to keep Canadians safe. That's what we should all be doing, not meeting with protesters or who who hold up awful placards that we all know about and we don't need to discuss again, who don't respect the rule of law, who don't respect the citizens of Ottawa to get a good night's sleep or for their family to be safe and to feel safe. So, Madam Speaker, the protest against vaccine mandates is gripping the city of Ottawa, as well as other parts of this country. All members know that COVID-19 pandemic has cost us dearly, with the loss of lives and livelihoods. Not one of us has been untouched. It goes without saying that this period has been long, extremely challenging for all Canadians. The provinces and territories have legislative authority to implement and execute the pandemic response actions that are appropriate for their jurisdiction, including implementing and easing public health restrictions. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll be the first one that really wants to go to a big wedding or my daughter's communion in a couple months, and we can invite all our relatives. I see that Madam Speaker is asking me to wrap it up, so I will stop there. And just to say it's nice to see everyone this evening. I hope you and your families are keeping safe. And I can't wait to see all my colleagues in this place together, hopefully soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for his speech tonight and presentation. But he, as well as his predecessor, the speech before him, indicated that they didn't know who they should go and talk to the trucking organizations and individuals who are out in the streets here and across Canada. But first of all, you have to make the offer. Madam Speaker, we know that there are organizers in this cavalcade that didn't come all the way across Canada by just telephoning each other up and saying we're going to move across the country and end up in Ottawa. There are organizers. The government has failed to even ask who that would be. I'm sure if they put an olive branch out to those people, they'd get a meeting in an hour. And our leader today, our interim leader, has indicated that to the Prime Minister that he should do that, and he should sit down with all of the elected leaders of the parties in this House and come up with a common solution to end this blockade.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Brandon Souris for his question. What I will say is this: our government put in place a measure to help protect Canadians and in this instance, truckers. I spoke with a president of a trucking company in the region I represent, 1,300 employees, 3,000 beds, if you want to call them that, trailers, excuse me, and 95% of his workers, 95% of his truckers were vaccinated. He operates in York Region and in the Midwest in Chicago, and he said to me, Francesco, it is the right thing to do. And all my employees who cross that border are vaccinated. That is what I believe in. When I talk to the industry, we gave the industry a long runway to prepare for this measure. The Canadian Trucking Alliance, we spoke with them. They support us, and they support this stance. That is what we need to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, la formule du jour du collègue aujourd'hui, c'est le leadership responsable. Mais pour que le leadership soit responsable, on doit d'abord avoir du leadership. Alors moi, j'aimerais qu'on s'attaque aux perceptions aujourd'hui. Alors, dans un pays qui est énormément divisé, il semble y avoir unanimité sur le fait que le gouvernement n'a pas été responsable, n'a pas exercé de leadership et n'a pas fait son travail. Et ça nous a mené à la crise dans laquelle on est aujourd'hui. On a l'impression que ce soir-là, du côté du gouvernement, le fait de répéter qu'ils doivent partir et de le répéter, ça va soudainement les faire partir. Est-ce que le collègue peut m'expliquer pourquoi tous ceux qui pensent qu'on a eu un manque grave de leadership au sein de ce gouvernement-là ont tort et d'où vient cette perception?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Mon collègue de Bloc québécois,
I would like to say to my colleague from the Bloc
québécois
leadership is very important for us.
We have shown leadership in working with the Ottawa Police Services in the City of Ottawa, in collaborating with them and sending them resources from the beginning of the convoy until up to date. We have shown leadership in providing the resources that they require. And again, I wish to reiterate: how can you go and negotiate with individuals who want to overthrow the democratically elected government that Canadians voted for in the last election? That, to me, is something preposterous, and something that is wrong. You don't go and negotiate with entities that want everything for themselves and have no desire to cooperate, and in fact are not following public health guidelines so we can finally exit this pandemic.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I wanted to thank the member for his comments, and I just needed to express that I disagree that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. The extremist activities have shown that this is not the fact, that this is not the case. Law enforcement has reacted very differently to this extremist activities compared to how law enforcement reacts to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who have defended their lands. Having said that, I do want to ask the minister, the member, because he's been talking about responsible leadership. Does he not agree that it's important that the Prime Minister meets immediately with municipal leaders as a way to begin forward towards ending the pandemic?
Sir, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut for her question. I will say that the lines of communication between the federal government and the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services have been constantly open. They've been constantly there. We are collaborating. We are assisting them with resources from RCMP officers to obviously intelligence gathering. Anything they need, we are obviously there. We don't direct the police force or the Ottawa Police Force to do anything or undertake any sort of activity. They're independent, and there's a reason for that, of course. So I would say to my honourable colleague, we are in constant contact with the City of Ottawa, their mayor, and the Ottawa Police Services for the resources they require in this situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I'm always honoured to rise here in the House. I want to make it clear I'm going to split my time with my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. At the current time, the interim leader of Canada's opposition has reached out to Canada's Prime Minister to ensure a peaceful and urgent end to a very difficult situation. And the question that needs to be answered is, will the Prime Minister respond? What has become very clear in Canada is that the mood of Canadians is moving towards the beginning of the end of the pandemic. We realize that it is not only the health of Canadians influenced by their physical health, but also by their financial, social, and mental health. I can clearly recall in the early days of the pandemic holding the hand of someone about to die from COVID-19. They were there without their family. The only way of communicating with them was through an iPad. Some small redemption in those early days regarding this person was that I'd known them previously, and they'd shared with me their journey in life as a young person. How they had documented a bicycle trip across southern England, how they'd been essential to the development of a hospital in Cape Breton, how their wife had died, and how they ended up living in the small town of Truro, Nova Scotia. Indeed, to watch this 90-something-year-old male die without his family will forever have a profound impact on my view of the COVID-19 pandemic. Canadians have suffered. It's also important to reflect on the grave concern we should all now have with respect to the mental health of children and adolescents. Indeed, my own son has missed out on his high school graduation and the wonderful social times that many of us have experienced in the first 2 years of university. Getting your own place to live, solving your own problems, meeting new friends, and learning how generally to be an adult all on your own have been things that have been severely dampened by the COVID-19 pandemic. This unfortunate part of the pandemic and the associated isolation is that many people live in their own echo chamber. We've become isolated to the views of the others who would often surround us and engage us in exciting debate and discourse, which sometimes, of course, led us to agree, to disagree, but other times led us to truly engage in conversation which would allow us to see another point of view and perhaps indeed change our own point of view. Another example of not seeing other points of view is our inability to travel. We need to better understand other cultures, how they solve problems, how they communicate, and how they live. It's important that we do these things. This, my friends and colleagues, leaves us with the need to question those things important to us and help us better understand how we need to help our fellow human beings. As we have these multitude of different experiences, those things can help us grow as individuals, understand other cultures, learn new languages, and be more resilient to take on our everyday lives. That is not saying, Madam Speaker, that travel is an essential part of being a Canadian. It's simply to say that there are many things which can potentially make us more tolerant of others, which we have deeply missed during this pandemic. For many others, it has led to the tragic end of a business which they worked so hard and spent their entire life savings trying to build. The travel sector, of course, has been particularly hard hit, as has the hospitality sector. Restaurants are essential to our communities, and the socialization which happens therein has suffered under this unbearable yoke. We all know that Canadians love to have a beer or a coffee and catch up with their friends, to see their expressions, to understand their burdens, to help shoulder the load, and to share a great laugh. Sadly, this too has been transformed by COVID-19. No customers, no socialization, and as I mentioned above, living in your own echo chamber. Moreover, Canadians indeed, and indeed people around the world, have suffered with increased levels of anxiety. They have lost trust, they have lost hope for the future, and they've lost their security. Madam Speaker, what is hope? One might define it as the feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen. Unfortunately, there's been no certainty, and the ability to plan for the future has been lost. We do know there are several things which can benefit the health of our human species. Things such as good sleep, meaningful employment, doing something purely for the benefit of another, important relationships, and physical activity. Essential, all of those things have been disrupted by the COVID pandemic. As we're all aware, many, if not most, of the provincial medical officers of health are calling for the end of mandates. Countries such as the United Kingdom with 64% vaccination rates and Denmark with 80% vaccination rates, compared to the over 86% that we have here in Canada, are removing mandates for masks and vaccines and passports. We need to begin to recognize the time to move forward is now. The Canadians cannot be expected to live their lives in this perpetual state of uncertainty and without hope as we go forward. To be very blunt, there are many out there who do not have many years left. I'm a 53-year-old man. Realistically, I may have perhaps 15 vigorous years left. Prior to the pandemic, it would have been 17. Do I want to continue my life not seeing the joy of smiles on faces, not being able to travel, not being able to have social events with constituents, limiting my gatherings with family on special occasions such as Christmas and Thanksgiving? To have birthdays that are drive-bys with horns honking from neighbors with signs on our lawns. This, my friends and colleagues, it's not living. It is also very clear from recent studies that lockdowns are not effective. We now know how much the poor federal healthcare funding in Canada and the lack of surge capacity has perpetuated this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, in my small town with 100 beds in our hospital, we perpetually worked between 90 and 130% capacity. Our intensive care beds in Canada per 100,000 people are half of those available in the United States and 1/3 available of those in Germany. Now, sadly, we have an unimaginable tsunami in terms of the backlog of cases of diagnostic imaging, of laboratory, of specialist appointments, and mistreatments. How is this perpetual underfunding ever going to allow this catch-up to happen with an overburdened infrastructure and a tired, exhausted, burned out human health resources of physicians, nurses, and other allied healthcare providers? So, Madam Speaker, how does this all end? Do we simply trudge forward one foot in front of the next without any hope? Or indeed, is this a defining moment in humanity where those around the globe begin to realize that unfortunately sometimes, and sadly, there can be a fate worse than death? How do we begin to move forward? One great way is to look at the legendary Colin Powell's legacy of the 13 Rules of Leadership. General Powell was arguably one of the most influential writers on leadership in the Western world in modern times. As he would suggest, number one, it ain't as bad as you think, it will look better in the morning. Number two, get mad, then get over it. Number three, avoid having your ego so close to your position that when your position falls, your ego goes with it. Number four, it can be done. 5, be careful what you choose, you may get it. 6, don't let adverse facts stand in the way of a good decision. 7, you can't make someone else's choices. You shouldn't let someone else make yours. 8, check small things. 9, share credit. 10, remain calm and be kind. 11, have a vision, be demanding. 12, don't take counsel of your fears or naysayers. And 13, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. All these rules of leadership are not perfect. Leadership is not perfect. One of these things that we also must know about great leaders that you must try, you must care. In the immortal words of John F. Kennedy, we do not do these things because they are easy, because they are hard. I implore this Prime Minister to check the ego, check the position, and meet with leaders of the other parties and bring this situation to a peaceful and urgent end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
I'd like to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for his comments, and also I want to extend my my condolences for the passing of your friend. And I appreciate a lot of what you said. I'd like to just hear from you in particular around, since we're talking about the protests, the convoy in front of the Hill right now. And you didn't mention this at all in your address, and I'm curious about your opinions and your thoughts on this. But we see, for example, swastikas, we see hate speech, we see illegal acts such as arson. You didn't have any comments on this. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on these acts, on these flags, etc.?
Member to ensure that he addresses all questions and comments through the chair and not to the member directly. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, thanks very much. I will thank the member for his question. You know, my speech tonight, Madam Speaker, was the attempt to turn the temperature down here. This is a very, very volatile and unfortunate situation. You know, I think it's really important that we understand that members on both sides of this House have continued to say that those acts are deplorable, they're despicable, and I think that I find it unfortunate if my colleague opposite wants to continue to perpetuate that that is something that anybody in this House would stand for. I think that's very, very unfortunate. It's inflammatory, and it's those exact reasons that I chose in my speech not to talk about those things, but to realize, Madam Speaker, that we need to begin to get to the end of this situation that's very, very volatile. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de
The honourable member for Abitibi, Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I enjoyed listening to it, and it's true that people have developed anxiety and they've become cynical, and many have lost trust in our institutions, and all because, as he said, they're living in their own echo chambers.
Et j'ai bien aimé aussi les règles de leadership
qu'il a mentionnées. As well, his list of rules of leadership, and I think it's unfortunate that the government hasn't followed those rules of leadership. And I think it is a good idea that the leaders of the main parties get together to find solutions to the crisis. But does he not think that it would be even more productive for the federal government to meet with the City of Ottawa, the Ottawa Police Service, and the Government of Ontario, and all the different groups who are on the ground to find a solution to this crisis? Thank you.
The honourable member Cumberland Colchester.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue pour la question. Je pense Il y a un temps pour les réunions et aussi il y a un temps pour l'action. Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de fois que le gouvernement parle toujours pour les réunions.
Talks about the importance of having meetings
maintenant c'est le temps pour
l'action
et une direction, un plan pour le futur.
I think it's time for a direction, for a plan for the future, and not just for the future of the occupation, but it's for the future of our country, Canada. Thank you.
And the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I want to start by acknowledging what the member said in his intervention, that, you know, people are suffering, that COVID-19 has been terrible, that people have died, people have lost so much, that it has been very difficult. But, you know, he talks to my colleague from the other party about turning the temperature down. You know, last week I had to ask my staff person not to come to work. She is a young Muslim woman, and I was afraid for her safety. I have another colleague working in my office that is taking a sick day because she has not been able to sleep and she's deeply traumatized. So how can members of the Conservative Party of Canada continue to create a public relations campaign out of the occupation in our national capital, you know, by posing with protesters, posting messages of support, and fueling further divisions with their own party and across this nation?
For Cumberland Colchester, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, that is exactly the thing that we're trying to avoid here this evening. We think it's very, very important, even with respect to the audacity of members opposite, that we need to turn the temperature down. We need to get the occupation finished and be able to move forward and get back to the great things that we have to offer here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I do want to remind members that when someone has the floor to please be respectful, and there's opportunity to ask questions and comments at the proper time. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the residents and people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, especially on an important topic like this one. Let me be direct, Madam Speaker. I would love to see an end to what is going on outside, a peaceful end, and that end begins with the Prime Minister. COVID has been a difficult situation for everybody. Obviously, everybody in this House denounces any violence, any racialized gestures or symbols that have been displayed over the last 2 weeks. I rose in this House 7 days ago as the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs to raise that very point when it came to the tomb of the unknown soldier, and I have no regrets on that point. Madam Speaker, COVID has left us with a very fluid situation. Initially, people were unsure whether or not to wear a mask. Then people donned masks at the requests of government. Then we waited for a vaccine. Then we got our vaccine. Then we got our second dose of the vaccine. And then we got our boosters. And I personally did all of these things as quickly as possible, and I encourage those around me to consider doing the same.
Hear, hear.
Canadians have been asked to give, and they have given a lot throughout this pandemic. I myself was reflecting earlier today on one of my young children who would not remember a period pre-pandemic. The point is this, Madam Speaker, we all want to get to normal. The people outside want to get back to normal. The people of Ottawa living and working in the surrounding area want to get back to normal. I want the people outside to get back to normal. I want the people living and working in the downtown area to get back to normal. I would love to see the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou get back to normal, and I want to see all Canadians get back to normal. One thing that we've repeatedly heard, Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister say, "We have your backs." I prefer to take a different approach, though. It's Canadians who've had one another's backs. The doctors who've had our backs, the grocery store workers keeping groceries available for us, the pharmacists filling our prescriptions, the respiratory therapists helping us, nurses, doctors, truckers. These are the people who've had one another's backs, and I'm thankful to live in a country like Canada where we can make that claim. In my view, Madam Speaker, a Prime Minister is a Prime Minister to all or is a Prime Minister to none, and there is no middle ground. As my honourable colleague from Nunavut just mentioned when addressing my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, she referenced the term a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, which in my recollection was a reference to when the Prime Minister opposed stripping citizenship for people committed of terrorism offences. We should not forget that the Prime Minister knelt with protesters within the last 2 years in breach of COVID protocols. And yet, here we have a Prime Minister that is dividing Canadians. Madam Speaker, I have great trouble when I hear the Prime Minister blame unvaccinated people, calling them names, adjectives like fringe, racist, misogynist. From the most basic level, Madam Speaker, if one wants to encourage another to do something like get vaccinated, the best way to do it isn't to call them a name. It's to encourage them, to answer the question. If anything, those types of divisive tactics will alienate rather than resonate with people who are unvaccinated. At the most basic level, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's job is to unite, as is everybody's job in this House. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a Prime Minister who is choosing to divide, which is genuinely unfortunate. In my capacity as Member of Parliament for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, I've had many discussions with people, both vaccinated and unvaccinated. The Prime Minister may not appreciate this, but I've had reasonable discussions with people on all sides of the debate. Some people I would call hesitant, and they have questions. That's why I share with them my experience, tell them what I've done, why I did it, and I invite and encourage them to do the same. But I can't force, I can't compel a healthcare decision. Which leads me to the point of leadership and how we go from today, Monday, to tomorrow, Tuesday, Madam Speaker. This, today, tomorrow, is the time to resolve what is happening outside. I walked around today to and from Parliament Hill 2 or 3 times. I probably heard 1 or 2 horns all day, which for those who've been here for the past couple of weeks is anomalous, and that's likely due to the recent civil injunction. But I noticed something. The tone felt different. It was quieter. Now is the time for a peaceful end, Madam Speaker. We don't have 5,000 people outside. We have a few hundred people remaining. Madam Speaker, if I could speak to the Prime Minister through you, this is what I would say. I would tell the Prime Minister that today he brought his partisan hat to the chamber, and that tomorrow he should take that partisan hat off. I would say today the Prime Minister took an us versus them approach, and that tomorrow he should meet with the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, and the leader of the New Democratic Party, who arranged and requested this emergency debate. That today, the Prime Minister's approach was to look at other people as different. But tomorrow, I encourage him to see all Canadians and their desires to move on from the current impasse. The past 2 years, Madam Speaker, have been hard enough, difficult enough. So I would say to him through you, Madam Speaker, please be a Prime Minister to all and help end this impasse. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his very passionate speech. The member said in his speech that the Prime Minister's job is to unite, as is everyone's in this place. Now, over the past 2 years, we've seen 34,000 Canadians have died from COVID, 5 million across the world. People in Ottawa have had to file injunctions, as the member said himself, in order to get a little bit of peace and quiet. So when we see members from the opposite side going and joining this occupation of Ottawa, disturbing the residents and the peace of Ottawa, does the member not think that he himself has a responsibility to do the right thing, to be democratic, to stand up for the values of democracy of our great nation?
Our member for Kamloops, Johnson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, I feel that's what I'm doing right now. Discussing all Canadians, not just some Canadians. I implore a peaceful resolution to what's happening right now. But when we talk about democracy and a peaceful resolution, we're about 2 weeks in now. Where has the Prime Minister been the last 2 weeks, Madam Speaker? That's really the big question. But let's not focus just on where he's been the last 2 weeks. Let's focus on where he's going to be the next day and the next day after that in bringing a resolution to what's happening.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes, Berchère.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. J'ai écouté avec attention le discours de mon collègue et je dois dire que j'ai beaucoup apprécié le ton. Un ton qui fait peut-être changement de ce qu'on a pu entendre de la part du Premier ministre, de la part du gouvernement, un ton qui est vraiment un ton là, combatif. C'est vous contre moi. Et je me demandais, bon, évidemment, c'est un ton que nous, on n'encourage pas, évidemment, mais j'ai aussi senti qu'il y avait une volonté de sa part, puisqu'il disait lui-même avoir été vacciné, qu'il expliquait aux gens pourquoi lui il avait choisi de se faire vacciner, de voir une loyauté de sa part aussi quelque part de ça, d'avoir une préoccupation pour prendre les bonnes décisions d'un point de vue sanitaire et aussi d'un point de vue de rassembler les gens pour qu'on puisse passer, aller de l'avant, qu'on puisse en finir avec cette crise-là, mais aussi avec la pandémie par la suite. Et dans ce contexte-là, dans une perspective de désamorcer la crise actuelle, je me demandais si lui et d'autres membres de son parti seraient prêts à aller voir les manifestants ou les occupants pour les inciter à quitter la colline parlementaire et à faire en sorte qu'on puisse justement en terminer avec cette crise d'occupation qu'on voit présentement sur la colline.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his helpful remarks and for his comments. Madam Speaker, at this point, I feel a lot of what we can do has really been exhausted. If I can put it bluntly, the ball is in the Prime Minister's court. He is the head of state of Canada, and I endorse what the Leader of the Opposition has suggested, which is a meeting between himself, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Bloc, and the Leader of the NDP. These are the leaders of the four official parties in the House of Commons. Who better than to hit the ground running to put a peaceful end, to listen to the people who are outside, and to hopefully move forward in all facets that are necessary. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. You know, others have said today, and I will say that as well, my father was a trucker. My dad, Duke McPherson, was a trucker. He's worried about truckers. I'm worried about truckers. So what I want to know from this member, you know, when you talk about doing the right thing, listening, helping out, why is it that the Conservative Party, if they really wanted to help truckers, why did they reliably vote against improving safety regulations and enforcement, vote against better working conditions, vote against increased ability and support for unionizations, vote against improving workers' rights? You know, that's their legacy in this House of Commons. If they actually want to support truckers, why do they constantly vote against truckers' best interest?
A brief response, the honourable member Kamloops, Johnson Caribou.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Obviously, I'm not sure what particular legislation she's referring to, so it's very difficult for me to answer a question about general legislation. As Conservatives and as all people in this House, we want what's best for Canadians, and I am prepared to fight for that, as are all Conservatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to share my time with the member for Mount Royal. Madam Speaker, I never thought that I would be in this House having a debate, an emergency debate like this, with our city, Ottawa, under siege in a state of emergency. We have heard so much today from many members, in particular, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Center, my good friend, who talked about what is happening just meters away from the House of Commons, what is happening to the citizens, the desecration of our national monuments, including the National War Memorial, of what is happening with the noise, the incessant noise, how it's impacting children with autism, people with dementia, people who have to live in the residential districts around downtown. We have heard about the treatment, the assaults, the verbal assaults, the threats, the way in which people wearing masks are being treated, the people who are working downtown. We have heard that all evening. I'd like to talk a little bit today about the impact on my constituents. My riding is only 15 minutes from downtown, and most of my constituents, many of them, work downtown. Many of them have not been able to go to work, whether it's on Bank Street or at the Rideau Center. They haven't been able to collect a paycheck for the last 10 days. And those who have had the opportunity to go to work are terrified. They're being threatened. They're being harassed. I had a man write to me to tell me that he works at a church. And this weekend, while at work inside a church, he had to call the police because he was that threatened. I have mothers whose daughters live downtown who have said that their daughters and their friends are facing threats of murder, threats of sexual assault. This is not something that we should be living in the capital city of our country. I was heartbroken when I heard from Jewish mothers in my riding who are saying, how do I explain to my children that people are wearing the yellow star, that people are flying the swastika? What do I say to my children? And this is at a moment where in one of the neighborhoods in my riding, where we have a large Jewish population, there were trucks driving around with vile symbols. This is what's happening in our city right now. We had a mother with autism when they were going down Carling Avenue for hours honking their horns, the mother whose child has autism, who actually said she was taking him to the emergency because there was no other way to get away from it. So yes, it is having an impact. And I have a coffee hour with my constituents every Friday. It's virtual now. And there's a young man, a young racialized man who said to me, I don't understand. It's almost a loss of innocence. How can it be that he can't go downtown in his own city because of the color of his skin? And what was really important about that coffee hour is that people in that coffee hour were listening to each other. We actually had some people who were at the protests attend the coffee hour and hear the impact that it is having on some of the racialized LGBT and other members of our society. And I think that people need to listen to one another more and be decent again, because what's happening out there right now, that is not decent. It is not peaceful. When you're threatening violence, that is not peaceful. And the impact goes even beyond what's happening downtown. The Queensway Carleton Hospital in my riding has not been able to get their workers from Gatineau on the other side of the bridge to be able to come to work, the nurses and the frontline healthcare workers. So people in my constituency are not able to get the help when they're sick. And worse yet, the CHEO, the Children's Hospital, is having trouble. This is the impact that it's having. This is not about political speech anymore. Maybe it started to be about that, but now it is about mob rule. It's about intimidation. It's about bullying, and it has absolutely no place in our city or in our country. So anybody that is saying that this is a peaceful protest, or it's somehow about expressing political opinions, that's not what it is. And I think anybody now, having seen the impact on people, how this is hurting people, it is unleashing hate. Anybody who sees that impact should not be out there posing for pictures or giving coffee. Madam Speaker, I've worked in parts of the world where politicians thought that they could draw that line, that they could toy with these forces of hatred and somehow use them for political gain. And we've seen what happened. I've worked in Sarajevo. I have worked in Kosovo. I've worked in the Congo. You can't put those forces back in. You have to denounce them. You have to denounce them every single time. You cannot stop those forces once you unleash them. You cannot control them anymore. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when people say, why are we not talking to them? Well, I don't think that we want to tell other Canadians that if they were to come with large trucks with lots of noise and threaten people and cause the kind of terror that they've caused to people in Ottawa Center, that they're scaring people, that if you do that, that's how you can be rewarded by being heard, being listened to. And who are them? I'd like to think about it. They're not the truckers, because 90% of the truckers are vaccinated, and most of the truckers are out there doing their job. And they're not even anymore the people who, like all of us, we are all tired of COVID. We're all tired of the measures and the lockdowns, but it's not even about that anymore. There are people who are a few feet from our House of Commons who are calling for the overthrow of our government, who are calling for harm to come to members of Parliament. That is an attack on the institutions of our democracy, and they want people to lose faith in our institutions. And that is something that we absolutely cannot condone. Madam Speaker, people have asked, what are we doing about it? Every single request from the City of Ottawa, what the federal government has provided. We have 300 RCMP officers. We have tactical and logistical support. We have joint intelligence and operations teams, community liaison teams, and we're coordinating between all levels of law enforcement. But politicians do not direct the police. I personally, this weekend and before this, have been talking to other levels of government. I've been communicating with the mayor, with the provincial MPP. The Prime Minister has been doing that, the Public Safety Minister, from the beginning. And we've also talked amongst parliamentarians about solutions to this, that maybe we need to be looking at the financing of these movements. We need to ban symbols like the swastika and the Confederate flag. And I would say the member from Hull-Elmer articulated perfectly the impact that that has on Black Canadians. We need to look at social media and how it propagates hate speech. We need to support the businesses and the workers who haven't been able to go to work this week. But Madam Speaker, as I finalize my words, I want to leave with one thing. Most people are good. Canadians aren't as divided as people think they are. The fact is 90% of Canadians are wearing masks and getting vaccinated and making sure that they're protecting their neighbors. In fact, what we've seen this week, the Shepherds of Good Hope, the homeless shelter where people were trying to get food, and some of the women's shelters are getting more donations than they've ever gotten. The Legion, the Terry Fox Foundation. We have people who live in the neighborhood around the hospital who are saying that those workers who can't get home and back safely can stay in their spare room. We have truckers that continue to go out there and deliver goods. And these are the good people. These are the decent, good people. And I think we need to, as we're living through all of this and seeing all of this, and it starts to affect you and make you wonder about humanity, we need to see that the vast majority of Canadians are good. So I'll leave with one quote from the doctors and nurses in Ottawa. They wrote a statement, and what they said was, "We will not cower, we will not hide. We will wear our scrubs in public without fear, knowing that you, Canadians, have our backs." And that is exactly what we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to thank the member for the comments today and to thank you for shining a light on the voices that have not yet been heard tonight. You know who else hasn't been heard, Madam Speaker? It is the nurses and the healthcare workers the member just spoke of that are working in the hospitals tonight caring for people. I raise my hands to the healthcare workers and to the nurses experiencing violence on their way to work. I see you and I offer all of my gratitude to you from myself and the people of Port Moody-Coquitlam.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I really want to thank my honourable colleague for raising that. And I think we all share that same sentiment. Those nurses, those doctors, those frontline healthcare workers are there every single day caring for us. Whether we take their medical advice or not about getting vaccinated, they are there, they are going to work. And they say they're not heroes, but we know that these are the people that we need to be supporting. These are the people, and this is why we've made it illegal that anybody would harass a healthcare worker on their way into a hospital. And that is happening right now in Ottawa. And I want to applaud, along with all members here, the courage and the incredible sacrifice of those workers. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, et j'aimerais remercier la collègue pour un discours empreint d'humanité. C'est important de représenter la voix de ces personnes-là qui souffrent de ce qui se passe présentement. Et évidemment, c'est vrai qu'il y a eu des symboles extrêmement inappropriés et inacceptables qui ont été brandis dans cette manifestation-là. Et aucun membre de cette Chambre n'a pris de photo avec, aux côtés de ces symboles-là, par mégarde ou par malchance. Et c'est inacceptable, Madame la Présidente. Maintenant, on nous dit que, du côté du gouvernement, toutes les demandes de la part de la Ville d'Ottawa, de la part des services policiers, ont reçu une oreille attentive de la part du gouvernement, mais néanmoins, on le sent, le manque de leadership, et on en a la preuve tangible dans les faits ce soir à quelques mètres d'ici. Comment se fait-il que ça n'a pas été suffisant et que reste-t-il à faire de la part du gouvernement?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that, in fact, we just today announced that we're going to have a trilateral meeting between the different levels of government. We know that people don't want to hear us say, oh, it's about jurisdiction. But the fact is that politicians do not direct the police. And what we need to be doing as politicians is, as a federal government, is provide all the resources so that the police who have jurisdiction have everything that they need to be able to uphold the law, to be able to do their jobs. And Madam Speaker, I would say that we have been from the very start, in fact, from before the time that the convoy reached Ottawa, we have been having that coordination. We have been talking with law enforcement, and at every single level, political leaders have been talking. And as I mentioned, I've been talking with even in my constituency when they were routing them through a residential neighborhood in my constituency. I talked to the mayor and the provincial MPP to make sure that the convoy wasn't being welcomed and sent down Woodruff Avenue. That every single day these conversations are happening, and they've been happening from the municipal councillors right up to the Prime Minister. And we need to keep doing that. And then after this is over, I do believe we will have lessons to learn. We will need to sit back and wonder. And I think, in fact, in part...
We want to allow for one quick question before I was trying to give the honourable member a sign there to wrap it up. A brief question, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague why the Prime Minister has put all of his eggs in one basket, will not go out and speak to the truckers, when the truckers have given him an option. The associations that I've spoken to in the trucking industry have said that if they'd have had a negative test available, they'd have taken a negative test, and if they proved that they were negative, they'd go to work. And if they were positive, they would isolate like anyone else. I just wonder if she could elaborate on why we don't have enough. We didn't have enough rapid test kits in Canada from the middle of December to the middle of January, at least anyway. So it couldn't be done. But if they are available now, as the Prime Minister says, why wouldn't they allow that?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've actually procured just this month 140 million rapid tests, but also these are not the truckers. The Trucking Association signed a joint statement with the minister saying that they support the vaccine mandate. 90% of truckers are vaccinated. That's not who's out there on the lawn right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et j'aimerais remercier le leader de l'NPD pour avoir proposé ce débat. I want to start by saying how sorry I am to the people of Ottawa and the businesses of Ottawa for what they have experienced over the last 10 days. Nobody deserves to experience what they have. There are those who say that this convoy is about freedom. I certainly agree that after 2 years of a pandemic, most Canadians yearn for freedom. But most Canadians also agree that freedom comes with obligations. And those obligations include protecting the most vulnerable in our society. This means we all need to get vaccinated, because without getting vaccinated, new variants will continue to emerge and our hospitals will be overburdened. This means we need to wear masks indoors, because we know that the virus spreads more quickly in poorly ventilated or crowded indoor settings. So when someone calls for all mandates to be terminated, they are going against science. But that does not mean that other restrictions should not be constantly reconsidered. There are many in this country who are double vaccinated and boosted. They have done everything right over the last 2 years and believed that they were seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Then Omicron hit us in December. Our healthcare system that lacks adequate surge capacity was about to be overwhelmed, and politicians had to act. These restrictions involved a travel advisory and added testing upon return at the federal level, but the vast majority of these restrictions were imposed by provinces, including by conservative provincial governments. Everybody was trying to do their best, using their best judgment, but that does not mean that everyone agreed with the decisions, and they all merit debate. I can fully understand why parents are confused and upset when their kids are having their schools closed, with the kids' mental health having been so deeply impacted. I can understand why some business owners can't understand why their businesses are closed while other comparable businesses are open. I have a friend who runs a gym. I have a friend who runs an adult basketball league. They have been constantly closed over the last 2 years. Given the importance of working out to physical and mental health, it is hard for me to explain to them why this is the case. Believe me, I get it. There needs to be reasonable conversations about why vaccinated people and business owners are subject to restrictions. And we need a plan that provinces and the federal government agree upon to talk about how other restrictions will be relaxed. But let me be clear. These frustrated Canadians are not represented by the protests currently going on in Ottawa and other cities. Demonstrations are important expressions where citizens make their views known. They typically involve local residents receiving a municipal permit, making their case, and then leaving after a reasonable period of time. They involve a careful choice of location, and normally organizers go out of their way to not disrupt the lives of people and businesses. This is a constitutionally protected right that we need to respect, whether or not we agree with the cause. But while legal, peaceful assembly is a constitutionally protected right, the blockade of a city is not. The rule of law still exists in Canada. Honking all night long and keeping people awake, sending off fireworks, and refusing to follow local rules related to wearing masks in indoor settings are not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Harassing citizens and journalists is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Desecrating monuments is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Targeting healthcare workers is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Stealing from food banks is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. And let me say loudly and clearly that flying Confederate flags is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Waving swastikas and wearing yellow stars and having the nerve to compare your situation to Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. My colleague from Holy-Omer spoke beautifully about what it meant to him as a Black Canadian to see people waving the Confederate flag. Let me just say that as a proud Jewish Canadian, seeing some fellow Canadians waving flags with Nazi symbols and wearing and selling the Stars of David that Jews were forced to wear to separate them from the rest of the society in the Nazi era made me more sad and angry than I have ever been as a parliamentarian. I have heard from constituents of mine who are Holocaust survivors, and the pain and anguish that this has caused them cannot even be described in words. What kind of people would do this? Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the organizers of the convoy have made clear what their goal is. Their goal is the removal of the duly elected government. Their goal is the abolition of all mandates and restrictions, whether scientifically validated or not. The convoy has some organizers who have white nationalist and bigoted social media histories. And who is supporting the convoy, Madam Speaker? Well, it is supported by Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and Ted Cruz and Matt Gaetz and Paul Gosar and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think my colleagues know that I believe we can disagree without personalizing things, but these politicians are different.
because they are actually attacking American democracy. The hallmark of democracy is that the loser concedes an election. But in this case, these politicians have propagated the false and laughable claim that Donald Trump won the 2020 election, even though these claims were laughed out of almost every court to which they were brought. Indeed, Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, had his law license suspended for communicating demonstrably false comments to courts in his capacity as Trump's lawyer. I personally have no issue with Americans commenting on Canadian politics in the same way that I reserve my right to complain about laws in US states that make it more difficult for minorities to vote and stop women from having safe and accessible abortions. But what we do not need is further disinformation in Canada. People already have enough disinformation about vaccines. The last thing they need is disinformation about our democracy. And the presence of Trump 2024 signs at this blockade is of deep concern. So what do we need to happen? People are frustrated and want action. I want to thank the men and women of the Ottawa Police and the Parliamentary Protective Services, as well as the OPP and RCMP and other forces who have done their best. But even though this is under the jurisdiction of the City of Ottawa, nobody wants to hear about jurisdiction. We have a huge problem. Citizens' lives are being disrupted. They do not want to hear excuses from others that this is not their jurisdiction. They want all governments to work together to have this convoy leave Ottawa. They want a safe and peaceful and respectful end to this blockade. I was very pleased to hear the announcement today that all levels of government will work together. May I suggest they also need to communicate together. All of us need to see a daily press conference with all three levels of government and the operational leaders at the police level so that Canadians know exactly what is being done to protect the rule of law and reestablish order in the city. We need to solve this issue and end these blockades. But once that is accomplished, what do we need to do? We need to have a parliamentary committee study exactly what happened with this convoy. How did a convoy end up being allowed to park trucks across from Parliament Hill? What security changes are needed? What legislative changes are needed to ensure that local police forces can request federal assistance more easily? Should there be federal responsibility for policing in downtown Ottawa that currently does not exist? We need to understand how this convoy was financed and whether or not there are countries seeking to cause trouble in Canada by financing illegality. It is one thing to receive donations from the United States, but if US donations can come in this case, it would be equally easy for our adversaries like Russia and China to send funds. What legislative changes, if any, are required to protect our democracy? And the member for New Westminster Burnaby has brought forward a private member's bill to make the use of racist symbols and emblems such as the swastika and Confederate flag criminal, subject to carve-outs. I think this is indeed a subject we need to quickly tackle. While this has been a very unhappy experience, Madam Speaker, let's learn from what happened and use the experience to ensure that this cannot happen again and that we take steps to enhance and protect our democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have just two quick questions for my colleague, both from constituents. So one from a female police officer in my riding that got her first vaccine, unfortunately had an adverse reaction and is scared. And now she's mad at a prime minister that's calling her misogynist and racist for having health concerns. And the second one from a fully vaccinated health professional in my riding who is seeing other countries around the world with less vaccination uptake that are opening up and lowering their federal equivalent mandates and restrictions and wants to know when is this federal government going to lift the restrictions here in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. The first thing I would say is that if somebody had an adverse reaction to the vaccine, there is an exemption that they can then procure to not be fully vaccinated. I don't know the situation exactly of your constituent, but if she truly had a reaction, a negative reaction to the vaccine, and her physician advised her against it, then she can procure an exemption in most provinces. Secondly, as I stated, I believe that vaccine mandates are important. I believe that public health rules like mask wearing indoors still have to be followed, but that doesn't mean that we don't have to look at all restrictions for vaccinated people, including, for example, whether or not we still need a travel advisory, whether or not we need testing in addition to the PCR testing when you leave your destination, more testing when you arrive. All of these need to be reconsidered in light of new facts. And we all need to do that at the provincial and federal level.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Excuse. L'Avignon, Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. Et je suis en accord avec lui sur plusieurs points. Et il y a eu des gestes abusifs et on les a dénoncés et c'est correct de le faire. Mais bon, on est dans un débat d'urgence. C'est le dernier discours de la soirée et je suis probablement trop optimiste, mais j'aurais aimé qu'il y ait quelque chose qui ressorte de ça. Et c'est rarement le cas quand on a des débats d'urgence comme ça. Au moins, ça nous permet de discuter, de proposer des solutions. Mais j'étais quand même surprise de l'entendre dire, on pourrait faire un comité parlementaire sur la question pour comprendre ce qui s'est passé. Mais en ce moment, il faut trouver une solution à ce qui se passe dehors. Et quand on va sortir dehors, les camions, les véhicules n'auront pas bougé. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'ils proposent concrètement maintenant, à court terme?
Je vais laisser l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire répondre, mais on manque de temps en ce moment. Alors, s'il peut répondre très brièvement.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis profondément d'accord avec mon honorable collègue. Et si elle a écouté mon discours, j'ai même proposé quelque chose qu'elle-même a proposé. C'est qu'il faut avoir non seulement une liaison entre les trois paliers de gouvernement, mais aussi une communication quotidienne où les trois niveaux de gouvernement communiquent ensemble qu'est-ce qu'ils sont en train de faire avec les policiers pour arrêter qu'est-ce qui est là maintenant. Il faut que ces gens-là quittent Ottawa dès que possible. Il faut travailler ensemble pour le faire.
It being midnight, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Good night, everybody.